Hello, everybody, and welcome to SAL. It is weekend time, and we continue on with our play days, number 2, that is. And as always, we want to say a bit of a hello and howdy do before we get on with our day. Hi, I'm Milosh. By my side is the beautiful and wonderful Alfama, joining us for the first time in Kickoff. I hope you're doing well. How is EML? How are you doing? You excited to actually watch the best region in the world?
Oh, come on. Straight away, I knew you was going to do that. Are you mad because you're not on the EML? And that's why you have to flex?
Kind of, but that's a conversation for another day.
I'll say this. EML was definitely entertaining. We got to see the new super team of G2 lose their first match. We got to see the new VP go crazy. Secret go in shambles. Falcons looking amazing with Joom already dropping 12-3, I think, or 11-3. I mean, honestly, it's just entertaining. But I know SAL has entertainment for us.
Absolutely. And, this first day that we had on Tuesday, whilst it was quite late in the evening for most of us, or at least in different time zones, it was a lot to enjoy through it because there's a lot of unknowns. And I know we've all been talking about it right after SI. The transfers this stage have been insane in every region. But specifically in SAL, I feel like there's been the most movement that we've seen in quite a while. And it's impacted lineages in the region, which has had an impact on day one. I'd say Team Liquid Alienware definitely drew the short end of the stick on Tuesday, but that's more of a conversation for when we get to it, I guess, because it was kind of funny but heartbreaking at the same time to witness it here. But before we talk about this sort of more in-depth bits that we want to go through together, I want to take a look at our schedule for today, because as always, we're used to having these 4 best of ones like we did last Tuesday, and we'll have tomorrow. Start off with Black Dragons versus Imperial. Finally get to see Imperial competing because they did have a bye on Tuesday. Loss plays Team Liquid Alienware, NIP plays Fluxo W7M, and Loud versus INTZ. You'll notice FaZe Clan is not around in here today because it is their bye day. Every team gets a bye, competing and counting all of the 9 play days that we have for Kickoff, all condensed together before we get to Salt Lake City and to qualify the 4 teams from the region. And right now, I just want to tell you, Leo, that the split between the 2 groups, I had the chat with Fox about it, right? I think it's a very honest conversation to have as, hey, you look at Group A, you look at Group B. Is there one group maybe that got a better spot than the other? Is it easier here and there? And he said something that I find quite correct in some ways, is that Group A, you look at it, you think, oh yeah, I know who's going to make it out of this group, right? FaZe, Team Liquid, and then, Black Dragons, probably. Whereas you look at Group B and the teams in there, yeah, sure, there's your Fluxo Furia, but Furia, there's still some unknowns. Fluxo have their own questions about them. And INTZ, you don't know what to expect out of them, and so is Loud. I feel like Group B has a lot more interrogation marks than Group A that anybody can really upset through it. If you agree with that, even.
I actually disagree with it. I actually think that if you look at the consistency throughout the month, right? NIP were super consistent last season. They only changed the IGL. It is a huge change, but still, you retain 4 out of 5 of the core roster that went to Munich, that went to SI. So I'm not too worried about them. I look at Furia and the lineup, the star lineup they have now with some kind of a Brazilian super team rebuilt around Hertz. And I think, with what they showed last play day, I think they're expected to win. And Fluxo, clearly, definitely an upgrade. They finally got an IGL on their side. So I look at this and I have a clear top 3. I'm just wondering who's going to get grouped and who's going to get that really poor 4th spot that doesn't put them well in the bracket afterwards. When I look at Group A, FaZe, Team Liquid Alienware, okay, why not? Like, the 2 are obviously the favorites. But out of the 3, I actually think that Black Dragons, if you look at them, they got hurt by the roster mania. They got hurt. And I think that if you look at Loss and the way they rebuild their roster as well, if you go at Imperial, they all have decent shots at taking down Black Dragons. And the fact that Black Dragons won against Liquid last playday actually makes it a bit of a mix, and you're not sure anymore. So it makes the whole thing very interesting, in my opinion. Just one thing about this, by the way, Milosh. You waited for me to welcome me on the SAL on a day where I don't get to see FaZe and Furia.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not
sorry.
Very kind.
I'm very sorry about it, but that's kind of just, tomorrow will be a new day. right? And there will be things to discuss tomorrow that we can kind of hold off. We don't need to spill all the beans today, right? There's a lot of beans in our pocket. We are talking about SAL here, and every meal has to come with rice, beans, and beef. That's kind of how we've learned. I'll get you a meat alternative regardless for
Thank you
yourself,
very much.
Leo. I'm always here and ready for you, cooking up whatever you need, because it's something that I know you love to say whenever especially you're on Telestrator, and it's something that I find so adorable. And it's like, let me cook here, and I find it so adorable when you say
Is
it.
that,
'Cause I feel
is
like,
that an attempt to the French accent?
let me cook here. I just find it so adorable because I know, like, I can feel the passion through you getting ready for the segment. That it I don't know. It makes me remember like why we love this space so much. It's very heartwarming. But one thing that's been not just heartwarming, but breaking minds and hearts all over the world are your tier lists recently, and I know they've caused a bit of conversation, especially in North America.
It was the goal.
I know you're rage baiting people into the conversation, which I'm very happy about. But we will be rage baited by Raza and Nesk here in SAL because they themselves made a tier list around 10 days ago. And this is Raza who posted it. But of course, he did it with Nesk of all of the players currently on all the teams competing, including Alamo. Somehow that was thrown in there. But I guess this is just Brazilian, right? Brazilian Siege players. And I want you to take a look at this and see what you think, because I'm seeing the suspects, right? Face Clan are in GOAT status, right? To me, that makes sense. They're the best team that's ever played Siege. I will say it, throw G2 Penta in the trash, because this team is the best that's ever played Siege. Fully agree with that. But then there are some things that blow my mind in there. Have you had a chance to kind of peruse through the list?
I think if you look at the 3 first range, it makes sense. I think they're really harsh on Brazilian players overall, because I feel like Brazilian players are like top of the charts in compared to many other regions. You know, like a good player for a Brazilian standard would be an S tier player for the world tier, I guess.
Best in NA.
Best in NA maybe. I mean, they don't have any God tier players on my side. But if I look at like some things that just blow my mind. So Nesk and Raza did this, right? Let's be real. Nesk got carried by Maya an entire year, even 2 years on Liquid, and he put Maya common. So, like, average? How is Maya average? He was the only player gunning for Liquid consistently. That is actually insane. Like, I actually believe, I don't know. Like, this guy should be at least bomb player, or I don't know, even higher. Like, he was the most consistent player. And
if I were to add to that, like, look, the only reason maybe they would have put Maya in, like, a more average player is because he couldn't carry Liquid hard enough, and that's asked for 2 years hard enough to get them to offline events often enough. Maybe that's the reason why they put him there. Hot take.
I don't know. I mean, I really believe he deserves to be higher. And if I look at Mir's iFalls, like, these guys are great players, okay? They made it to West tier events, but let's be real, they made it because they were playing in APL. Like, how are these players on the same caliber as Alemo, for example, or as Diaz, who's playing so well with Liquid as well? Like, some of these...
Why is Alemo so high up in the list?
Well, he is still IGLing a team that made it to some great S-tier events. He still attended the EWC Grand Final. He won EML last stage. I mean, there are things that make sense, right? But same thing, Fantasy could deserve to be higher, actually. I think that Fantasy, could be overtaking Dash, for example, even Kino, although Kino won the major. But there are some question marks there, here and there. Like, I will be honest, I think that D+ players are also very high rated compared to their actual performance in some of the events.
Do you think it's just because they went to APL, well, specifically in APAC North, and then they just did well, and that's it?
There was domination here and there, and then there was the qualification to the Munich Majors where they caused upsets because they beat Furia on Bank on the very first match of the Munich Major, and then there was the SI, and there were examples of them like actually surprising top teams. But I just think that in general, if I look at some of the stuff, I think in the top tier, some guys deserve to be there. And it has to be Maya, for example. Maya Eloira maybe deserve to be higher.
Well, we will always have access to this list, right? So we're going to go through it, go through the teams today, right? We're going to see the individual and team performances and do the same tomorrow. And now that the week will be done by tomorrow, the end of day, we'll see if your opinion changes on one player or the other, or if you would rewrite it in your own way, Leo. So I will leave it until that moment. I think 1 week is kind of the minimum you need to start putting in some sort of ideas and opinions. However, this is kickoff. I would see it as it's very condensed to get to Salt Lake City. This is the trial for any player in any team, and it doesn't give you the best idea. It's kind of the pre-stage to set you up for stage one and kind of see really where you get to shine in usual circumstances. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, the real thing is we went through the biggest roster mania ever, and we're straight up just after that following up with a super intense mini stage that basically makes you or breaks you. Makes you or breaks you, because you have to make the major. So lots of these rosters, they're feeling the pressure of these BO1s in the groups. They absolutely want to make it out, and afterwards the playoffs will be really key, because in a matter of 3 weeks you can basically be missing on one out of 3 S-tier events that you really don't want to miss, and that is just that is a huge blow, especially for big organizations that made huge shakeups.
Yeah, well, speaking of organizations, how about we get into our first matchup? Black Dragons is our first lineup because they're playing Imperial in just a bit, and we'll discuss these two squads in a moment here. Black Dragons, organization that is quite well known, has been around since pretty much day one of Brazilian Siege, but this time with a bit of a twist after the kind of roster that we ended up seeing at the Invitational. And maybe your expectations are a bit different, or at least we're eyeing them in a different way. What do you think about the squad so far, Leo, and your expectations of them?
Well, it is a squad that was, one of the most consistent, right? Compared to what we saw at SI, only one player has changed, and that is because they lost Ask to Gike, who's playing in EML right now and not doing so well, by the way. And on the other side, now we see the arrival of Lenda now to really try to replace him at a similar role, which would be the IGL role. I guess my big question marks looking at this roster, first and foremost, congratulations, because they came in, made one single roster change, and they were able to tackle Liquid and win the game against them last week. And I think many people were surprised about this. The second thing is, and if you look at this lineup here, you managed to see Rare, who's usually a support player, a bit more of an aggressive one, but still a support player. Miracle, who's usually the hardest support one. And then you have Lenda, who was a support on Liquid, like a hard one, only playing shields, hard support, or anchor on site. And you think, wait, that's a bit weird. How do they play with 3 support? And this is the new Lenda. As you can see, he's playing Buck and Goyo. He's getting a little bit more of that Ask role, who was flexing. And now that he can really be free to IGL on flex roles, seems to work a little bit better for him. And then we have Swag and Mr. Six Outlaw, the two guys that are supposed to be fragging. Swag especially was my standout player for Black Dragons. I think he was the main actor of Black Dragons beating G2 at SI, for example. That to me was really a marker of, okay, this guy can do it, he can gun down people. Mr. Six Outlaw was he was the best up-and-coming tier 2 player before stage 2 started last year, came in SAL. I thought he was decent, but was still not overperforming. He was not like the big rookie everyone expected. So the lineup right now makes sense. I'm just a little bit worried of the firepower to really be grasping, breaking in that top 4 of SAL, which they managed to do last year, which will be harder this year, I think.
I mean, their opening game, like you mentioned, was pretty important, setting the pace against a team like Liquid. Yes, it was Cafe. We had questions going into the map veto, saying, hey, Liquid can absolutely do it because it is the remaking of the Furia roster into this, so Black Dragons are going to have a tough time. But still, I think Black Dragons fully deserve to get all 30 points out of that game, having watched the entirety of it. Team Liquid just were kind of disappointing in that way, but BD really played their all. And everybody stepped up in a match as important as that. You can also see it in the stats themselves. So everybody was putting in the effort. The question is now, was that the height, the tip of the mountain that we'll never see again? Yeah. Or is this really the BD that we need to expect? And playing Imperial, in my opinion, at least today, might be the opportunity to just, you know what, we're going to go in, we're going to do our best, we're going to get all 3 points, and then just move on from here, GG go next, and set up for the actual next play day that we're locked in on. So good for them. Still to know, if anything, tomorrow they'll have their day off, if I'm not mistaken, so they can take a look at what's been happening all around and reset should things happen. Though, BD aside, let's move on to Imperial, because this is Imperial as an organization, Imperial Esports, their first time competing here in SAL, but familiar faces end names are abound on this team. It seems like no matter how you cut it, there are some names that will never leave competition, and one of them is definitely going to shine. It is the one and only Sexy Cake, who you'll see on your screen in just a second here. How does Mr. Thiago Silva keep coming back time and time again since 2018 to now and still competing? No matter what, this man is grinding his ass off to get back into tier 1 whenever he gets knocked down, Leo.
Yeah, what's impressive is the trust that his former teammates from ENX, after having let's be real, a lot of struggling stages last year, he stuck with them. Him, Florio, Mitrix, the backline of ENX, which I think clearly was not the problem in most of the matches that they play. I think they were really missing strong fraggers, and this is where they had Makina and Yex. Now this is a huge gamble, because on one side you've got Makina, who was supposed to be the new hot thing in Brazil, the huge gunner, firepower, goes crazy. He started off so well in stage 1 of EML, and then reaching playoff of SAL, and in playoff he dropped tremendously, and ever since then he's not been the same. Stage 2 was absolutely crazy. He was in the bottom 5 rated player of the league, so he's still that young gun. He dropped significantly, the potential is there, and now is the moment for redemption for him. For Yex, I guess it's kind of a big question mark, right? It's a bit of tier 1, tier 2 journeyman he went through. He's been playing comp for 5 years. He's been in tier 2 for a long time. He had a few shots at tier 1, but always ended up in the worst 3 teams in the league. So it's another redemption story for these two guys that are supposed to be the new entry, aggressive fragging line of this roster. So now is the big moment where we get to see, okay, did they make the right choices when it comes to their firepower?
I actually want to ask you this because we have a bit of time before we get into the game. For you as a former competitive player and current professional analyst, when you're looking at this roster, who is someone that really shines out there as this is the person I need to be watching to perform because they have X potential? I want to see them shine in a situation like this. In a match, in a tier 1 debut, who are you looking at and just thinking, this is the guy I'm keeping an eye on?
Okay, I think the decision to me is obvious. It has to be Makina. Because if I look at Mitrix, he's going to be playing the shield. I look at Sexy Kate, he's going to be IGLing. And Florio usually is the flex support, right? If there's one guy that needs to make the difference and was supposed to be the coin flip star of that roster, it's Makina. I had huge hope for him. I remember Daxing was the same when he was watching SAL with me. We both wanted to see this guy perform consistently. I think whatever happened when he reached that LAN event last year, something broke in him. And I want to go back to that kid who was surprising everyone at the beginning of SAL last year. I know he has that potential in him. So if there's one guy that can make the difference, it's him. I don't know about Yex yet because, he's tried and it's not worked before. But for Makina, I've seen the glimpses of potential. I've seen him go double digits against the best team in Brazil. It's just that I needed to do it consistently now.
Okay, let's take a look then. Our map veto. One map for the series. Again, all best of ones that we have for you today before we start with our matchup. And what are we going to? It seems like with all of our bans done, we're going to be left with Black Dragons on the final ban and taking us into Cafe Dostoyevsky, where Imperial Esports are starting on the attack. This is the map that Black Dragons played on Tuesday against Team Liquid Alienware and took them to max OT.
Yeah, and what was the biggest lesson we learned about the sides on that map, Milosh? The biggest lesson was that Cafe is heavily defender-sided. 11 out of 15 rounds of that match between Black Dragons and Team Liquid Alienware were won by the defense. And who's starting defense? Black Dragons.
That's Black Dragons.
This will be a tough test. I have to say, it's clear that Imperial does this because they didn't show it much. I went back and I checked in Challenger Series. They only played it once, and they beat Vince's Esports on it 7-4. It's like one VOD, really deep, buried somewhere. I'm not sure even people were able to find it or prep against them, whereas they had an entire 15-round map just recently on Tuesday to analyze, to try and beat Black Dragons on it. So I see the gamble of Imperial here. I also remember that ENX loved the map. That's where they actually had some of their biggest upsets at the end of SAL Stage 2. So it makes sense on paper. it is a gamble because they will be starting attack against a team that were so good in defense against Furia. Against Team Liquid, sorry.
Might as well be the same. Again, it's confusing when you look at the Team Liquid Alienware roster. I'm all with you, though. Maya was doing a great job, but that's something for for later on when we get to talk about Team Liquid Alienware. However, let's bring up our commentators for today. A familiar face from Tuesday, that is Mr. Jesse J. Chick, but a beautiful face from today is the one and only Ms. Captain Fluke. Hello, Fluke. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I'm so excited to be back with more SAL. What a fun time. What a gift it is.
Jesse, do you enjoy breaking up duos? Oh, it's the cat!
Oh, cute.
Hello, Habibi.
She's been crying the whole time, and I was just wondering, is it picking up through the mic or not? Because
Hold her to the mic. Hold her to the mic. What does she want to say?
She's got things to say. She's looking at me like she wants to say something.
What? She's already said more truth than Jack ever has as an analyst, though. So thank you very much. But Jesse, do you enjoy breaking up casting duos?
Yeah, Milos, it's my third time casting this week across SA and North America, and it's my third duo that I'm casting with, but it should be a good time. We were with Nick on Tuesday, we were with Parker yesterday, and then Emmy today. I think we're excited to see what goes down.
There's a lot that it's going to go down in this, a challenge for Black Dragons, but one also for Imperial Esports. There's a lot of pressure, I would assume, on Sexy Cake's back here, Jesse, because this man we've been talking about since forever now.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, congratulations, of course, to Sexy Cake. This game will mark the debut of his 10th professional season ever as a pro player, which is not something many people can say. 26 years old, don't look too hard into that math, but it's pretty incredible the career that he's had over the last 10 years. And now, I mean, he's playing with a bunch of young guys, a bunch of rookies. I mean, I think it's the perfect combination to bring in a veteran like that and pair him with some of these guys who don't have that same experience.
Well, Sexy Cake didn't win a Pro League final. That's something that gets to him, and he's going to be very happy with it. But that was pretty much almost a decade ago now. So times have changed, and, well, so has our screen. Our match is ready as we go into the band phase of Black Dragons versus Imperial Esports. Our first match of SAL today. Please, Fluke, Jesse, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And what a joy it is, Jesse, to be joined by you. I was going to say more, and then Leo pulled out a cat, and everything I was going to say disappeared from my brain.
Nothing else matters at that point, right?
Nothing else matters. We didn't even get the name of the cat. I'm kind of furious with Leo. Anyway, it's a joy to be here. So you were here on the opening day, the big extravaganza, the start of all of this. What's your takeaway coming into this as a professional?
I mean, my takeaway is that Black Dragons are a genuinely good team who will threaten anybody that they come up against in this league. I mean, it was a big statement match, 8-7 over Team Liquid. Of course, that old Furia core is a big game to prove exactly what they're made of. They went to SI. They didn't really change much. They just added Lenges to this roster, as we talked about on the desk. So they are a continuing core from the last season, and I think there's a lot of people who just say, okay, Black Dragons, they haven't been good the last couple of years, like they're kind of a mid-level team, whatever. But I really think this team has what it takes to make it to Salt Lake City, be top 4 in South America. I think that's totally an achievable goal. And now coming up against Imperial, I mean, on paper, this will be the easiest game they play all season, right? I mean, it's a brand new squad playing their first professional match of the season. So there's not a lot of expectations on the green side of this game, and I'm hoping they can just show up and play a few fun rounds, and who knows, maybe surprise us too.
I mean, I think the surprise us is sort of the main key takeaway, right? The fact that we're talking about this team before they've played, we're talking about this game before it started, and we're going, if they do well, it's a surprise. And it's an unfortunate thing to say, but it's based on the history of not just their roster, where 3 of them, XENX, were sort of struggled last year. They were 1 point in towards the relegation, right? So if they'd have had one extra result in their favor, could have just been an OT result, or one result went away from loss, they would have survived. They might have still been a roster of 5, but instead here, picked up 2 from Supernova, players who had once upon a time been in T1, been away for a bit, and trying something new because, well, when else everything has failed, why not? In the meantime, as you said, Black Dragons, they've had a much more sort of solid run, and they'll see if they can build on what is, as points out, the unfortunate side of defense first here in Cafe Jesse. They're probably going to get a decent chunk of rounds.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Emmy. Imperial Esports should have a good idea of what this defense looks like. Black Dragons running the exact same composition on their reading room defense that they ran against Team Liquid. This was their most successful bomb site when they played against Team Liquid Alienware. They played it 3 times, including once in overtime. They won it every single time they defended on here. As Leo was saying on the desk, it was a very defender-sided affair between those two teams on Tuesday, but even still, this was the only bomb site where Black Dragons went undefeated. So it's not a surprise to see them bringing this site out first thing up against Imperial Esports, and we'll kind of be testing the coaching staff. How much have they prepped this? How ready are they to clear through this top floor? And so far, it's been kind of slow going. I would have liked to see a bit more map control taken so far. No one in the building.
Well, they'll see if they could try and get themselves set up. Obviously, has the 2 C4s and the Pulse just reading every single step of the way, built up on the eastern side and still not even in the building, right? There's pressure on towards new back window and there's pressure on the back of Cocktail, but they're free. They're free to rotate out, get themselves above the hatch. There's no other pressure coming through on towards the Cocktail side at all. They're just kind of a bit freewheeling, and Imperial really at this point are lost. They want to find an inroad and nothing's being handed to them, and Black Dragons, they're free to just pull back. Finally, the first kill comes together. Mackin is able to find Miracle.
Okay, it's a good start. I mean, you get the man advantage. They've got full top floor control. The worry is players down below, Emmy. We've still got Lenda down there inside of the bottom floor, so if he comes up for a flank up, Brown could be a really devastating threat. Rare, of course, as well, on that pulse. Going to be a big problem they have to worry about.
Well, they're starting to pop the canisters. There's still 30 seconds left. Swagger's taking a lot of damage and is about to try and utilize his first smoke canister. They actually changed off it, and there's the throw and the blow, and at this point he's got enough to cover the default position. So instead, Mackin has got to do this, drive his way on through, gets on towards one, puts some pressure onto the next. They're holding on. They've got themselves encircled around the side of the site and over the top, but Rare puts the heavy into the machinery and puts the bullets into Mackin and stops the only man with kills on the other side. So now at this point, they've got to see if they can try and keep on pressing. It's just one left. Mr. Outlaw with 5 seconds. If he can play this well, he can play it perfect, and perfect is a painting put together on this book. There it is. Time out, and where were you, Imperial?
Losing it on the clock, Emmy. They came so close. It felt like they had the tools they needed to win that round. They had a player up above. They had a bit of vert, but just didn't have the last player's position. The time gets the better of Imperial Esports. Really close round where they were securing those frags, but again, it took them so long to get into the building. It took them so long to get themselves established in that round that at the end, it just didn't have the clock, and it's a great clutch to come out from Outlaw, one of the best players in that game against Team Liquid, to step up and make sure that it was a round win for Black Dragons. I will say, one thing that the desk touched on quite a bit was wanting to see more out of Machina. Great first round from the young gunner who did not have a strong finish to the year last year. Comes back in on this Imperial team, qualifies through the Challenger Series, now puts up 2 opening picks just to run things off, a 2-0 lead, and then dies, of course, in that previous round. Nice to see him gunning, if nothing else, but the clock, the biggest threat to Imperial in round 1.
Well, the clock might be something they get a little bit more stressed by, and it's always the joy, actually, of getting to work with you and cast with you, because I can look at the lineup and be like, Jesse, how many times have they gone this trap heavy as a response, doubling down with the Goya, the Thorn, and bringing themselves the Tibber out to slow things? Is this usual?
Not so much. We didn't see the Thorn being brought out against Liquid when they played this site. They defended it twice against Liquid Alienware. They won it once and lost it once. A lot of the other pieces are pretty similar, right? We're used to seeing that Tuber out of Miracle. We're used to seeing the Warden out of Outlaw. We're used to seeing Rare kind of play around on a couple different operators. The smoke is actually new for him, so this is definitely a bit more deviation than what we saw on the Reading Room bomb site, but I think the core bits to this are still pretty similar. It is a very heavy roam game, though. That's something that Imperial might not be so ready with, is usually on this site, teams will just sit and anchor 5 players on the bottom floor.
Well, they've got themselves the blitz of Sexy Cake, who is a pretty storied shield player, but obviously the decade in the league is going to be ones where how shields function and how you bring them to the function can separate themselves functionally, and now we'll see if they try and utilize that to get a bit of a quicker clear than they did last time. Though it's slow and steady, get the drones in, get the destruction from the Twitch drone, especially on towards those Goya canisters, just limit the control of those traps in the game that's otherwise around you. It should be easy pickups here for the Twitch at this point, but I'm curious where they want to deploy the Rowra. They could drive themselves in towards Bakery, put it on towards Wedding Door, and it seems like that is the plan in motion, but there needs to be a little bit of motion behind it. The bolts go out, the smoke comes out as the instant response here, but otherwise there's not really been an immediate way of picking them up until a drift around the side actually gets the split. It's pressure inside the coat room, double down. It looked like it was a kill on Wedding, but otherwise it's a murder in the coat room. Can't get 4, though knocked out a minute 10. They're inside the site. It's a 1 versus 4, and Miracle, he's hoping for one right now because otherwise they're easy in. They know exactly where he is. They can just get this kit planted at this point. This is going to be pretty close to impossible as a retake, Jesse.
Yeah, surely no hope for Miracle. He's going to try to crawl in through Freezer, but he sees a head just there and does lose the fight. So Machina, another one on the board to end out round 2, and it looks really good for Imperial, Emmy. Another entry frag that gets spiraled into even more for them. They get a massive man advantage early, and this time it's just off of Mitrix finding that gap in through the front door. It felt like all eyes were more towards that Bakery side of things, and you kind of look at the Rome game a little bit. They had that Goyo top floor. I want to say traditionally the Goyo would be playing kind of over towards that coat check, but because he wasn't there, that left a bit of a gap, and it opens the door for Mitrix to walk in, find a couple of frags, have a massive impact them playing there just on the Twitch. Mitrix, of course, joins this kind of ENX core in August of last year, and he struggled in the second stage where he put up just a -14 from the flex roll, but now it seems like maybe he's finding his form. After going through Challenger Series, after adding the new additions of Yex and Machina, this whole Imperial team, they're doing a really good job of striking in the early round.
At this point, now getting themselves one back in. I mean, there's almost the element of if they were a bit quicker on the first round, it could be a 2-0 right now for Imperial Esports, right? It was a slow build, and then it sort of came down to it, but it was a 3 versus 1, and usually just with pressure alone you can convert those. And you do wonder if Black Dragons, maybe this is a little bit away from plan, because as pointed out by Leo, Jesse, this is a very defender-sided map.
Yeah. No, I was about to bring that up too. I mean, we've seen how good Black Dragons are defending on this just versus Liquid Alienware. We know how good they can be, but so far it's not been a very confidence-inspiring first 2 rounds. So I'm hoping we can see things turn the page a little bit here. Bit of early damage onto Miracle just playing the site position, but this is how Black Dragons love to hold the mining dining setup, Emmy. They've got Rare down inside of the Bakery. They've got players top floor and mid floor, so it is a full map control setup being played by Black Dragons.
It's always worth sort of tying into the idea of pressure is multiple levels here, and this is one of those games where if it goes away from Black Dragons, fighting for that 3rd spot, which is sort of, as we said at the start, a guarantee in some ways, becomes a penciled-in guarantee, and then becomes something that can chase out. People are going to chase FaZe. People are always going to chase FaZe until the end of time, and people obviously are going to chase Liquid Alienware because of the 2 teams that they are. If you are that 3rd team in that equation, you're the one where people are going to really want to beat them. You're the difference. And maybe that is a reason why Imperial Esports come to a map that they have a lot of data on. They can put the proper fight in, and it means that Black Dragons have to try and get this one locked in. But feels a bit slow and steady once again here over the top.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons are conceding a lot of this space, right? They don't want to try to fight for bar. They don't want to try to fight for bathroom hall or anything like that. They've really given up that top floor as Outlaw and Swag both fall off that position. In favor, I think, of playing their C4s down on the bottom floor. Swag started this round up on the 3rd floor. Now he's in the bottom floor with a Nitro Cell in pocket. He's hoping to be guided by a Rare to deny a plant in the late round. The time was the one advantage they had back in round number 1, so I think they're trying to lean in on that once again.
Have themselves a bit of width, and Twitch drones that are doing absolute business across all of the holds and setup, and it almost makes you wonder if that's going to be a ban from the follow-through, because it seems like it's a heavy layer of utility, and it's just easy pickup. They've obviously got the active intel coming through from the side of Rare, and we're into the final 45. Everybody is still standing at this point, so this is going to turn into a bit of a brawl, especially with 2 C4s still on the board, but one in the hand of Swag, and I'm wondering when they're going to wait to release that at this point as well. It's just a bit of a standoff holding out, hoping that somebody's going to be the first one caught out when everything comes towards a shot. But the pressure is always going to be on the attackers, and the pressure starts here on towards the control of red. They're going for the plant. Every single player still standing, and Sexy Cake can't quite get it to land because of the C4. Good catch, good awareness, and good replacement, but everybody is still standing somehow amongst all of the chaos. Every single bullet has been absolutely whiffed, and a 10-player post plant becomes 9 with 40 seconds, and it's 4-4 even. But they have the verticality, and you're kind of wondering, Black Dragons, what were you waiting for? Because at this point, it's almost a buffet for them to pop up. It's 3 apiece. He's ready with the secondary shotgun. Shows how scrappy and close it is. But the longer this ticks, the more dangerous it gets here for the defenders at this point. They can't really get towards the place of the plant in time. Sprayed up through the top. It's a 1 versus 3. And oh dear, Jesse.
Emmy, what a round coming out from Imperial Esports. This team exceeding all my expectations, attacking on Cafe. It's a great execute. I was so worried that they didn't properly address the bottom floor. There were 2 players with nitro cells down there. There's another player on red stairs. It really felt like they didn't spend enough of their resources dealing with that threat. But they knew about it the whole time. You saw that experience coming through from Sexy Cake. Dodges both nitro cells being guided by the pulse. They clearly were aware that that was a threat. Sexy Cake starts the plant. He's baiting it. He's planting in the perfect spot to dodge the nitros. They did find the way to get the C4 up through the floorboards. They tossed it through the gap, which was great. But Sexy Cake was ready for it. He gets off at the right moment, gets back on. Everybody was in the right spots on Imperial to make sure that they were pressuring those players down on the bottom floor, fighting on red stairs, covering their planter as it went down. From top to bottom, the plant went perfectly from Imperial Esports. And Black Dragons, I mean, at what point do you really start to panic? Because they're still not calling their TAC timeouts, and I'm getting worried for this team.
At this point, right, there is the other element of you're looking at 10 seconds left. They know where the plant's going because they're putting the C4s there. They put a bit of pressure on. But why didn't they put a bit more? Like, why were they scared of losing their life or losing the engagement in a strange way of sort of piecing it together? They weren't really able to throw themselves in. They weren't really able to, I guess, commit towards the fight of it. And Sexy Cake being able to, in 10 seconds left, start the plant, get close, take 5 steps away for the C4s, and then go back to the same position and plant where the floor was open, and nothing happens. I'm a little bit lost. I'm a little bit puzzled. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, follow-through bans come out. Goyo's gone, which again has played into the trap game, but instead they go with Striker as the removal.
And that's just a pure we hate Machina ban. He's played it all 3 rounds so far in this game. He's 6-2. That's how my ranked teammates ban as well. Just taking out the most powerful player as operator. And there is some logic to it. I don't think Striker util-wise has been the biggest issue. Maybe they do feel like the combo of flashes and nades has been a bit too much. He goes to the Deimos, and for me, that's just as scary. I can't imagine Machina's going to slow down any bit just because he lost his Striker, but time will tell. I'm sure Black Dragons have their reasons. And we will go to the top floor as well, Emmy. I should mention, this was not a bomb site brought even a single time when they played against Team Liquid Alienware, so this will be a new look that Imperial have to go against.
Finally, an entry kill. Something that has absolutely evaded them in towards all of this. Now they can try and build behind it. They've obviously got the Clash as well, who when you're in the man advantage counts for double pretty much, because you can just be that moving momentum wall. And I'm curious to see how much of it tweaks. Some teams, they'll hide the Clash until they get towards the halftime ban and then bring it out every single time. And that's the real plan A, but at the cost of 2 rounds that have gone away from you. Well, might be a cost that they've paid too high at this point. They've already technically done worse on their defense. We'll see if they can try and formulate something again. This was, you know, we've had slower approaches here. It's the first time we've been up towards the bar and the cocktail lounge, a site that had actually statistically fallen quite out of favor for defenders, Jesse.
Yeah, a lot of players don't really like to play this top floor. Certainly Black Dragons didn't on Tuesday again, but clearly they feel like they have some strong ways to hold it down. I do really love this Mira Clash setup. This is so annoying to play into, and you're absolutely right. Playing it here in round 4, meaning that there's no bans that can come out to counter this, could give them the opportunity they're looking for, especially with Outlaw downstairs. He's been stopped for now, but he could flank up red.
Well, he tries to make his way up, but it's the 4 versus 2. Fine, they found one, but otherwise everything has been found against them. Oh, and there's another drop in a actual round that Black Dragons can be a little bit proud of. Fine, it's a 2-2 in this game, but it really doesn't feel like it. They needed that breath of fresh air.
Yeah, absolutely. The most confidence-inspiring round we've seen from Black Dragons by far. Lende gets a couple of big picks just playing the Aruni, long range from inside a cocktail. Such a powerful position. They couldn't work him out of there before they went for that execute. And then Rare, a really big pick in the midst of that too. Just playing back behind the bar with that mirror window. I think not having an idea of what that push was going to look like definitely hurt Imperial Esports. That was such a strong defense brought by Black Dragons with the clash, with the mirror. The fact that they didn't show it through the first 3 rounds so that they couldn't get banned out. The fact that they didn't show it versus Team Liquid so there were no VODs for Imperial to go back and watch made all the difference, Emmy. It's nice. It's a great round. It's unfortunate you can't go back to that bomb site until overtime at the soonest, but even still, a bit of a lifeline for Black Dragons.
It's got to be something that they just clutch onto right at this point, because there's no, like, you can talk about how things are going to plan. You can talk about how things come together, and you can talk about the fact that they've gone back to a map they played the other day, but remember who they sort of played it against, and in the same way they have to look at themselves and go, remember who we are, Simba, because they were able to take care of a pretty big competitor, a competitor that they expect in Team Liquid Alienware to be fighting towards that second and maybe that even first spot, and then they come into a team where I'm not going to say people had rid of them off, but I do want to go back to statistics and want to go back to the conversations of if they put in a good fight, it's better than all of the times they did. The old ENX roster, for example, last year, the one that got relegated, where 3 of them are from, both the first split and the second split, I think it was the 3rd play day, where they were able to win their first game. They were a bit slow to cook, and here they're already off to the races. They're trying to drive themselves all the way through. They haven't found a single kill, so they're going to plant deep. Sexy Cake gets the LMG cover onto one. There's Rare getting the swing background, but they can get this locked in because they didn't play on the default, and now a post-plant situation buried deep inside the site itself. They're ready, slow and steady, on towards the side of Laundry. They've got the Ying covering the Christmas doorway as well. They've got Lender sort of watching and waiting, but look at the rotate over the top. They know the fight is going to have to be outside, and what a blinding shot onto 1 and 2. Swag lives up to his namesake, and now they're the ones in the power position. Slips their way on through. Oh, it was a good start to a plan, but unfortunately the finish was a little bit flawed.
Wow. I mean, it was a great rush, Emmys, top to bottom. It really felt like they knew exactly how they wanted to accomplish that. They had the Blitz planting. They had Sexy Cake pushing in through Pillar. They had even the Ying upstairs so that they couldn't get denied vertically. All the pieces were there for the rush, and it went beautifully for Imperial Esports. Unfortunately, Swag just does Swag things sometimes. He hits some nasty shots to bring back that man advantage, and once he gets those 2 kills, the post plant just feels really rough. If that frag onto the Pillar door goes the other way, I think there's a good chance Imperial can close it out, but Swag just way too talented. He was the MVP for Black Dragons on Tuesday, 15 and 10 in that previous game, and in that round making a statement that he can get back to that stat line, 5 and 3 for now.
If they can get themselves a 4-2 half out of all of this, I mean, it's kind of strange. They didn't take their time out. We sort of commented on that, and yet since the ban phase, they've looked like a team that did. They've looked like a team that had like a Fabian timeout. They've just really come back around and towards the game. They've started feeling the energy. And also, importantly, they seem to be fully aware of what their opponents are doing, right? They seem to be, as opposed to the first few rounds where it was, oh, they have space, they're getting the plant down, we've got, oh, they've planted. Oh, no. And it's a lot of that. Here, it's locked in, it's communicative, and it's 2 rounds on the bounce now. A 4-2 half isn't horrible. It's pretty standard for a lot of cafe, and it puts a lot of pressure on towards, or it takes a lot of pressure even off of their second half.
Yeah, well, I think it's very clear Black Dragons came into this with a plan that was 6 rounds deep. You know, they knew before this map even started, the first 3 rounds, they're going to play kind of similar to how they played versus Team Liquid. They're going to run back all the same bomb sites. They're going to run back some of the same strats. But then after that final ban comes out, rounds 4, 5, and 6, they're going to drastically change things up. Obviously, the brand new bomb set of top 4 round 4. Now 2 relatively new operator comps for rounds 5 and 6 as well from Black Dragons. So it's clear that they are playing mind games with Imperial a little bit, and I think this is a very clear reason why they didn't call that talk timeout, because they knew they were switching things up. They already had plans for these 4, 5, 6 rounds, and so far those plans have looked really, really good.
At this point, Imperial Esports could get themselves level, and that's something where they've been knocking on the door, but there's always that worry. There's always that problem. If you're the team that is in its own element and underdog on the underdog half, if momentum is yours and then suddenly isn't, it almost feels a little bit more devastating than if you just get off to an expected steady on start here. Getting themselves in towards the top. They've still picked up a little bit more pace than it was before. Obviously, this was the site where they took a lot of control on Bakery. It was very procedural. They had the Rower. I didn't even think we really saw a huge amount of use of it because, well, they just got into coat and checked everybody out. But from that point onwards, they've gone with an alternate strategy, a little bit more traditional, and I worry, or I wonder if this is going to maybe cost them the element of surprise that worked so well for them last time.
It's definitely going to be a low-time push, Emmy. Once again, full top-down, that has been a bit of a problem for Imperial Esports, but they're used to these style of pushes. They're not going to worry about the clock. They know it will be tight when they go for this executes. Cafe Kitchen can be the slowest bomb site in all of Siege, but the tools being brought by Imperial Esports are exactly what they need for a top-down take. They've got good drones here. They've cleared out those Valkyrie cams, so they're not as worried about the C4s coming up thanks to that IQ being brought by Machina. Everything looks good for this push.
Well, there's the first, and they've been able to lock out at least the Mutant. Already a ripped C4, though, but 2 still on the board, and they can try and hold themselves at bay as well as any of the pressure of just swinging back in. It's a lot of active from the guns of the side of Black Dragons rather than passive abilities, and they want to try and match them to the meter. But with 20 seconds and one less body, you've got to start trying to put the pedal to the metal here. It's going to be a drop on towards the back of the kitchen. They're making their way in from the side of Freezer. They've got the shield here, and they're just going to keep on driving. But there's one of those C4s as the cross comes out over the other side. They've lost the body on towards the cocktail side, and here recollects the kit. Doesn't hold it for very long as we find ourselves hurtling in towards a 4-2 half and welcoming back, I believe, our wonderful desk to have a little bit of a natter here, Jesse.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't know what that is, but you know, one thing that I'm feeling right now, Leo, is I would say tonal whiplash from watching the match, because one round I'm getting fast action and the other one I'm getting freeze slowdowns. And I want you to help me wrap my head around the complicated nature of what's been going on here between BD and Imperial.
I think it all goes down to the game style of BD. Like, the game plan is very obvious, right? They only play operators to try and slow down Imperial as much as possible. They expect them to be predictable. And the overall idea is we're going to deny the execution. You look at round 3, and exactly like Amy said, in what world does SAL have a 5v5 plant? 10 players alive. And that's because Black Dragons, they're playing way too slow, way too passive, giving up way too much map control. If you look at the first round, they win the round just because of Mr. 6 Arlo 1v3. Other than that, honestly, it should have been a 3-0 for Imperial in the attack. And so what you see afterwards is Black Dragons trying to get more, I guess, aggressive, more map control. They bring the Mira, they bring the Arunif, basically picking everything. And so that's why Imperial tries the rush. That fails. Overall, though, you can still see the problem with Imperial, is that they're predictable. And where they slow, yes, they're methodical, but the execution, you know where it's going to happen. And so Black Dragons, all they have to do is deny it. That one round is the one example where the denial of the execution was very poor. But if you look at the rest of the side, Black Dragons have managed to execute their game plan. And it's worrying because Imperial will now have to switch. They're going to be in defense, which makes things easier, but they need to be less predictable. That's the main story here.
A lot still to discuss in this, as BD taking the lead in ways that maybe would have not really expected. So we'll see if the young gunners of Imperial can show back up in the second half once these sides have swapped. Honestly, 2 rounds on the attacking side and Cafe Dostoevsky is not too shabby. We'll leave our casters to get this one back on the road. Please, Jesse and Fluke, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the quick pop in and a little bit of a chat. What do you think? What do you think about the words that they said, Jesse? Good words?
Great words, Emmy. I mean, Leo's absolutely correct. I think Imperial were playing quite predictable in a lot of those pushes. The rush example may be a great focus on that, where we're seeing how they can maybe get that initial aggression, but then their positions are known in the post plant. So it's been good from Black Dragons to be able to read their opponents. As they move to attack, that's going to be even more important, of course. The offensive side was something they struggled with versus Team Liquid Alienware. They played 7 attacks total through 15 rounds, and of course, won 2, lost 5. That's not a great average coming in up against Imperial. They've got themselves a buffer. If they can get even a 2-4 split, that'll be good enough for overtime, but if we head to overtime, they start attack, so the offense has to be better than the average coming in through this game. Imperial Esports, having not played this except for the one time in Challenger Series, and as Leo said, the VOD pretty buried. It's going to be hard to really read into what they like to do. It's going to be tough to know exactly what that's going to look like. Ying and Twitch bans coming out against Black Dragons. Operators, they played a little bit in the last series versus Liquid Alienware, but weren't huge staples for them.
I think one of the things that I'm kind of curious to see how it grows into, a little bit of curiosity, is the entry statistic. It has only been got once from the side of Black Dragons, and there's almost that point that Leo made about they've been too passive, they've been too shy about it, or whatever. Here they have to drive that momentum. Here I think it's going to be more effective. If it's something that Imperial Esports can stay on top of, and if it's something that they can keep continually sort of getting themselves buried in towards, especially Mr. Outlaw. He might be an outlaw, but he's very easy to catch. He's 0-3 all of this so far. He's not that much of an outlaw. But typical bans as we bring ourselves in, though the Twitch has been removed on this side, which you see a Twitch ban and you're like, okay, there's going to be Goyo, there's going to be Thorn, there's going to be traps, there's going to be all these problems. And they can surely expect it.
Threatening a bit of a rush here, Emmy. Rare just outside the mining window. Sometimes you'll see teams threaten this, show the Blackbeard, and then actually commit to a top floor clear, just trying to pull players back. I think that's what this is for Black Dragons. Yeah, the Blackbeard's up on the roof now, so they will be trying to take this as a standard execute, getting through top red, get Cigar, and then push your way down. Something to always be worried about for Imperial, though, of course, is where these players are at. How quickly are they going to jump into the bomb site? Mining can be a really easy site to rush. But standard so far. The top floor defenders currently shaking a little bit. Machina, Sexycake, and Yex will be the 3 players top floor to try to slow down this aggression.
Easy removal on towards the pixel position. Just get rid of anything that was holding them on, get rid of the shield, and force them back. It might have been a nightmare in a meta 3 years ago, but it's a very easy removal here, especially without anything to buy that time. But time is something that they're trying to sort of stretch here. Over the top, they've been able to just force it step by step, but there is that first kill, the C4, on towards the IQ as well. That's going to limit some of the play. It's going to make the Pulse have a much better time of it as well, but ultimately, that was the only C4, so it's just a sort of ominous lurking threat at this point that maybe it can happen again. Be ready, be careful, but be ready for the fact that you've got to try and put a plant down. You've got it on your shield, and they are your front line. They are your force, and they seem to not really know where to send it. They've still got time. So it's down the side of the stairs itself. They have some coverage, and they have the hope that they're not just going to get swung onto here, but it's a lot of just face-checking corners with a Blackbeard on towards Eyes on the site. The gridlock's in. They're off towards at least the library side, and now they're next to it. But at the same time, yeah, Jesse, Imperial haven't really had to move.
Yeah, they know these player positions. Nice kill with the Blackbeard. Maybe sees, I believe it's Sexycake just in there, but didn't find the frag. 40 seconds. There's a guy tucked in the corner, too, so this is not easy.
Really well-made table there, but unfortunately not well-made enough. Served up and sent home, but Machina just swings right. You said the player was in the corner. Luckily, they didn't hear you. I think the defenders think there as they're able to lock it out, keep the advantage. They lose the shield, they lose that front line, and now they've got to still swing on towards this position. But look at Florio. He's up on the far side, holding on towards the swing. It's on the window itself for 3 versus 3, 10 seconds, and a kit that they've got to recollect and try and send it, but they know they're going to enter a shooting gallery, so what do? They have to try and just take the fight. They can't quite win it out. Hell of a pistol at a nice range for it, and Imperial Esports just pushed that one over.
Huge round coming in from the defense there from Imperial. I mean, Florio got to be the man of the hour. Obviously plays support for this Imperial team. Also part-time conductor, and he puts those skills to work inside of Train. Gets the opening pick just with the nitro on the players pushing through piano. That's a great entry, but it's not something you expect to follow up from. But because they never were able to clear Train, I don't think they had the hatch open, or maybe they did, but they weren't able to pressure him through it. He's got that perfect angle just into Fireplace. He's got those positions that he needs to shut down that push. push. And one player holding an angle, that's something that you can get past, but because they lost their Blackbeard, who could maybe get past that angle safely, because they took so long clearing out the player's top floor and the players inside a fireplace, that position just wasn't something they could deal with. So really nice round coming out from Florio, not the guy that we speak of sometimes as the big fragger on Imperial Esports, but big 3K from that round, and it will be good enough to bring us within one.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the lineup as well, because he was able to get that opener, able to get rid of the first player with the C4, and sort of played into the game that Black Dragons desperately wanted to make work. They kept on trying to make C4s and a pulse work on the previous round, and it felt like Imperial were very well trodden towards it. But they immediately lose their first kill to somebody with a C4 after we saw like 50 over the opening half. It's sort of that play in, but hey, who knows? We'll see when we get ourselves more set up. They've moved away from the shield this time round. Instead, they'll see if they can try and just drive this home with something pretty traditional, but they are very worried about controlling the rotates round on the space. Gridlock and Nomad means that theoretically they can try and heads on towards the site itself and not worry about a rotate on towards the stairs, but to be fair, it wasn't really the game that Imperial Esports were playing last time.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, they were more focused around those C4s. There's no pulse being brought this time around. Florio does still have a nitro in his pocket, so could play a similar game, but I'm not sure if flanks will be something that they're hoping to go for in this round. It'll be very tough if they do want to try for that strat. Black Dragons, they like on this site just to clear through top. This is what they did the one time they played it versus T-Law. Now they're going to have to try to run that once more. Getting through up above, clearing past this utility. Nice spot on the Thorn gadget there. The top floor players are once again Yex and Sexy Cake, so they've got to clear those guys first.
Mr. Allo is having a terrible time. I know you said it's a nice spot on the Thorn gadget, but I think he's been hit by 2 other Thorn gadgets. Like, every time we come back to him, he has the graphic on. Yeah, he's not having a good time. It's like that scene with Sideshow Bob stepping into rakes. Specific Simpsons reference, I'm sorry. Everybody still standing, though, and they're able to get some hands on the top floor, but you can see that Imperial Esports are just rotating the defense. They're moving themselves around. Miracle does find the first. Machina is gone. And they won't get any more problems from the Thorn itself. Pressure on towards White Stairs in the control there, but the control needs to come on towards the plant itself. And as they're still breaching out, as they're still holding on towards the hatches, they still really haven't got themselves fully comfortable yet. They just have the time to formulate, the time to try and push this 5 versus 4 into a bit of a better result. Swag. Slow and steady, either side, obviously ready to go into the fight here with Yex, who's sort of in a known position, but no immediate rush.
That's so important for Yex to get one, equalize the numbers just playing bottom white. They don't seem to know he's here, and this does look like where the push is going to come from, so he'll be the first point of contact if that's where Rare wants to bring the diffuser.
At this point, holding that over the laundry hatch, it's Florio that gets Lender, though, and is able to get that cold and covered. There's a swing back round row. Rare locks it in, finds revenge, and finds themselves a little bit control of 90. They're watching for the flank. Good eyes and ideas, so maybe they didn't just want the gadgetry as well. They wanted the heat. And in a 4 versus 3 versus 1, well, the one is no longer. Black Dragons, a lot quicker on the approach, and a very procedural finish for success.
Yeah, standard push coming out from BD. They full clear top. They make their push down Laundry and down the White Stairs. I was worried about Yex. He was the guy that we were watching trying to lock down that push. But Rare, after dropping the hatch, getting the first pick of the round for the team to equalize the numbers, he then also fries Yex on the Aruni. So Rare able to frag out from that support role with the diffuse kit. Rare's not the IGL of this team, so sometimes it can be a little bit... Rare is the IGL of this team, my bad. So even with that role, he can step up and find a lot of those frags. He went 13-9 versus Team Liquid Alienware, so he knows how to pop off even on these support roles.
Taking their time out, Imperial Esports, 2 rounds adrift at this point, and it does feel a little bit structural. Obviously, Black Dragons still technically have theirs. They never used it in the first half. They've got it as a sort of free thing at any point that they want, but it almost feels like, as you said early on, it's all, it was a 6-round plan, right? I think that 6-round plan is turning into a 12-round plan. I think the sort of expectations of the team that they're up against, it feels like they warmed into the game and in towards their opponents, but based on fundamentals. It was a very fundamental round. It was a very sort of standard part for part, bar for bar. We know what we want. We know we're going to go for the plant and the drop, and we set up trades. Oh my God, we're playing Siege. And at this point, how do you try and break that? Well, you have to have better fundamentals, and that's kind of tough.
Well, I like to see Imperial Esports going down to Kitchen, Emmy. This was the one bomb site that Black Dragons struggled on the most in their opening game against Team Liquid Alienware. They attacked it 3 times. They were not successful even once, so 0-3 record on the season attacking towards this site. And this was the only site where Twitch was really being brought by Black Dragons. That was in the hands of Swag more often than not. So he's going to have to pivot off his primary operator. He goes over to the Sentry, or sorry, the Striker, so he's going to have a lot of that secondary util to play around with. I'm curious what this attack will look like, because oftentimes you can see teams going top down with this, but we've got the Sens, and we don't have really any soft breachers, nothing traditional like the Rams. So there is a world where they just go horizontal through Bake or even in through restaurants.
I mean, that's it. Like, roll the sort of laser lines out, get the Sens in the right position, but they could do that from the bakery side, or they could do that from the cocktail side, or they could almost set up pressure on towards both. There's a C4 to try and buy some time, but otherwise that's a gadget that's not going to be removable from the side of the defense. They'll have to just sort of deal with it at points and try and be a bit active and pressure against it. And an easy removal with the Flores drones. Get them rolled in, put the pressure on. Obviously the Clash can be a little bit mobile about it, but Soka's all of the hard destruction there. Unable to get any of their breach. Feels like a little bit of a waste of a Selma at this point, and maybe not quite doing their homework.
I think Lendo was looking for a Goyo, but he doesn't find it. There's one on the Bake door that will stall anybody trying to push in. Mr. Outlaw outside of there, and you're right. I mean, Yex's position is an absolute nightmare. He can't be... Never mind. Yex's position is not good enough, so Mr. Outlaw takes him out and gets the advantage for Black Dragons.
Yeah, well, I mean, point proven. Now, though, the Clash. They've got their shield deployed. There is still Flores drones that could try and force a bit of the motion, and it seems like that might be the eye, but they've got to drive behind it. They know Coat Check is still occupied as well. A point that was a big battle as Machina is able to get on towards Miracle, gets themselves leveled up. Sexy Cake has taken a lot of damage, but so is Mr. Outlaw as they sort of go toe for toe. Now the Flores is going to try and charge alongside. And you can see that the player just tucked in is going to be forced to, well, at least go to a different corner right into the firefighter Swag. Good pinch from Utility. They've fallen back in towards the site itself in the 4 versus 3, but has all the attention been enough? There's the roll of the laser lights and the wall itself as Machina gets rid of the ace, and they've just retaken on towards Bakery.
A weird push so far. I mean, they got dimensions from both sides. The front door restaurant might be going a little bit better for them, especially with Lendo winning that fight. That opens the door for them to push in through Whiskey and get to the bomb site.
I mean, it's only their real choice right now. You can see Machina kind of wants to step out, maybe get a bit of a surprise strike here. Lender takes a lot of damage from exactly that, but that is a trick that only works once, and you do not want to give them a 3 versus 1 final push. At this point, they're pretty aware of where the plant is going to go, so they pop all the fire, and they'll get it as close to the line as possible, but a team kill! Oh no, that's not how that's supposed to go. A 2 versus 2. Wanted to make things a little bit riskier, but you still have to try and lock this one out, and Sexy Cake swings on towards 1 with Machina on the double! Oh no!
Close
make
one.
Mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, the team kill's so unfortunate there, but at the same time, I feel like Imperial in the 2v3 read that push really well. You saw both Sexy Cake and Machina, their eyes were trained towards Freezer, and their eyes were trained towards the main site door out into the Whiskey Hall. So those were the only positions actually being pushed in through Imperial. They were exactly aware of where that execute was going to come from, and Imperial were so ready to catch those players as they came in. Again, very interesting round where you had fights over towards Bake, you had fights over towards Restaurant. Some of those fights definitely went the way of Black Dragons. Their initial clear through VIP was excellent with the Sens. They had some good pressure with those Flores drones in through Coat Check. That was a really nice little utility usage to get the free pick onto the player inside a Coat. But in the end, I think that Clash was just something they didn't have good answers for, and Sexy Cake was so smart as to where he was looking and what he was aimed for.
5-4, and I mean, they could have got themselves a little bit more distance. They could have got themselves a bit further ahead, but at the same time, I sort of think back towards that first round where Imperial Esports were just a bit slow, and it could be a 5-4 the other way. There's always still the sort of narrow divide of all of this. I think one of the problems that's coming to haunt Imperial Esports currently throughout this is at the turn of the half, they're all very, very balanced, right? It was a team game. I think the lowest was -1 and the highest was +1. Now that is getting a bit wider. Mitrix and Yex haven't been able to get themselves in on towards this latter half. They haven't been able to get themselves sort of competitive, whereas on the other side, the balance is working very well for Black Dragons. They're making sure that they have the trade game up. They're making sure they have the cover. And it feels like that sort of problem on defense where they can find weaknesses starting to rear their head a little bit more. The IQ gone, Malusi gone as well. And we'll see if that is going to be the make or break, or if we're about to have a haunting from Valkyrie.
Well, that IQ ban might come back to haunt them because that was Swag's operator through most of the third quarter, and he has now jumped onto the solid Snake, and we've seen how good this op can be on Cafe. Even from outside the building, if you're rappelling up and down, you can get information on both the second and third floor, depending on where you're positioned at, which can be really, really valuable. Swag will jump onto that rappel now and could start to use his gadget in such a way. With the Lion Charge coming out too, they've got loads of information.
Everything and the kitchen sink gets thrown at the top floor, and they're able to take 3 bodies out of it. Very, very well put together there on the approach. Now, Miracle does get caught out, fleeing around from Machina. Levels it out, but with 2 minutes left in a 3 versus 2, with everything that they still have in their pockets, and the ability to track everybody and isolate, I mean, they just need to try and take their time with this and get this one put together. They also still have drones and intel abilities in their pocket too, whereas Machina and Sexy Cake are playing with guns, and that is pretty much it outside of what is otherwise already placed. As long as Black Dragons don't get ahead of themselves, as long as they do the things we've complimented them on, which are fundamentals, and also as long as they don't kill each other this time, they should be able to get this one driven over the end. But Swag almost caught out as the first victim.
Yeah, Swag just walked into back-to-back Thorn traps, so we are seeing the Thorn be a menace. He was at full HP, and I watched his health bar go down to half and down to 0. Really, really awkward for him now.
Well, he'll see if he can try and just graze his way through. They're still being super cautious about this approach, and you can see that, you know, Imperial Esports, they're keeping themselves within touching distance of the site itself, and ooh, good idea on the fight, but Machina now hits the deck, and it leaves just the experience of Sexy Cake on towards the window fight first, but the trade was there. Well played by Swag, and you said it. They've taken his precious IQ. He wants revenge.
And listen, he might be on 1 HP, he might have walked into 2 Thorn traps, but it's totally fine. He gets the last couple of kills, and we'll all forget about tactically walking into Thorns so that they would... I don't know how that would all give him an advantage, but I guess he cleared the space with his body. So
he traded utility, you know, he traded utility. It's fine.
You're right. And he got the final 2 kills of the round for it. So frankly, that's a W in my book, and really nice push from Black Dragons altogether. You even go back to the very start of it, Emmy. I mean, that Lion Charge paired with all the nades in through Cocktail, it is a really well-coordinated execute from Black Dragons to secure themselves that match point. They've been looking very strong on some of these attacks. There have been blunders. There have been moments where Imperial have been the better team. The team kill, of course, a bit unfortunate, but top to bottom, it definitely feels like Black Dragons have a firm grasp of this game, and they'll get 2 opportunities to close it out before OT.
And it is that line of how precious these points are. The fact that obviously they were only able to take partial points, yes, 2 of them against a very big competitor, but if they can keep themselves winning full fat games on the games that they're supposed to be winning, well, then suddenly that second spot looks very tasty, and suddenly, well, there's always a chance at beating FaZe. I'm not going to say it's a good one. I'm not going to say it's an easy one, but there's a chance, and you never know how things can sort of piece together. But this is one of those must-wins. They've got sort of 2 of them on their book, and I think everything else is a positive. How can they get this locked in, or can Imperial find that little secret source?
Well, they're going to run it back onto mining and dining to try to save this game and force it into OT. Lots of information. We've got the pulse from Florio. We've got the IQ coming out from Machina as well. Sorry, the Valk coming out from Machina as well. Yellow operators, getting them mixed up. But even still, I mean, Black Dragons, they've been doing such a good job at finding these early frags, making an explosive entry to get themselves that man advantage. You've got to be worried if you're Imperial Esports when that's going to come, where it's going to come, and who's going to be the first one to go down to it.
At this point, with 3 C4s, all the intel and all the eyes and ideas on trying to catch somebody, it's whether they can actually get a netted result. That's not one. all the information in the world. They thought, let's just throw impact and hope. And, well, it covered their route is the real thing before I start getting slated on socials. At this point, they get themselves rotated round, they get themselves in, and, well, it's still a bit of a game at arm's length. They're keeping themselves as cautious as possible, even if utility is the cost of the rotation. This is going to be the point of frustration. A Pulse reading this in, but when will they start to loose those C4s?
Yeah, I'm really worried about those Nitros. I'm glad you brought it up because they could be devastating with 3 of them, Valcams and the Pulse. That's going to be really scary to try to get through. This train hatch as well, reinforced. That was a big problem for them when they went for this push last time around. They do have Selmas to try to open it up, but otherwise that'll be their only util.
Well, there's 1, there's 2, and they're starting to all fall. They went for something a little bit more traditional, but at this point, with everybody still standing, well, there's nowhere else they could really find themselves otherwise sat out of the round itself. They still have the C4s, and, well, maybe they don't even need them. Zexygate proposes himself violently outside the Christmas door and just tears the head at the hop. Mr. Outlaw's going to see if he can buy himself a swing round. Gets it, gets 1. Hopes to try and catch a second, but at this point, 40 seconds, and they're going to rotate their way underneath. They've heard reports, rumors of somebody down at the bottom of white that they want to see if they can try and close out, but caught on the camera with someone else swinging in. It's turned into a 2 versus 2 on the ground floor. A bit of a risky biscuit position here, and they don't quite fancy the taste of it. Instead, with the kit on the other side and with nobody offering themselves as a fight, they're just spraying and hoping. Seems pretty locked in here. The side of Imperial, doing enough to cause problems outside of Sexy Cake, who's doing every problem by not moving, and Flora getting the last. We are not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, not my favorite, not my favorite Black Dragons round I've ever watched, to be honest with you. Emmy, they get the top floor, but instead of going down white and down laundry like they've tried in the past, Rare and Swag just take a little bit of a stroll in through the pillar door, and I'm not sure if they didn't have enough information or maybe they just got slammed on the gunfights, but they both go down to Sexy Cake and Machina having some big swings. Miracle eventually tries to follow in their footsteps, but he's way behind his IGL and his entry fragger, trying to recover that kit, recover that position. Lenda and Outlaw, really no chance in the 2v5 without the defuse kit. Really just praying for a miracle in the midst of that one. It'll give Imperial their 5th round in this game. Black Dragons pushes have to be better than that if they want to close this one out. Just because you're in the powerful position, just because you're leading this matchup, doesn't mean you can take your foot off the gas.
If this does start to fall its way in towards pity points, then that's the problem for Black Dragons here, because closing games out comfortably and convincingly is, especially when you get in towards the best of 3 playoffs territory and all those things, that's the ground that you need to get yourself locked in on. That's the ground that needs to be the steadiest on these expectations, because the more you find things partial, the less you'll find things rewarding. And at this point, they need to try and get this one convincingly put apart. Obviously, still no timeout, still no conversation, still think that they can get this one set up. And as you said before, if we do get our way in towards OT, the turning of the halves might be one that turns the real tale of this. It's not quite as defender-sided as it was the other day. 4-2 halves are pretty common.
No, you're absolutely right. This is kind of where the scariness begins for Black Dragons. We're watching a lot of this echo, and I like that because this is the one thing they've changed about their bottom floor defensive lineup. Imperial Esports, last time they brought the Clash, they've moved the smoke over to Sexy Cake, and they brought out this echo to try to make things a little bit trickier. They hit it through the prep phase, so it's not something Black Dragons are necessarily going to be expecting. BD also are not going for a full top-down clear. They're going to have Miracle likely pressuring in towards Train and in towards Mining with those boogie drones, of course. But again, it looks like a bakery-focused execute. So if they're not careful, these yokai cams inside a bake could be absolutely devastating for this push when it comes in.
They've been able to get themselves some of that prep wall open. Gives them the cutoff and gives them the eye on the rotation. They struggled with that last time round because of the aggressive position inside Bakery that we said was great. And, I mean, no, we said it wasn't. But we'll see if that's going to be something that we get to be correct or incorrect about. Don't listen to the tapes. Here's the pressure. On towards Wedding, and they're fully aware of a ram, and they're just going to slow it down and move the camera out, keep it surviving. They're so worried someone's going to swing on the back of that, but it's actually Machina not too far away on the other side, a different angle of a fight, and with echo drones above and below, they're seemingly just boxed in the ram and making her job as hard as possible.
I mean, while all this is going on, Rare is in Bakery, by the way, so this is just kind of a distraction for Imperial. Miracle is doing a good job wasting the attention of both the Goyo and the Echo at the moment. Hasn't gotten a kill yet, but is okay with that. Rare opening himself up for a plant spot. They still have to be worried about the Echo cams. There's one in Bakery, as we just see there.
There's the Echo trying to force it off, and a swing round the top. Sexy Cake hiding in the Bakery, serving up pain, and not the French version. There's the swing round for a bit of revenge, but it's crossed and covered. Machina from deep. Sexy Cake does go down. It's technically a 3 versus 2, and he's not really in a gettable position, but he's a living drone for a split second. And there's only 30 of those left in the round. Oh no! The 2 versus 2. Machina sent away at the back of the site itself as the Ram Boogie drone start to move their way across. But the problem is here, Machina might be a player that they can get back up. They're still getting themselves droned in, still putting pressure in, still playing with a Ram on the stairs. But you're sort of thinking, 10 seconds, mate. Get yourself in towards the site. The pressure's coming in. They're using the Flores drone to try and get the death of the player itself. Too little, too late. They're just going to have to try and run in, hope and hold on towards this position. Is there another Echo drone? There might be. There's still some of the stuns coming out. There it is. And we are in OT.
Mitrix, what a phenomenal performance on that Echo. He does everything for the team there. He slows down the roam clear. He manages to pressure the Ram that whole time. Gets it so annoying. Again, the Goyo was a bit distracted too, so maybe a bit of a 50-50, but in the end, you did slow down a lot of that soft destruction up above the site. Then inside a Bakery, there was a Yokai there the whole time. Whilst they were pushing, whilst they had gotten the space, whilst they were planting, top to bottom, there was never not an Echo drone inside a Bakery until the last second when it had to roll into sight and stop the plant. The information was amazing coming through from Mitrix in that round. He really did make the difference, and I think that's that creative decision making that you can just throw in halfway through a game. They didn't bring it the last time they defended on the bottom floor. They bring it out there. It is the perfect adaptation to stop that push from Imperial, or from Black Dragons, I should say, and there really never was a good answer to it.
Now is the time for conversation. Now is the time to try and piece things together because, well, now it is do or die. As I said, at this point, both teams have been able to scratch some points together, and if anything, Lost are probably feeling a little bit of the pressure for later on because, well, if they don't get anything in their showdown, they'll be the only team in this group to not have anything from the opening 2 play days, and it's a really worrying place to be, especially with the sort of, you know, obviously there have been changes, they've been set up. Lost is now a team, I think, made up of 5 different teams, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And their first 2 tests are FaZe and, oh yeah, Liquid Alienware. It's just a rough introduction, and even rougher that everyone else has found success.
Well, I need to correct myself, Emmy. I said that Imperial Esports would be starting defense in overtime a little while ago, and I frankly said that because I knew they had the selection of overtime, and I kind of just assumed they would choose defense, but Imperial Esports, before this game began, chose to start attack in OT. Very unorthodox decision from them. That means they'll only get 1 opportunity to play the more favorable side here on Cafe. I'm very intrigued to see how this goes for them. I'm worried about it just because we know how good Black Dragons can be defending on this map, just because we've seen Black Dragons win a 4-2 defensive half. Sure, it could have been 3-3, and I was impressed with the attacks we saw from Imperial Esports, but this is a big gamble for them, choosing to start offense when they could have started on the D.
There's almost the element of the first 3 rounds and you would be like, oh yeah, no, they were really good on the attack. But then the second 3 rounds and you were like, they didn't have a hope. And it's this weird element of, if it was all prep game, if it was all the expectation game, as soon as Black Dragons, as you sort of said, they realized that, oh, Imperial Esports knows this song, let's change the track. Let's go on to something else. Ha ha ha, they are so lost and confused now. There's this element of maybe the risk was, oh, they don't have a plan B or a plan C. They do, unfortunately, Imperial Esports, and now you've got to try and piece it together live. Let's see if they can get themselves led in. They've got what is a pretty rough lineup for particular people on this attack. They're bringing everything to make you uncomfortable on the side of a rush. They're going to see if they can try and get themselves in and just maybe pull apart single players. But this isn't really an easy sight, I think, for this lineup to get into full operation.
Yeah, they hid the Kaid in the midst of this, so they're not going to have been expected that. They know now, of course, that they've seen some of those electro claws and the electrified walls. This one single wall just in prep chosen to be electrified, and it makes Lenda's position so powerful to lock down Bakery. They don't have the tools to go for a top-down execute. Imperial Esports have to hit this horizontally, and that's why you see all this pressure in towards the VIP now.
I think this is the element of this is really the only place this lineup can operate right now, right? With the Kaid Claw on the other side, they have to get rid of this player on the side of Cocktail. They have to try and put the pressure in, but he's more than ready to take the fight, and the C4 has the cover, and it just feels like a bit of a missed play here. Machina drives through, gets a kill, but how many times do we say that, and how many times can it be the saving grace? Is Rare gets another inside. He's looking to try and get a split of a take, but just wrong tool for the job. It really sort of feels like here. A 4 versus 1, 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1. Okay.
Surely
Machina's
not.
doing Machina things, but I mean, 40 seconds, has to find Lenda and Swag, both happy to play this gun game and both with decent guns to do it. He's taking it step by step. He's making sure that he's fully locked in here. Oh, the bulletproof on the back of the room will just be feeding all the intel about the swing. He's about to pop up and just drifts on by, but 15 seconds gone. He's still on cams and doesn't have a call. He's just, everything is unfortunately well known. They would have to hand him the round, and they don't.
Nice try from Machina, the star fragger on Imperial Esports, a guy that, as we touched on, really struggled towards the back half of last year, was one of the bottom 5 players in SAL, as Leo brought up through the second stage. Now is having a fantastic game. I believe 16 and 10 is his current stat line after round 13. Not good enough to get them the lead, unfortunately. He had a lot to do there. That's not his fault at all on that round win. It's kind of baffling to me, Emmy, just how many horizontal takes we've seen on the kitchen bomb site. It's not really the meta. Most teams these days will go top down to attack that kitchen to try to get the space above the site and then either move to Bakery last second or try to drop that freezer hatch. Today, it feels like we're seeing non-stop horizontal pushes, and that one from Imperial Esports just got read pretty nicely by Black Dragons. Sexy Cake, who was playing that prep position, rotates all the way over towards Freezer, where he gets that Nitro Slow for the opening pick. I thought that was critical to start things off for Black Dragons and give them that early lead to shut down the VIP clear before it could really begin. And now they've got themselves another 2-round buffer to close it out. They couldn't do it in regulation. They have to do it in overtime.
Well, will this be the final nail in the coffin, or can Black Dragons just keep finding reasons and ways to stretch this game on a little bit beyond its lifespan? Obviously, it's been well won for Imperial Esports to be able to keep getting themselves locked in, but there have been rounds that I think both sides have sort of had and should have and haven't had, which is that sort of sordid tale of getting things pushed over the line. But 2 points, better than 1. Even I know that maths. Let's see if they can try and get themselves just that lock in here. But once again, my eye is on towards that opening engagement, the sort of success that we've seen in the past 6 rounds or so. It's generally been pretty much locked in here by Black Dragons.
So again, another interesting decision. Imperial have gone reading room. They only played this once, I believe, right? Through the second half, and they did lose it in round 8.
Yeah.
So a bit shocking to see this one come out from them. This is going to be certainly a curveball for Black Dragons. It'll be something new, something unexpected. This Kaid, of course, brand new to the lineup, but a lot of the other pieces staying the same. The Smoke, the Aruni, the Goyo. Castle, something to deal with as well that they haven't dealt with before on BD, but they're in for the top floor.
Well, they're in and they're out, actually. Immediately locked out there by Yex. There's a bit of damage that gets caught on towards Sexy Cake. Locked out by Swag. And a 4 versus 4. An explosive entrance is met with explosives. And that lead us just with, unfortunately, a couple of less players. But they've doubled down with their watch on those flanks. They still have the Nomad, so the gridlock isn't the biggest loss in the world for limiting the space and the rotation. In the meantime, though, removing a smoke in this sort of play and this sort of setup, especially Sexy Cake, who's been able to lead pretty big moments and rounds, well, they'll just be doing that from the bench. In the meantime, in terms of who they've removed, as I sort of said it before, the kill game for Black Dragons has been very balanced the entirety of this. You've only really got Machina stepping up big, and they're going to have to see if they can try and get themselves in a little bit more. as they start to cook their way around Pillar. It's actually Miracle that finds the next angle of a firefight, throws the flashes in. Are they just going to send it here, Jesse?
Yeah, they might. Do watch out for Machina. I mean, you brought him up. Currently playing just at the bottom of Brown Stairs. It should be air jabbed off, but something to worry about. And this one, too. Mitrix up above. No air jab. But he gets slammed on the angle.
Machina gets that revenge, as you said, pops up at the perfect time and puts a bit of danger in. But now they'll know that he's in this position, and that means that they know that there might only be 2 on towards the site. So try and send the plant itself, keep the cover, and Miracle might be able to lock this one in. You can see the fight happens as Lender stacks him up for 2. Yex gets the trade out, but gets dropped. Now it's the 1 versus 1. Swag on towards Yex, who hasn't had the biggest time on this second half, as 30 seconds to keep them fighting in towards the chance of a win here. Either side of the pillar, he knows roughly where the player is, but roughly with a shotgun ends in a certain way. And that is Black Dragons once again getting themselves an OT win on Dostoevsky.
Swag, the 23-year-old player for Black Dragons. He was the MVP against Team Liquid Alienware, and now he's the MVP, wins the 1v1 round 14 to close it out in overtime. These games are not easy for Black Dragons, but they're certainly exciting from the viewer POV. Really nicely done at the end there to close out the 1v1.
I mean, again, Black Dragons, they took the longest road, and I think, we sort of said it at the start, Imperial Esports, they have to sort of impress based on the roster history, based on the fact that they're probably the underdogs of this whole group. They did. They took that 3rd place theoretical team towards the brink. Who knows where else they can go, because now it sort of puts a bit of the fear in towards, obviously, loss, in towards the competition that they've got to put moving forward, and in towards the idea of, okay, well, it's small groups, and there's only small cutouts, and well, who do we have? Nobody small, but the biggest personalities are Wonderful Desk.
Thank you very much, my friends. And personalities maybe in one way and in another, but here we are. And again, I want to say was playing with our hearts the entire time, because you didn't even know what to expect in one round where, okay, in the beginning, we're going to take it nice and slow. And what happens? Hey, we got to pick up that speed. We got to bring it, right? We talked about this in the halftime. And that continued in a time where you're not expecting this to go to OT at all, Leo. And yet, we have to go there to decide it.
Yeah, and such a good fight from Imperial, to be honest. Like, I'm very impressed. You remember when we started mentioning the win conditions, right? Mm-hmm. And I said that looking at this lineup and the way it's built, with the 3 guys from ENX and a strong back line, you needed to have strong fighters. Well, I will say this. I think that the step up from Machina was absolutely instrumental. He dropped 17 kills. He brought them back every single time, especially in defense with the TCSG. By the way, how many more TCSG abuse we're going to see? Like, they were playing the DMRs like crazy. Like, I saw Goyo TCSG, Kaid TCSG. The Aruni being played for the DMRs. They were surely handling those DMRs and the long angles as much as they could. They were abusing it. But overall, I will say this. I think the back line is still strong for these guys. I think that overall, like, the work made, especially by Sexy Cake, trying to be in difficult situations, the space he was creating for Machina to then come in and punish with triple kills, multi-kills, I think it worked well. I think overall, the experience on Black Dragons, the fact that this was a roster that, 4 out of 5 were still playing at SI only a couple of months ago, and Swag happened. He was already the best performer at SI. He's still there performing at the highest level, saving them from what could have been a very hurtful loss to Imperial, who are supposed to be the weakest team in the group.
Absolutely. There's no two ways around it that when you are looking at this, Imperial are the team that, yes, they have their 3-person core from last year, but you're bringing in rookies. You're not expecting them to play the way that they are. But Imperial, and I want to say I was more impressed on their attack when you're seeing, hey, these glimpses of, we know that we need to pick things up or slow things down. And they would actually act on it, not just from one round to the other, but within the same round, which is not always an easy thing to do. Personally, I always look at the attacks to see if a team has really got a handle on it, and the fact that they could pull it off equally well on attack and defense on a map like the Café means quite a bit. And the fact that they went really all the way here on against Black Dragons in overtime is impressive in its own right. Everybody playing well, if anything, putting up the numbers that are needed from both squads. But as this regulation time kind of highlights start to wind down, maybe there are players that we need to look at more than others, if you would say so, Leo.
Yeah, for me, it is the latest players to join both rosters, right? The entry line, the firepower, the guys on which the fragging power is, they're on their shoulders. And that has to be Machina on one side and on the other Swag. I think that these two were like the two standout players for sure. Because, if I look at most of the defense, the amount of times Machina is bringing the round back when Black Dragons are actually executing is insane. If we look at this, so those are the stats, the combined stats from the stage, right?
Yeah.
Look at the consistency from Swag. That's actually insane. Dropping 28 kills within 2 play days, 72% KOST, 123 EPS across two games. And for Machina to come back after such a difficult stage last year, like I said, he was the bottom 5 rated player of SAL. And he comes back, someone gave him a shot. And that is beautiful to see that he can come back and he can drop a performance like that when I guess no one else really believed in him. And he came, grinded his way through Challenger Series, bought his ticket back to Pro Play, drops 17 kills. Yes, he loses in the end, but I think he made a statement today.
Leo, it makes me yearn, beg, if only somebody posted TikToks months, maybe even years ago, about Machina being a guy that you have to watch out for in his debuts in SAL. If only someone had ever done that, then maybe my opinion of this man would have changed. Maybe he would have been more prepared to head into this stage. Now, his first one under Imperial, but there's only so many people called Jesse in the world that can help out with that. And that's, of course, our scoreboard to end this first matchup of the day that goes to overtime. Yes, Imperial lose, but they get 1 point off of Black Dragons that we discussed in the beginning. If you remember, my dear friend Leo, that we're talking about the groups and how they're being split up. And within the groups, in Group A specifically, Black Dragons, their spot might get sniped here and there, and maybe losing out a point here might be something that comes back and bites them hard later on, despite having the win in 2 out of 3 points today.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is that point that Imperial got between them and loss. Because that could be the difference between getting roofed and finishing 5th, or actually managing to go in the bracket, even if you go in the lower bracket afterwards. I think for Imperial to go and not get grouped is already an objective in itself. They came back from Challenger Series. I mean, not finishing last of their group is like the target, the objective, the bare minimum that they want to achieve. And so for Black Dragons, I'm not too worried. Realistically, you expect FaZe to take the first spot, and there isn't much of a difference between the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed when you reach 2nd or 3rd in your group. So whether they lose that point or not, they just need to confirm versus loss and make sure they're 2nd or 3rd of the group. That's fine. But for Imperial, that's what it means a lot. And looking at Black Dragons again, I just want to point out Lenda, who was struggling hard in terms of statistics when he was playing for Liquid last stage. But he was also in a very different role. Like I said before, he was on hard support. He had to play the shields, and he had to play the worst situation almost every time when he was in defense, playing the anchor on site. And so now that he's being given Ask's role, he's now a flex player, I think it really enabled him to shine. You saw him play on the buck there. Incredible cost, by the way. 80% KOST almost. 114 EPS. 3 kills that he got. 3 opening kills that he got that were super important. To me, that screams the player that had potential, that had the vision, was IGLing the right way, but just was not in the right system with Liquid. Maybe going in Black Dragons will allow him to perform that way.
Well, I think the MVP might be clear out here. You'll put Swag because of Black Dragons that wins, but you can very easily say, well, it went to overtime and Machina was playing on another level, and give him MVP in a situation like this. I think it highly depends on the person and the way that they're rating how do you spot an MVP. But aside from, hey, it's the winning team and best statistics on it, who would you have put as MVP yourself, Leo?
I think I would have put Machina just because of how hard he was carrying his team and the hard work that he's been doing for them, honestly, and kept them in a race. But I will be honest, Swag won the last gunfight, the most important one, the one on match point, the 1v1 that he desperately needed on top of having had a very, very consistent stage so far. Like we said, only 2 games, but still already 28 kills within 2 games. Like is double digits every time. I'm excited to see him play longer because if he continues on that trend, especially against big teams like he did last week, we're going to have a new up-and-comer or a new challenger for Brazilian fraggers that I don't think many people expected. And we started seeing glimpses of that when he was rolling over G2 at SI. So I'm excited to see him continue down the path here.
It's a very good memory that you end this post-match on. Thank you very much, Leo. That kind of wraps things up for our first matchup of today. We still, of course, have 3 games coming for you in just a bit. And to be honest, if our first matchup already kind of gave us food for thought and to maybe reconsider or consider new players that you would not have thought of before, because Brazil somehow always has good players that keep showing up out of nowhere. I don't even know how. What do they feed them in this nation that they become such great Siege players? But we still have more. Like I said, Loss versus Team Liquid Alienware is coming after this break. We'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. We continue on with our Playday. Match number 2 is almost upon us. But before we set our sights on the lobby itself, we'll have to give you some intel that you'll need, the handy-dandy information for it. And for me, joining me is Professor Alfama_R6, the one and only, our common D for esports at 2026 Invitational, who needed a translator.
How long is
he
it
needed a translator.
introduction?
He needed a translator. So the man is French, can't speak French. What can I say? Anyways, let's talk about this next matchup because it's Loss versus Team Liquid Alienware. And, you know, speaking of losses, Team Liquid Alienware did take an L in our last Playday. In some ways, heartbreaking. Some would say against Black Dragons in that OT. But then again, Black Dragons only loves to go to overtime, as we've seen. And I really would like to pick your brains over Team Liquid Alienware and how things have been going because, well, we will after this, I guess. Loss is going up first here. But Loss, they played up against FaZe, right? Second play day, TL Alienware. I think that's a tough time, if you ask me, despite the fact that we have a, I guess, different roster in this case compared to what we saw in the year prior.
Yeah, it's a very, very hard test to go through for your first few play days, I'll be honest, between FaZe and the former core of Furia. Now added Maya as well, who was so well, performing so well with Liquid. You look at this and you're like, okay, cool. Entirely new roster, literally players that come from 4 different rosters. Mm-hmm. They are put together with only 1 remaining player for Loss, and they have to come up with somehow a way to make this work. On the left side, Perez was on Loud, Darkies was the only player from Lost, Dash came from Wildcard, Dafo from Tier Liquid, and Nazga straight from Tier 2. So if you look at this and you're like, okay, we took 5 players from 5 different rosters, and we have to make this a team. Oh, and by the way, the first 2 games are going to be between FaZe and Team Liquid Alienware. Like, okay, good luck. You know, I mean, they will do their best, and that's why the stats look poor here. Now, I will say this is, I trust the process. I think that Hugzord, the coach, came up with the idea of, I think, bringing back Dash to Brazil after what was, in my opinion, a great year for him with Wildcard, where he really got to show what he could do with this roster. The last time he was on Loss, remember, he won a major. So there's a history with him and this organization. Darkies, in my opinion, was, I guess, one of the rookies that I anticipated was going to do better. He was dominating Tier 2 before going into SAL in Stage 2. Didn't really get to show that, but also he was not surrounded by a collective that was working well. I think looking at this, I've always loved Perez. I've always thought that he was super consistent, and I think he's a great add-on. The question mark are on Nuxga and Dafo, because Dafo started off the right way with Loud in SAL Stage 1. Now in Stage 2, he went to Liquid. Now we're in Stage 1 of 2026. That's 3 rosters in 3 different stages. And I'm starting to figure out, okay, like, where is the consistency with this player? Why does he keep bouncing from one project to another? Is there a problem with the consistency here? So looking at this, a lot of question marks.
Well, then their opponents on the other side are Team Liquid, of course, and we're talking about the big change. And you mentioned a very important name, in this case in Team Liquid Alienware, and that is Maya. Maya, who is an excellent player in his own right, had a lot of pressure to carry Nesk specifically for 2 years. And it's been 2 years since he's joined the roster pretty much at this point, if I'm not mistaken. He's played excellently, but now he's got 4 players that are world champions on his roster. Of course, these are 4 of the ex-Furia players, the Felipox, JV92, KZ, and Nade. And now all 5 of them are in this one specific squad with Igor as their coach. This is a complete overhaul of the roster. You're expecting them from day one to come out the gate swinging. And unfortunately, that's not what we saw, I feel, on day one. JV was quite silent, where Leo, if you'll excuse me for saying this, I think it took him until round 10 to turn on his monitor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think JV really was the culprit, like the main culprit of that loss. Let's be honest. Like, Nate is supposed to be one of the most consistent players, and he dropped 4 than 10. Yeah, I do think, however, that
his brother is giving him shit back home, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I do think, however, looking at this roster, it's always going to be a double-edged sword. The first thing is 4 out of 5 were from Furia. The coach was from Furia, and that roster has historically struggled in the O1s. They have a play style that makes it harder for them to be consistent, especially if they don't have the length of time of like a whole BO3 to read their opponent and adapt towards them. That's the first thing. So the second one to me is that if you look at this, they're going to feel a tremendous pressure because as an organization, Team Liquid was the first real Brazilian representative to win an STR event. That was in Atlanta in the Pro League Finals. Ever since then, they've had a massive, widely engaged follower base that are going to be either really praising you if you win, either really hating you if you lose. And that roster, combined with all the experience that they had, makes it that the pressure is going to be there, especially in BO1s. I wouldn't judge them too quickly. That's my point.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. You know, if FaZe arrived here and in the first week they're taking L's, you would have questions because the same squad pretty much unchanged for years now. TL Alienware, different question in there, but they will save us the trouble of going Cafe back-to-back. We're going to go to Bank in this one where they're starting off on defense. Los will have to play the attacking side and map that really can flow very well for attackers, but can also be very disruptive if defenders would like to roam. I know it's difficult to judge a playstyle of a team like TL Alienware in this case, where it's 4 players from the old Furia roster plus Maya, but looking at the history of the ex-Furia squad and how they played earlier in the week, how do you expect things to play out for Bank, for TL Alienware? Do you think they're going to be more aggressive, trying to get in your face, JV laughing, making jokes about you, or it might be something different?
I think overall they're going back right at home. Like they've always loved Bank. They've played it a lot at SI. They played it 5 times. They only lost it to Falcons there. And even when they lost it to Falcons, it was quite close. I think they're going right at home because they need a statement victory, especially after what happened last week. They could, like, losing to Black Dragons was already a statement. You're playing Los, a team that was just made recently with 5 different players. Like, you need a statement victory, and if they can get that, I think Bank is the right play because of how much experience they have on the map.
That's fair. Let's bring in then our casters, Jesse and Ms. Fluke, who are joining us on the full 4-person desk here. Mr. Chick, what are your thoughts going into this Bank map here? Do Lost stand a chance, or TL Alienware just gonna have a lot of fun on their comfort?
I think that Los will always stand a chance. You know, this is not an unwinnable game for them, Milos, but certainly it'll be tough going up against the former core of Furia. Back at the 6th Invitational, they played a ton of Bank. They played it 5 times, 2 wins and 3 losses. So there are some VODs there, and they weren't super strong games, but history is history, and they're certainly going to be comfortable on Bank.
Well, I'm looking forward to this game here because I want statements for either or team. A big win here today would definitely send shockwaves into their group, and I'm definitely up for it. If anything, everybody's wanted, everybody's set, and we'll leave it then to Ms. Fluke and Jesse to take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Milos, and we will hurtle our way in towards, I don't want to say the abyss, because we really need to see if we can get a little bit of a different story here from the side of Team Liquid Alienware, because I don't think they really liked the one that happened earlier this week.
No, certainly not. I mean, that loss against Black Dragons was really brutal for TLA, and I think that this is going to be an opportunity to prove that they are still a top team in this region. I don't think anybody doubts that, but if they lose this one, then maybe we will start to wonder. Both of these teams actually lost back on Tuesday, so if you lose this game, upper bracket in playoffs becomes really, really difficult. It's not technically impossible, but I would say realistically, it's not really in the cards if you lose this matchup for either team. And you're also, if you lose this game, you're facing down elimination. I mean, losing your next couple of games could absolutely disqualify you from playoffs. So it's crazy that we're even talking about that when in reference to this Team Liquid Alienware squad. But if things go as they should clean up this game versus Los, and they shouldn't have to worry about lower brackets or missing playoffs altogether. But it's important that they can get this job done confidently and wipe all of those fears out of our minds.
It's also the idea, and yes, I know it's a very different Lost roster. Lost is an org that, you know, couldn't have scratched closer towards sort of elimination, not elimination last year. It's the sort of split of things of how desperate and how much individual points can matter. Just sort of proven track record here. But with the fact that it was sort of partial points in the previous game, it's kind of hurt every team going into this, apart from potentially Team Liquid Alien, where if they can get a clean 3 points from here, and they can jump themselves points level with Black Dragons who beat them, they can sort of almost reassert themselves and say, oh yeah, that was just a little blip in the road. We are back towards taking our place. And taking our place seems to be taking place inside open is the start of it. Snake getting a decent bit of usage here over towards the top of the main stairs as they just sort of pitter-patter and pop bullets in towards each other, but traded out. Couldn't quite get out of there in time. The cavalry is here and they're heavily armed, Jesse.
Yeah, really good Snake play. Unfortunately, only good enough for a down, and it doesn't get converted. JV92 does get picked up. They find KZ in the midst of that chaos, so it's only a 4v4. And they've got a good time, too, on the side of Los, but that definitely could have been a lot sweeter if he was just able to get that kill a little bit cleaner. So Perez goes 1 for 1, essentially. That's going to be decent enough for Los on this push. Team Liquid Alienware have gone for a really passive hold here, Emmy. They don't seem to want to roam too heavily. They had a bit of a presence in open area, but by their standards, this is a pretty calm defense where they're just willing to let this time tick down. They've got the Yokai drones if this does end up being a last 30-second push. They've got Nitrocell being played by Maya as well, and of course those Toxic Babes from Nade being played inside the bomb site. So from Los's point of view, they've got to be really careful of this clock. They're going to be going for a plant strategy. Great drone in the middle of sight, but they have to be wary of the time.
And, well, the time taking its way dangerously close to halfway, and you've still got a C4, you've still got smoke canisters, you've still got an echo drone. All of this to play in towards this late round plant. They're just going to have to try and send it. The bees go out on towards that swing. Just try and cover the control, cover the audio as best as they can as the call comes together too, but it just takes a second to swing around, and you can see they're already being forced off. Dafo just drives his way through barbed wire. Can't plant there, says the smoke, as he takes a lot of damage. Takes even more, and it's just Los. Put the pressure on and sort of turn it to 11 and turn them around on themselves. Team Liquid Alienware, they were too focused on that plant.
You're absolutely right, Emmy. All eyes were over towards Nuxka, who was baiting a plant in through server, but Nuxka was all alone, and that was a risky strategy. If Nuxka goes down, that's the fuse kit dropped, and nobody would have been able to recover it. But you had all 3 other players pushing backside of the map. You had Dafo over towards the main stairs, you had Dash dropping the open area hatch, and you had Dark dropping the lobby hatch into gold, and that was really the key position that was catching T-Law off guard. He was able to find those frags by dropping in with that Habana, end up being a huge round to come through as, on the Twitch, I should say, with that big 2K coming in from Dark. So really starting things off strong from Los. I was nervous with the push because I thought it was going to be a plant strat, but once I realized all 3 of those players were actually not with the diffuser and they were hitting other sides of the map, I knew it was going to be dangerous for T-Law to be able to hold on.
Well, Los off to a bit of a, kind of perfect start in some ways. Obviously, again, they didn't get that opening body, right? They tried to have that snake play, didn't quite come together, and then still being able to formulate their push towards the end of it. It's always the fact that we measure teams based on the bar that they've set. It's hard to do for a team like Los, where they've come from so many different teams, but, this Team Liquid Alienware, from the sort of history of these players and even in the slight difference of roster with Maya, there's still these high levels of expectation, but it doesn't mean that they're going to take a bit of time to sort of find their feet, and this is a very quick sprint in towards our kickoff, and a quick sprint on towards pressure, just on the top here. Eyes on, and they've got to get through some electrics, a lot of sort of time to slow and to clash as well. Team Liquid Alienware are just going to play against that clock that seemed a little bit dangerous last round.
I love Nate on the clash here. I mean, this is an old school Furious strat where he would play this just outside of Janitor. He's doing the exact same thing now. It makes that position really, really safe. Maya's playing just behind him, kind of inside the hallway, back behind, outside of VIP. And of course, they've got Felipox shutting things down elevator side, so it just gives you a little bit more flexibility. Rather than playing on a shield, which could easily be destroyed by a Flores, you can see this combination. It's KZ that's right behind him, actually, playing from this position, and it has such an easy time locking down top square. It's kind of forced the rest of this Los team to reposition, and most of their bodies now are pressuring in towards lobby and are trying to work themselves in on these windows.
Getting themselves time to buy it, but there's the first gone. Castle caught out by Dafo. That was just on the rappel, on the big windows as well, and I mean, again, it's engagements that you really shouldn't really be taking, but JV92, who am I to argue with the skill of the player? Unfortunately, it's one that he isn't able to lock in. There's pressure on towards Janitor, but seems like things are being called out. They're obviously playing with the Wamai either side as well to make that take on towards that clash a bit stickier. They've still got to get through these laser gates. There's still work to be done, and Maya is almost the next to fall, though. Holds on towards a position, gets themselves a little bit more wiggle room and width from the long desk, but Los are still trying to formulate as the clash falls back into the site.
They want to use the smoke, use the Capitao to enable some kind of a plant here, but it's always so scary swinging in through those windows, especially with a clash staring you down. If Nate puts that shield down, he's going to have a really good opportunity to deny that plant, even if it's in the midst of smoke. They've got to find a way to deal with Nade.
Well, here's the play on towards Janitor, that important swing position, but the swing has to come through, and the longer you wait, the more that smoke is going to dissipate, so you just got to send it, and there's the first and second. Oh, and almost the third as well, but it's back and forth, the 2 versus 2. 28 seconds, and now a 2 versus 1, and one of them is a clash. Not a situation anyone really wants to be in. Just could not do enough to unseat the players on the swing-ins. They are more than happy to sort of catch them on the motion. There's the swing round, the pressure on towards one, but takes most of the damage himself either side. With the heavy equipment, but at this point can't really get to the kit and can't really get towards the players as well. Experience shows they just need to leave, so they do. And they pick up the last piece. One apiece.
It's that nice little duo play from Nate and KZ around Janitor that was from start to finish the key focal point from Team Liquid Alienware. I mean, they had just such a strong control from that position. I was surprised the Capitao wasn't able to do more to disrupt that. He did shoot one firebolt into Janitor, if I'm not mistaken. It may have gotten caught by a magnet, or maybe it just didn't land. He could have tossed in the second one, but ended up just staying in his pocket for the entirety of that round until Nuxco went down. So a little bit awkward they couldn't get the util in the midst of that, and then whilst they try to swing in through those windows, Maya's finding frags. KZ's, of course, getting frags. The Leapok's up on the board for 2 that round as well. So really nice from T-Law to catch where that push is coming in. Clash strategy seems very strong for them on that site, and it might end up being a target of the ban if Lowe's do want to remove it after this round.
Well, what will be the sort of breakaway here on this point? Because it feels a little bit like give and no take, and then occasionally just fall apart, really. There was the point there where they seemed to get off to a good start. They were moving up, they were putting pressure, and then they peeled back and went for the take of let's get in on the windows. And all those positions that they'd taken and put pressure onto around the sort of main desk and around the banana split as well, just filtered away, really. And Team Liquid Alienware, they're a team that's more than happy to retake. They're not really scared of positional of positions that you've taken out of their hands, as proven here. It's a pretty standard setup for the take. They want to try and get in, get the ram above. There's no C4s that they have to contend with. It's going to be a bit of a firefight inside, and we'll see if they can try and stretch themselves out. But a rehearsed throw of a drone quite caught anybody, but JV92 in the position where he lost his life early on last time round is a much nicer gun for it.
That TCSG's got a great scope on it, but you do have to hit a head even from that range. You've got to be able to find it. Doesn't quite get the angle. So a little bit of a missed opportunity from JV. You're right, he died just inside of checkers in the last round, so hoping for a little bit more success. This push from Los, it's curious if it's actually going to be committing to clearing those top floor players. They've got Dafo in the basement, and if they can take square, they don't necessarily need to clear all of top floor. Sometimes, especially with the Glads, you will see teams just try to get into square, maybe cover from those top windows, and then try to push in just through the door, through the wall. Cheese one of those plants downs. They certainly have a lot of smokes to try to make that happen, but with Maya inside of kind of archives and tellers, that'll kind of be the main player that could shut that play down. Even still, with some of the soft breach utility they have and all the drone info they have, nobody is entering to the top floor yet.
Can they try and get a catch? Seems to be the MO, but it's not really being handed to them. As I said, they have a decent amount of confidence about these positions they can take, but also where they need to give, right? They are well aware of the spacing, and they're making sure that they pay a bit of respect towards Los here that maybe they didn't at first. The KZ is almost caught out on the rotate. It's actually almost, I was going to say 2, but 3 Los players have all suffered their way down to half health, just getting themselves in on the top floor. But at the same time, they've barely seen players from the side of T-Law because, well, they're just hitting Goyo canisters. They're hitting traps. They're hitting rehearsed steps. And it's a dance that they do so well now, though. 45 seconds, eyes on the site, Jesse. Where are they going to try and get their execute?
I feel like they have to try to make some kind of a drop. They could go in through stock. That seems to be where the play is going to be. They've got good vert up here, Emmy, but there's still 5 defenders alive who will all be staring at this hatch.
Well, there's the blinds, there's the catch, there's a kill with that Razor Bloom. Dog's able to get one on the trade out, but it's a 3 versus 3 actually, as they just try and drive themselves in. Daffo keeps doubling down, but Maya on Beeper's door once again pops up as a name that is saving graces here. A 2 versus 2, no kit, and they got to try and cut their way across the core of this site itself. It's still back and forth. Maya, though, he's able to be the great leveler, and he's the only one left. Perez has to dive all the way across, but the player is close and ready for it. Maya pops up, puts him down.
Huge play from Maya coming out to win that round in the 1v1. It gets a little bit scary in the midst of that, Emmy, but I did feel like the time was really favoring Team Liquid Alien, where Maya in these late rounds dropping a big triple to be able to close that one out. He had 15 kills on Tuesday up against Black Dragons. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to win them that opening game, and I just feel like Los on some of these pushes are a little bit slow. They're really not forcing players out of the top floor in that round. They kind of just waited for 2 minutes until the players on Team Liquid Alienware left the top floor of their own decisions. They just didn't really want to hold that on. So Los, they take the space that's given to them. They don't really take it away without Team Liquid Alienware contesting it. And then with that top-down drop, I mean, it gets them into the site, but immediately dying to the Thorn Trap is unfortunate. And then there's just no response to Maya, who's swinging in through beepers, swinging in through the hallway, crushing those players in those spots. Good guns coming alive, certainly on the side of Los. I think we've seen that through all 3 rounds now, but the trades are still really strong on Team Liquid Alienware. They definitely look like they were in control of that round, despite how close the numbers got.
Yeah, it's sort of the weird split of it, right? Whereas spatially, they always seem to be setting themselves in, and then suddenly Daffo gets, 2 kills on the back, and they flip the balance back, and I guess it in some ways plays into the idea of respect. It's a team that is building, and it's a team that's up against a team that they don't really know their opponents. They know them individually, but as a unit and as an entity, it takes time to learn. Whereas in the same sort of breath, we expect them to have more of a lockdown of control of the space. We expect them to have fundamentals sort of locked in there, and maybe they're waking up. Technically 2 rounds in a row, regardless of how close they get. We'll see if they can try and re-cement themselves here down in lockers, where they were a little bit blindsided by the approach before. They did get that opener. They did get themselves off to a decent start that filtered and fed away. Here it feels like they're not quite going for the same roam strategy. Instead, just near the stairs, ready to pop back on open.
Yeah, again, you're not really too aggressive. They've changed their operator lineup quite a bit coming through on the side of Team Liquid Alienware. I like the Tachanka coming out from Nade. He will always play it as aggressive on the elevators, but he will drop back down before he dies. He's just looking to shoot a couple of drones and honestly support KZ a little bit on this Teller's extension. He's holding up here, doesn't have the easiest way back towards the site. Into open area now, will meet up with Maya, and so can drop when the drop is required when they start to get pushed. The logic bomb is threatening, and the guns are aimed their way. Dash finds the opener onto KZ. That's a big blunder from T-Law.
Yeah, it just, it feels a little bit unnecessary, right? It's almost the idea if they were overstaying a welcome. And the pressure just kept on building and building and building. They knew it was going to come from that direction. They knew what they were doing. Fair enough. But so to Loss. It's pre-aims, it's pre-angles, and it's preemptive in some elements. Here, they're all back on the site. They're getting things sorted. Have they wasted enough time? Becomes that conversation because, well, they were in a better position last time when it went away from them. And now they've got the same amount to watch, which is everything, with even less to do it with.
They have to be so wary of what's going to hit them from behind. Los last time had a really strong push down the main stairs, down the gold hatch. They have to be ready for that on the side of Team Liquid Alienware. But at the same time, Los don't even necessarily need to push those angles again. They've got more time on the clock, better bodies, as you mentioned. They could just stack up and go for a classic server plant, and they'd have to dodge both Smoke and Tachanka, so it would be difficult to get it done, but they've got a couple of smokes in their utility. They have maybe some resources to push deep and get those kills as well. Lots for T-Law to focus on.
Well, here comes the call, here comes the drive, and here comes the dive in towards the back of the site. They're able to find the first bit of success and go for the plant behind the bomb chassis itself. And hey, you don't have to worry about them if they're all dead. One left inside goal. It's Maya, a man of many moments, but this one will not be added to that history. Loss. Very, very efficient.
Yeah, and honestly, it's perfect to come through. They're so good at getting the kills on this bottom floor bomb site. Maybe just a site that Team Liquid Alienware need to stop playing at this point because it's gone really well for Los both times they've tried to play it. Dash, obviously, big multi-kill coming out through that round. Gets the opening pick onto the player in open area, takes down KZ to start things off and get them the man advantage, and then just drops the admin hatch. You know, in the midst of that chaos, he's happy to get involved. He's happy to get active. It ends up being 3 on the round from the captain of Los. And it's good to see out of Dash. I mean, the Des brought him up. He really did come alive on Wildcard last year, decided he didn't like living in America, wanted to move back to his home country of South America, of Brazil, and finds his own path down here in his home region. I don't think anybody would argue that Los is a better team than Wildcard. He somewhat did downgrade, but he's been promoted to the title of IGL, and he's playing in a region he's more comfortable with, and I think he's really starting to find that success.
Yeah, you don't blame him for wanting to go home, do you? You know, get himself back. It's the elements, though, of how much do things change. There's obviously, let's be honest, I'm not going to say a controversial statement right now. It is the best region in the world for Rainbow Six. And you do wonder when people do sort of leave the region and come back to it, will they sort of be the same pace? Will they be able to match the meter, and will they be able to be better or worse from their journeys and adventures abroad? And something that you've always sort of got to contend with. The competition here, 2 apiece, but obviously both of it, you know, for how successful it is, it's only on one site, right? It's only attacks on towards Lockers CC. It's a primary site that they're finding loss with from the defense and loss wins on the attack. But if they can try and get things locked in here, as I said before, they had a bit of a nice start and then things fell apart. This time more traps to contend with and more problems to get through. You've got the Echo to be these active sort of problems that we've seen brilliantly played earlier on today against everything to slow down swing in. They've got the Razor Blooms, they've got obviously the Goyo, the Laser Gates as well. Just means that they try and make their way in. Oh, and a pocket mute jammer just in case. We'll see if they can try and pull things apart.
Pocket Jammer could be huge if a Logic Bomb starts to come out from Dapo. He hasn't used either of them yet, but he will have both available in just a moment. I love how Team Liquid Alienware are constantly changing their operator lineup. Emmy, they brought this Echo this time around, not choosing to go with the Clash, despite how successful it was for them back in round 2. They just want to keep giving different looks over towards Los. Don't let them be predictable. Always make sure you've got something unexpected coming through. Great mute jammer, actually protecting the bulletproof camera in the middle of sight. Don't know if that's an intentional strat, but a happy accident or maybe even part of the strategy to begin with. So much info as well. They just spotted 3 players on the main windows.
Well, here comes the first bit of damage, and they're moving right behind the smoke itself. Going to see if they can stick the plant, and there's no C4 to stop it, but they're still going to roll it out and roll them across. It's the Echo drone causing problems on the roof. They have the rough ping. That's all they need, because in the midst of it, they're able to get the couple of kills as well. Dafo still doing his best to fight back, and the dropped shield on towards 1, but he's being surrounded. He can find a second. Unbelievable way of getting away with that, and that leaves Nade alone. Watching a 3 versus 1, but he knows he's up against the shield. So it's always going to be that extra level of problem. Oh, no, wait. He's not against that because he's already been got.
Oh my god, what a round from Los. Andy, they are different today in this matchup against Team Liquid Alienware, and I think really you've got to highlight Nuxka on that blitz. So good with the shield. Not really a big shield guy, at least not traditionally on this Los team. Hadn't played a single shield in the round so far today. Played 1 round on Blackbeard on Tuesday, but is historically more of like a hard breach Capitao type of guy. Brings it out when it's necessary though, and looks so good. I can't believe he won that fight top square to be able to really make that man advantage work the way of Los. It was a little bit scary when his plant first got denied. You could see them tossing those impact EMPs to deny maybe a C4, but they were throwing the EMPs on the floors, and that wasn't going to stop the yokai up above them. But in the end, they had so many kills that it didn't really matter. It was Dash, the captain, once again starting us off with an opening pick, and Team Liquid Alienware will not be able to win this first half. At best, they're fighting for a tie.
Wow. From this point onwards, I'll see where they can try and go. Now, I will say, I think mine, I don't know if yours is still clear.
Not really.
Yeah, my feed is a little bit broken right now.
It's a bit of a slideshow, but I can see things.
I can't really see anything.
Okay.
So if you can take over for a second.
Sure. Mine is actually pretty back to normal. We are living once more. It's early days in round number 6, right before the half swap. We've gone back to open area, of course, and once again, we're seeing a bit of a change-up coming through from Team Liquid Alienware. They are constantly rotating their operators around. The tuber out from Nade, pretty interesting to me, just playing inside the site, could have some really powerful long angles. They've combined it with the Bandit from JV92, so they can likely keep some of these walls closed. A couple of nitros to play with as well. If these players do enter up above on the side of Los, like they did back in round 3, then those nitros could be massive late into this round.
Well, I am back now, and we'll see if I can try and follow on from where we left off. You
didn't miss much.
Didn't miss much. It's the first minute. It's always time. The nitros can be a big thing. Now, last time they didn't really do a lot of the structural work. We sort of had a lot of fight elsewhere. They went for the pinch and they tried to drive the Glaz in on the other side, but it turned into let's send it. And Maya, from the position of Beepers, were able to just send it back in. But with the quad wall fully locked in and with Loss seemingly more locked in as well, as Dash is able to get himself one more. That's 4 entries or 3 entries in a row now for Dash. Just continuing driving in. Oh no, as things get a little bit shaky for me once again. Oh no, it's fine. It didn't last too long this time.
I mean, it sucks losing JV92. He's 1-6 this game. He was dropped actually from this roster on April 1st. It was a bit of a April Fool's, so he was fine, but certainly wanting more out of him today.
Oh, delicate fight here on the check-in desk, but nobody's been checked out as of yet. And oh, Dafo somehow wins it. In the meantime, Nuxkill does go down, but Perez taps around on the corner. Technical 4 versus 2, but with 45 seconds and still just this position. Cut the way across the site itself. They know where he is, but he can't fight his way out. Loss. Refused to lose.
I mean, a ridiculous first half. They take it 4-2, Emmy, and it just doesn't look like the same Team Liquid Alienware that we're used to seeing.
It's surprising in some elements, right? Because you can see them all in the same sort of space. You know the experience and you know the sort of roster, and especially I assume if you're Team Liquid Alienware who picked these players up, you're sort of looking at them like going, "Come on, do the best in the world siege that we know you can do." And it's just an unfortunate slow burn, whatever the difference is. Really struggling to get their teeth in towards it. We do have, not sure if Leo and Milosh.
In any case, I mean, this halftime break is well underway, and I gotta say, some of these fights from Team Liquid Alienware, Emmy, just haven't looked like what we're used to seeing. I mean, KZ is a former SI MVP, and in that last round, we just watched him take that fight from Tellers on the Malusi, and it looked like my aim out there. I don't know exactly what's going wrong with this T-Law roster, but I'm used to seeing this team hit unbelievable shots, and whilst I'm not believing the shots I'm hitting, it's not for the right reasons.
Not sure if we're getting a breakdown from the desk. So, unfortunately, you'll have to wait. You can imagine. Can you do an impression of Leo or Milosh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oui, oui. Le Team Liquid Alienware is very bad. Very, very bad. Oui. Merci.
Yeah.
Je m'appelle Leo.
It's like I'm
Je
back.
français.
It's like I can't escape EML. I can't escape Euro people. You know.
Well,
I could do an impression of Parker if that helps you.
It would make me feel more close to home.
I'm just Canadian and sad. Does that make you feel?
Yeah, I feel like I'm right at home casting the NIL. It's excellent. Thank you for that. It really brings me back.
Okay, we're back, and we are ready to continue. We'll find our way here. 4-2 loss. Have been off to a great start here. I don't think it's tough to argue, but I mean they needed to, right? They were the only team from the first play day in their group that didn't pull any points at all. They were against FaZe. It's never going to be the easiest teething match. But then you sort of look at the fact that you know, if this one even gets to OT, let alone if they lose it, Team Liquid Alienware kind of a bit worried in some ways.
No, 100%. I mean, again, if you're Team Liquid Alienware, you've already lost to Black Dragons. You're now losing to, let's just suppose, you're losing to Los. Tomorrow you'll play against FaZe Clan. If they're playing like this against FaZe Clan, they are losing to FaZe. There's no question about that. And then that means they're going into the final playday, because they have an off-day playday 4. You go into your final playday without a single win. You'll be playing up against Imperial Esports, who themselves might not have a win at that point, but best case scenario for Team Liquid Alienware, once they get to the final playday, would be win and you get to go to the lower bracket. You have only a single life. Lose and you don't even make playoffs. I mean, this is a critical game for Team Liquid Alienware. They were supposed to win on Tuesday. They're supposed to win today. But with the results that we're seeing out of this roster, I mean, they are in serious trouble. It's a fast group stage, and you cannot afford to be dropping more than 1 or 2 games if you want to be a top team in this region.
Double hard breach ban isn't the biggest surprise, as well as defenders that can stretch the play space itself. It means that obviously you'll probably find a little bit more comfort in the hard breach game on towards these hatches, but at the same time they haven't really brought anything to slow that down, right? They're not going to try and play in against the breach refusal game itself. They don't need to bring the Kaid because they're sort of thinking, well, we'll leave them on pocket breaches and go from that point onwards. Look at Alienware, they're comfortable on attack, I think it's fair to sort of say. We'll see if they find any problems, but I don't know if they really will, Jesse.
I mean, a bit of a boon is that Los were the single worst defensive team back in the first playday when they ran their opening match. They had just 25% defense win rate, so maybe some hope there for Team Liquid Alienware, but that was a pretty small sample size. Of course, Los did not have a great opening match here in the South America League, so I don't want to read into that stat too much. They have gone down to the bottom floor for their first round, and despite a little bit of pressure up on their own game, there's not a whole lot more, except Maya, hold on. He's found 2 roamers and a third coming in from KZ.
I think that's just... it's typical for them, is the weirdest way of putting it, right? We talk about the experience, their explosiveness.
Yeah.
You talk about how they sort of drove themselves in, and here instead... what a sort of step in and a step back up, and now how much time they have to try and hold on to. The fact that they're just seeing if they can get one more before they fall away, but nothing.
Wow.
Nade with a double. And yeah, I think wow is a fair description.
Pure dominance, as we needed to see from Team Liquid Alienware. Right as we're singing their demise, they come out for a flawless round. And I was talking about the fact there wasn't a heavy roam game. There certainly wasn't on the top floor, but on the mid floor, Los were actually quite extended, taking a lot of those aggressive fights. Maya ended up finding his way in through tellers and got that opening 2K onto, I believe it was Dash and Daffodil. And that was a really critical couple of picks to be found by Maya. Of course, Maya and Dash quite familiar with each other, spent 2 years playing side by side back in 2022, 2023 on that Team 1/Los roster before Maya left the team to go join Team Liquid. And it's good to see that confidence in their first attacking round from Team Liquid Alienware. They explode into the building, they find those roamers, they're happy to take the gunfights. Maya bringing himself up to 9-5 after that round. I'll remind you, 15 kills versus Black Dragons, and that still wasn't enough to win their opening match.
Sorry, I was working out with our analysts where they went, and they didn't want us to say anything because we're doing such a good job, I think. So we don't get the gift of analysts all the time. Anyway, 4-3, Team Liquid Alienware, 1 round away from getting themselves settled. And as you said, the fact that this is a roster that struggles on their defense, you know, at what point do you sort of put the alarm in, right? We've gotten towards this point. We've gotten this far. There's been the halftime talk between the two teams, but there's been, again, that weird moment where the team you expect to be winning hasn't felt the need to call a timeout when things were sort of not really going their way. They might hold on to it for later on, as we saw before, to have the push over, but they're more than capable, more than experienced, and more than solid previous voices coming together here. A steady approach. Once again, they're looking for this sort of extension, the information game, a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Echo, keep themselves sort of mobile and moving, but they're not a subtle team. Team Liquid Alienware. They'll drive themselves in.
Yeah, and I mean, the least subtle is going to be Felipox, the captain here on the Monty, who's going to be guiding this team likely in through lobby and up those spiral stairs. That's where we've seen most of the pressure from Team Liquid Alienware so far. Got, again, as you mentioned, a lot of this information, which could be huge for them. I think both the Yokais and the Valcams so far have given them a bit of value. Naxka driving these around and getting some info as to what's going on top square, but they'll realize that there's really nothing going on that side of the map. Team Liquid Alienware are fully focused on this lobby side clear. They've got some pressure over towards main stairs, and they actually spot the Perez on a drone. They see his feet, so this could be a really free pick if they swing him on the skylight. He's not really exposed just yet to the angle, but they know where he's at, and he is going up and down those stairs quite often.
Well, we'll see if they can try and draw enough attention here. They've obviously got the pings and fully aware of the position to his right-hand side, but he needs to make sure that as soon as he pops his head up, there's not going to be a swing round on Banana. There's not going to be the pressure that comes from the other side, and there's also an Echo to contend with as well. As soon as he gets close, if that hits him, then he's probably going to get hit by a lot of other things. Instead, you see Dash that suffers first, but the jump out gets one, and was he able to get a second there? I'm not entirely sure that came together. Only one on the trade out, luckily picked up on the cover, but there's the follow through on towards Maya. Is that another jump out? He was outside for a split second. I think that was a double.
Yeah, Dark definitely jumped straight out of CEO right after Perez.
Well, I think it's fair to say at this point a failed experiment. They're in a 2 versus 1 technically, but toe-to-toe with a Monty. And it's a Felipox Monty, so I'm going to drive forward in that manner. I mean, sometimes you have to risk it and throw yourself out of a building multiple times.
Credit to Perez. He hit the headshot, Ebby. Mid-falling, you can't scope in anymore, don't forget. So he hip-fire headshots KZ on the window to get the trade. That play doesn't work often, but it works well enough for Perez. Dark's run out a little bit less successful. I guess he does also kill Maya, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Also got the headshot in the midst of it. Not sure if it was hipfire. I imagine it was. We're seeing some really nice kills going out from Los in the midst of that, but obviously you lose a lot of position, and the trades were immediate from Team Liquid Alienware, so good enough to be able to deny that round and tie things up at 4.
4 apiece. They leveled things out. They've tried a couple of tricks, but there's almost that experience that kicks in, right? There's the talk about, as I said at the start of this, fundamentals of the driving force, and it's what they need to build in these early games, and that was pretty steady. Got rid of the utility they wanted. Even with the unexpected double jump out, they still made sure that they kept a bit of a cool head. They had the trade games, and they, even though both of the jump out players netted a kill apiece, they were still able to get themselves into the sort of 3 versus 1. Yeah, I think that sort of shows how good it is, because outside of that, that's technically the only kills so far the defenders have got over the 2 rounds have been from throwing themselves out of the building.
Yikes. Not ideal.
No.
Well, maybe that poor stat line from Playday 1 is carrying over into Playday 2 with
another outside the building kill.
They just... You know what, Emmy? I figured it out. Okay, they're a bad defensive team. They're really good at the attacks. So why not, on defense, just put yourself in an attacking position? Be outside the building where attackers live.
Just be outside.
Yeah,
why hasn't nobody
genius.
thought about this? Well, maybe they can get one inside, but the pressure's going to start to cook a little bit more. Got to sort of highlight that it was the Capitao that got removed as well. Big utility operator.
No, really critical kill to be able to take down Nate. It's going to be very critical to helping that plant go down, and of course to flush out some of these top floor positions as well. Most of them have been denied. Maya creeps his way in through tellers and nearly finds one. There it is. Not the player he was initially hunting for, but he takes down Perez, still dancing with Daffo as well.
Well, they get a kill inside the building, and they're almost close to getting another, but it's Dash instead that looks over the shoulder of Felipox. Now he's stuck in a box. Oh, he's stuck in a box, and everyone's trying to kill him. They down their own teammate in the chaos and the confusion. He's just going to keep swinging and popping bullets and hoping to catch more and more players, but seemingly everybody's just using blanks currently. This is Josh Grubb. Put him in the punishment cube. No! He's found it. No, another one! Oh, dear. Bullying.
That's just rude. Lock him in the box with the Kiba. There's obviously no hatch in that elevator. It's in the other one, so smoke him out. He can't do anything about it. That's just a sad way to lose your last body in the round, Demi.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. It's like, at this moment, he knew he was dead. Lost, they're able to keep themselves ahead. Problem is, they only won one of their defenses, and, well, now they got to see if they can try and cycle back. To be fair, Liquid only won 2 of their defenses, but they were able to sort of do it over 2 different sites before Lost sort of turned on the engines for their attack. Otherwise, it's been pretty convincing takes on Lockers, on CEO. So, where do you go as the side of Lost? Back down to Lockers, where this was a flawless approach for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, it feels like you kind of have to. I wouldn't fancy my chances on Tellers and Archives, unfortunately. You've got to try to run this one back and make it work. It's the strongest site on the map for a reason, even though it didn't go your way last time around. It's been clear, I think, through the last 2 rounds especially, that this has been an incredibly aggressive round or style of defense being played by Los. They want to be jumping out of buildings. They want to be running out of the garage and taking those early fights. Even when we're inside the building, I mean, you saw it. There was a player inside of Tellers, and what happens? Everybody from Los sprints out of the bomb site to go take those gunfights and to get aggressive against them. I imagine, just because of how well it worked in round 9, we're going to see that more throughout the rest of this half, Andy. I'm expecting a lot more aggression to come out from Los in this half.
Obviously, the Monty moved over towards the Blackbeard to the ban, so Felipox is just going to play the shield game that they're so adept at. There seems to be an idea of, well, Lost are playing loose, so let's get control. Got themselves in with the Snake, with Grim, with Lion, just anything that's an animal, seemingly, and they're going to see if they can try and turn this zoo into one that they can pet and get control of. There's the first bit over the top. Long range and angles, open up on towards Kanto and just shepherd the players back home.
Force them back as that DMR does sing through the windows. Continuing to make good work. They know somebody's stuck in this elevator. For the second round in a row, we have someone stuck in the elevator without a hatch, if I am correct. Perez, no, okay, he can drop down, my mistake. So at least has an escape route, unlike Felipox in the previous round, but with that information, he certainly won't be able to get aggressive from this spot. There's a player on the window that's watching his every move. It's a good opportunity now to try to...
He's in the site, Jesse. He's in the site. And he's just moved in the site. He's the only one here. And now they're able to win out a fight elsewhere. He has to net a result here. He has to be able to get one of the players drifting their way back into woods. He looks away at the worst possible time. They seem to have an idea, and they've all suddenly started flooding back. You say they love to drive themselves in towards engagements, and now they've got to have the one that he's inside the building. Felipox gonna see if they can stick the plant, dashes their way over to offer some cover because he knows he cannot get caught in the situation of post-plant. Out of absolutely nothing, KZ sniffed opportunity and swung their way in, but now a 3 versus 2 versus 2. Actually balanced back in, and with a Blackbeard holding on close, waiting for an approach either side, and KZ going a bit wider on towards gold. Give them more opportunities for moments like that. Drifts now into a 2 versus 1. Have to try and isolate themselves in either of these engagements, but they've got themselves a pretty decent little crossfight here. As long as he plays this smart, he can swing on the back, swing on contact, but not overextending anything. 14 seconds, still has to get to the kit. Probably doesn't have enough time from this point onwards, but will at least get 1 kill for the trouble before he finds Felipox. Now, Blackbeard's sort of locked in there, but I mean, just that slip through there, Jesse.
Yeah, crazy how KZ's just allowed to walk straight in through garage. There's no information on it. They have 5 players alive, and they're going for a heavy roam strategy. So, like, that's kind of the gap that you need. Certainly, there could be cameras up there that you're worried about, but KZ was on the Brava, so if there was likely able to hack them away. There weren't any actual bulletproof cams being brought in that round, so maybe they were relying on the Banshees to alert them of a walk up through garage, but in the end, with KZ on the Brava, he's able to stop that from happening. You're not necessarily aware that your Banshees have been hacked. So he finds that gap. He's able to get really good space inside the site, ends up with 2 kills on the round, and Team Liquid Alienware do a great job of collapsing around it, making sure that they can find that angle into the site. These basement bomb sites, they're maybe not conventional from Team Liquid Alienware, but they look really, really good.
5 apiece is also the surprise of looking really, really good right now. As we sort of talked about at the start of this, Team Liquid Alienware kind of needed the full 3 points, especially after the disappointment of before, but
Yes.
Los needed, said that very firmly. Los needed them just as bad. As firm a yes for them as well, because I mean, that they are fighting, as weird as it is to say, away from the bottom of the board, away from the fact that obviously Black Dragons were able to get a positive result earlier, but Imperial were able to get themselves a point from it. You need to not be scratching points away from each other. FaZe might have themselves confirmed after like Playday 3, their second game, just because they can get a full win.
No, you're right. I mean, we're getting too deep into this group stage for you to be giving up these points, especially against a team like Los that many thought would be towards the bottom of this group. Team Liquid Alienware, just 2 rounds to go to be able to close this in regulation. They have to win both of them. They'll go top floor on the side of Los to try to hold this one down. The attacks have been good today from T-Law. Fleepox, after Black Dragons lost, tweeted that he was not happy with their attacks and wanted to see a bit more from him and his team on the offensive side. I think that has come true so far, largely off of the shield play from Fleepox, but on the Capitao, he's getting good value for his team as well.
They have themselves the cross angle on towards the site, and they're hoping that they can get a bit of a gift. And somebody that drifts a bit loose on towards the default plant. The Deimos is causing problems underneath, doing a job against all this soft. It's such a tricky place to try and survive. Do you fight back? Do you run and sort of a little bit headless and hope you don't get caught from the window positions? They've been able to escape, but the grenade is not really going to force anybody. Too strong of an arm with that boy in baseball, but maybe keep him out of siege for now. There's a bit of damage done towards the Glaz and towards Perez on the other side as the Flash is then forced off elsewhere. Not sure if their shield is still standing or if that's been a removed part of the puzzle. They might just be on their secondary for the rest of this here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, KZ opens things up by taking down Dash. That's a critical pick in the midst of this. The Toxic Babes will slow down the rappel into sight, making it so you can't immediately go, but the kills are flooding in from Team Liquid Alienware.
This point now with 2 going into their favor and Lost sort of holding on. As I said before, this is the moment where they get very scary, Team Liquid Alienware. This is the moment where they get themselves very sort of compatible with everything you put together. They seem to have the solution and the pressure at the right place at the right time. And as the plant tries to go down, caught out in smoke actually, pulled further and further away. Good play from Daffo, but that was the last that they could do. And oh, you know, the last that he can do. Drifts onto 1, but at the same time, there's that surround. There's that multi-point pressure that Team Liquid Alienware seem to be able to bring. And seem able to bring themselves on towards map point.
Nice to see some good kills finally coming out of JV92. In the midst of that, you were talking about his arm, and it's looking quite good as well through that round. Clearly was struggling in the first half, but even when he's not getting kills, he's denying that janitor position. He's opening up the entire floorboards, which means that nobody from Los can actually play inside that room. He forced 3 people into meeting in the midst of that. And while it didn't immediately result in kills for him, it certainly made the entry into site a lot easier. They wanted to walk in through square. They had nade on the thermite, a very classic push coming in just through the CEO walls. And it was able to threaten a plant, at least in the mid-round there, to try to get themselves that attacker advantage. Forcing those players back was critical. And now Los, knowing that they have everything on the line for this final round, will rely on their attack timeout. The words of Hugzord, hopefully going to pull them through and force the OT.
I mean, it has to be, right? It just takes 1 round, and they could probably sort of look towards the fact that they took this site last time, or they put pressure on towards these sort of sites last time. And you know, instead, where do you bring yourself to as Los? Do you drift on towards the site that you've done and the site that you found success on? No, is actually the answer here, right? They were able to make it land on Office and Open sort of by a bit of heroics, but instead, lockers is where we end up here, Jesse.
Yeah, back down to the bottom floor. A bit curious again. This is the best bomb side of the map. Traditionally, this is what everybody will tell you, is that basement on bank is very, very strong. And I think it can lean into Los's playstyle. This is a team that wants to get aggressive. They want to get active. They want to be fighting you early in the round. They can do that when the bomb site is bottom floor. But just by picking this site, they've opened up the opportunity for Liquid to find those gaps, just like they did in the previous rounds. They cannot let KZ walk up Garage like he did previously. They cannot be caught off guard on the roam clear. They can't let players into their site while they're all still up above the bomb site. They've got to be really careful where they position themselves and that they've got good information through this round, because if they don't, they could open themselves up to another very strong round win from Team Liquid Alienware.
Will we get ourselves in towards our second overtime of the day, or will we find ourselves in towards that precious full 3 points? This first kill could be a bit of a signifier. The fact that outside of the opening 2 rounds, every single time, the game has gone in towards the favor of whoever finds that first body. They're going to play a delicate bit of back and forth here. They've obviously got themselves set up for some of the destruction on towards the site and the hatches itself, but Low seemingly are taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance here above. They've not quite gone towards the top floor as they've done before, but they have themselves stretched and ready to sort of draw some attention in towards top blue, which we didn't really have. But remember, it was a bit of a sneaky drive in towards the site as well, so they have to make sure they don't get caught out by that. The position found inside Garage as it was last time. Drop down and, well, they seemingly are very aware of something on Garage. They have 2 players staring in towards the single one at the back. I'm not entirely sure who they're trying to make friends with, but it's a fight over the hatch. He missed. Oh, no.
Had the position, but unfortunately Dash will drop in time. Daffodil does go down. It's KZ inside Garage, the exact position he was in last time, Emmy. This time he's not able to sneak his way straight to the site, but he gets 1 pick and hunting for a second as he pushes forward with the 417.
Almost the thing that he does best, right? Now he's confident enough to try and drone himself forward. He's cut off a single body. He's got rid of Daffo, got rid of Big Gun and a bit of destruction. They doubles down, and now as a second one falls, that's the smoke gone as well. It's just sort of all being peeled away here by this approach. And as the drone starts zapping and drawing attention, they're well aware of the position on towards the hatches. They're isolating. They're not overextending. They're not overcommitting. They know when they need to push and when they need to charge and when they need to pull back just a second and a step. And here, seems like we're waiting for the inevitable, the smoke. Coverage on towards the default plant, the guns. Coverage on towards Dark, and in the middle now just leaves one alone. KZ on a triple. There's at least the catch on JV92, but now they know where he is. They'll just plant on the other site. They have the distance. They don't have KZ anymore. They have a post-plant timer here. 3 versus 1. Okay, 2 versus 1. Perez gets an absolute bit of destruction from the other side. Surely at this point they'll just peel back. Got the post plant, got the angle from the bottom of blue, can watch this from the hatch. Just to tick over here. Knows he'll need to win and bait the first engagement. Can't even do that. 3 points for Team Liquid Alienware.
Well, nice little attempt to come through there in the end, but ultimately the hardest recovery post plant in Siege does not go the way of Los today. Team Liquid Alienware really clean attacks, especially on that bottom floor bomb site. Some of the most dominant bank basement attacks I have seen in a very long time, Emmy. So much of it coming off of KZ, who of course went negative in their opening matchup against Black Dragons, the star player for this Furia turns Team Liquid Alienware team, and it's good to see him back in action, firing like we know he can, and winning this game in part for Team Liquid Alienware.
Well, that's all for you and me for just a moment, but, well, there's 2 people who you can do a brilliant impression of. Let's see if they can do one of you on our desk.
I don't think I want to play the game of trying to imitate anyone in Siege. I can barely imitate myself half the time, if I'm very honest here, Leo. But here we are. Team Liquid Alienware with a full-on victory, and a tough one still regardless. It is all 3 points, something that they really needed. It's going to bring up morale, and I like to see that with all of the team together in their facility, that once again, they're all jumping up, they're all hugging, they're all celebrating together. And that's something that I guess Team Liquid Alienware really has an advantage in, where they can be in the same location together and really bring up the morale, fix any issues in person. That's something that's invaluable at this level.
Yeah, it may be one of the reasons of the resilience of that roster during the map, to be honest, because it didn't start off the right way. I thought that Lost, especially in the attack, had such a great game plan. The overall idea was to try and punish the extensions from Team Liquid as much as possible, on basement multiple times. The small extension towards elevator and open space that got punished twice. The abuse of Dokaibi that was played every single round on the side of Los throughout the attack. And then the Lion as well played from Dash that I thought was critical in many different moments. I thought they had it right under control. They gained the man advantage. Dash got 3 opening kills in a row on round 4, 5, and 6. That put them in the right way. But then I love to see the comeback from Team Liquid. The resilience was there. They played around the shit of Felipox. They brought the Snake to get early access as quickly as possible, early map control, create pressure with their anti-roam, with the shields, played around Felipox as much as possible, and we saw the real team here. I thought instantly everything shifted. They get 5 opening kills out of 6 possible rounds, 5 rounds confirmed every time they get the opening kills. That was beautiful siege played by Team Liquid Alienware, and honestly, back in track, right? And this is exactly what they did. Was okay, they had a slow start. It may have been scary, but in the end, it is a regulation win. They get every single point they needed, and it is a great comeback story that should cement a little bit the trust in the team after having made the change of Maya.
Yeah, this round 11 to me was it's a big show, really, of TL Alienware, because they're able to pull players off one by one in Los and really remove them from play. And then their basement attacks, be it in round 9 or in the final round here, were just very well coordinated, and especially in round 9 where they found the opening, like, hey, we can actually jump through the elevator hatch and just get on site. And KZ just kind of does that, which is crazy that actually happens. But it shows that there's a lot of moving parts during that TL Alienware round. Does this potentially hint at maybe too much happening at the same time in comms? I don't know. I'm not a fly on a wall. Would love to hear that from them. But I'll take the moment to say Lost played a pretty good game.
Yeah, they did.
Until, halfway through the second half, maybe they could have even pulled it into an OT and gotten a point off of TL Alienware.
I think the main thing was they lacked the adaptation in defense. Like, they got the lead in attack, which was good. They executed the game plan well. Everyone played their part. They lacked an adaptation when it came down to facing the shields. I mean, Felipox gained pressure instantly with the Monty. Then it enables Maya to get 2 opening kills in a row. After that, the round falls apart. And I like to see the adaptation. They tried at first to bring on the Valkyrie to try to be aggressive based on the intel. Didn't work. They tried to turtle with the traps and the clash and the Kaid, the wall denial. Didn't work as well. I struggle to see them really adapt and find a way, at least to make it all the way to overtime. I think that gaining a point against Team Liquid Alienware would have been something that was already a victory in my eyes. I do want to say that, it seems to work for the 3 most experienced players on the roster. Perez, Dafo, and Dash, all 3 of them on the left side of your screen here, carrying the weight of Los. I think I'm still waiting to see a bit more for the players that have less experience at the tier 1 level. Nuxga returning there after 2 years in tier 2. Dark is still there as he was the rookie that was struggling last stage. These 2 are supposed to be younger, bring more firepower, and I'm still waiting to see that. Maybe that was the extra edge that we're lacking to at least make it to overtime.
And to say the opening games of Kickoff in SAL for Los were 2 very tough opponents with TL Alienware and FaZe Clan. It is a lot, but now I want to see it. There's no more of that excuses. Maybe you can get that 3rd spot. If not, 4th would be obviously a minimum, but a 3rd spot in there, really sneak your way through. There's opportunities should they find it. However, you're seeing Maya and KZ that are playing pretty much, like, almost exactly the same when it comes to statistics, but really Maya, our MVP, continues to play at an incredible level.
Yeah.
This man has been doing it very well with Team Liquid before they were known as TL Alienware. Before this roster, through multiple roster transitions now for just over 2 years. And even now, on a squad that is comprised of 4 the Xperia players, the core that are world champions, he's still performing at the tippity top of the level. And honestly, I don't know what to say more than this is probably one of the most unsung heroes of SAL, especially given the fact that his trophy cabinet is definitely not as lined up as I think it should be.
No, definitely. I think he showed consistency for a long time with the previous Liquid roster. It was important for us to see in that environment can he perform. And these are his combined stats from the two games. And to me, he's the most consistent player still in that roster, despite having them changed for 4 players that are world champions, that are major champions. He's still the one that's performing the best and most consistently. That's beautiful to see. It was always a question mark of when you integrate a player like this, is he going to be able to perform to the level that you expect? Maya so far, definitely. And most importantly, and something that is for me a lot of value, it's not only in the game. Look at the face cams whenever they're winning rounds, or even where they're losing. He's the one getting riled up. He's the one giving energy. And I think it was important when you replace someone like Herds, it is important to have someone that is equally energetic and that is able to pull the team together. And I think that they found that in Maya. And so far, I'm still very excited. First and foremost for the resilience they showed today in that BO1, but also because Maya seems to be so strong within the roster already.
When we were sitting back during the match and saying, you know what, I wish that I could be a fly on the wall on that TL Alienware side just to see what's happening during the match, because I'm curious, really curious of the impact that Maya has on the team and how he kind of fits in with everybody, and kind of seeing how are they practicing, how are they preparing before the stage or before kickoff, during it now, how are comms really like during the match. Because as you mentioned, Leo, every time the camera cuts over to player cams, you're seeing Maya that's just very heated in a positive way, like just talking to everybody in a way that maybe we would not have been used to, because sometimes on that old Furia roster, when things really got dire, there was a lot of quiet. There was a lot of calmness in a negative way. And I'm really hopeful that he's really bringing in what is needed. So my hope is that we have our interview lined up, and in which case I would love to join into it and see what's going on. Not yet. Okay, we'll give it a second. So Leo, do you want to glaze Maya for just a second more? Or should we just say, look, in general, what do you feel like at this point is missing from TL Alienware to really hit the mark that you expect them to be at? Because at least I'm feeling that we're a couple steps away from the true greatness we need to see.
I think you're still seeing the kind of flows that were punishing them in BO1s before when they were Furia, right? So especially in this game today, you know, it's the defense side and it's a bit of a rework. I understand the need for the extension to try and burn time and peel off. The problem is the discipline when to peel off. I think they struggle to understand when is it time to give back ground. And whenever we've done that, how do we make sure we can still win the round with the ground that we have? Those 2 rounds in basement that they lose are almost the same way. They try this small semi-extension into open space and elevator. They lose the man advantage there. Then they drop down. It's already a bit late. And then they struggle to play off that time to win a round. Those are simple things to change. And then the second thing was, I think in most of the defense setup, they're quite isolated. And they ended up playing kind of like in a way where they couldn't get a trade potential whenever the attackers were getting in. Those are things that you can work on, making sure there is a bridge, someone that connects with the players. Whenever they're trying to fall off, you can play the trade a little bit more. But that's things that are easy to fix. And obviously, you're going to get punished in the BO1, but like in the long run, that's something that they will figure out for sure.
For sure. It could not have said it any better than that. And the expectation is that they will keep improving during kickoff, and that by the time we're hitting those best of 3s and playoffs, that's really when they'll start shining. And I would have loved to have a chat with Igor, their coach, who I have a lot of love and respect for his way of just doing things. But unfortunately, he's having some tech issues, and we might not be able to have him on for now. But I'm hoping that maybe after the break, we'll just have, you know what, throw the rulebook out of the window. We'll do something different just because of this. However, with this moment done and dusted, Leo, you and I will take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll start chatting about our next matchup that is on the docket. NIP versus Fluxo W7M. For many, many viewers out there, the highlight game of today. Good to see it after this break. Welcome back, friends, to SAL. Igor's trying to tell the kids to cool down. Welcome, Igor. Thank you very much for joining us. It has been a while. Leo, I'll leave you with the first question.
Hello, and hello to Felix.
Hello, guys.
It's very nice to see you guys again. I guess, Igor, my first and I guess only question is, as Philippox is showing Alien War to the broadcast, is exactly about this. It's about your organization. I wanted to know, what is the biggest difference? What do they bring to you now that you're bearing the Liquid name? What do you feel it brings to you guys? And also, do you think that bearing that name brings a bit more pressure because of all the fans that you have?
Yes, I think so. Being Team Liquid is the same we are in, I don't know, Real Madrid, because they have a lot of fans. The pressure is it's huge, but we know we can deal with this. And in the part of the organization, they help us a lot with all we need, like psychologists, or if we need some boot camps or other things. So we are very excited to be here, and it's a pleasure to play with the Team Liquid jersey, and the sponsor of the Alienware is helping us a lot.
Very good. Thank you, Igor. And my question to you is more about the roster itself, because, of course, altogether, you're for the old Furia roster, plus you, of course, coaching, and Maya. I want to ask you about that transition, how that's been, and what Maya fills as a role, because we see him during the timeouts being or even during the rounds themselves, being very proactive, very talkative. I want to understand more about his role on the squad and what he's really bringing to it.
So first of all, Maya brings to us a lot of energy. He likes a lot of screaming, like you said. And at the same time, he's a very intelligent player. So he helps Philippox a lot with shot callers during the mid of the round. And so we are doing our best because, okay, we only changed one player, Maya over Hertz, but at the same time, we are building a new team. So we changed some roles, like Philippox now is a support player, Nade is more like a support 2 or flex, JV had some changes too. So we are discovering new things because we think long term this will be the best for us, because we are not think only won this match in Brazil because we want the hammer, we want the majors, AWC, so we are doing something long term.
Very good. Thank you very much, Igor, for shedding some light on how things are currently with Team Liquid Alienware. I want to thank you again. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you tomorrow for your next matchup. Have a good evening.
Yes, it's against FaZe Clan. We say in Brazil, El Clásico. So
Yes.
that's it.
On Tuesday, we were talking to FaZe. They told us we're really looking forward to it, and it's finally back to being a Clásico. So I'm very much ready for that matchup. Thank you again, Igor.
Thanks so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Igor. Wow, I'm excited. I'm so excited currently. I want to say the progress of not only the team, but of Igor in English. Like, I'm always amazed by it, because I remember speaking with him a couple of years ago, and you know, he didn't have the same level. Now he's almost fluent. He can speak with us very, very honestly. Great transparency as well in the interview. I absolutely love it.
Maybe in a few more years, you and I will improve our English, but that'll be in the future. However, we have to talk about our next matchup. I want to thank Igor and the production team for helping us put things together, the interview, even with the tech issues after the break is done. Though we have a matchup on our hands, NIP versus Fluxo W7M. For many, this is a huge matchup, the one for the day, and NIP is the one up first on that chopping block. Cons is no longer on there, and well, we saw last year how replacing Psycho kind of changed the whole way, but NIP, where we're finally starting to see them at events. But I'd say that after Munich, they plateaued a bit too hard, Leo.
Yeah, I think that there's a question of who won the Rostermania here, because obviously Cons, in my opinion, was the main stakeholder of NIP's success. He was the main actor as the IGL, as the one playing the shields, as the one that replaced Psycho in that leadership. The main player that made the difference for them to reach international events again consistently. And the thing is, if I look at this, he's not there anymore, replaced by Bassetto. If I go on the other side and I look at Fluxo W7M, here is Cons coming in to fill a hole that was there for a long time, which was the IGL link. And so if we look at Fluxo W7M, they had the opposite issues. They had the fragging power, they had everything they needed, except they lacked the IGL. And so Cons picked for us, and he chose to go to W7M, Fluxo W7M. To me, that speaks a lot because he made the biggest choice. And now this match decides if he was right or not.
And Loban mentioned this on Tuesday when we had our Fluxo W7M interview when their match was done. And he's like, well, you know, Cons being a big deal in here, this is something that's going to help us out in more ways than one. But if anything, it's something that NIP have to be watching out for. So questions aplenty that we're looking to answer in this. Of course, not forgetting Norris as the coach who really has been showing up over the past couple of years. It's one of my favorite people to watch coaching wise because this man is crazy, but he's so dedicated in those back rooms, and they'll take us through that dedication off of Fortress and Cafe and into Border, where Fluxo W7M start off on attack. Leo, quick words before we get into game.
It is a map they absolutely loved. They played it 6 times at Six Invitational, and also just a quick fact, 4 matches out of 6 went to 15 rounds. Guys, this one is going to be interesting.
Absolutely. And thank God it's neither me nor Leo that are casting this. It's actual professional commentators. Jesse and Fluke, take it away.
Wow, can I say, Jesse, your impression has gotten so much better.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just really, really sort of sharpened there. Thank you very much. Excited to get in. Let's have a look at Border. We're here in the battleground of battlegrounds, and we're here with pretty standard removals, Jesse.
Yeah, no, very basic Border bands coming through here. I mean, Alphon was absolutely right. Fluxo W7M played this a ton of times at the 6 Invitational. They played it against Enterprise, Oxygen, Space Station, D+, Oxygen again, Space Station, Furia. I mean, they played this map so many times, so there's a lot of VODs on them, but it's absolutely one that they're comfortable on. NIP, 2 plays at the 6 Invitational on Border, a win and a loss. So not a bad map for them by any means, but Fluxo will be considered kind of the home team in this matchup with just how much experience they have playing here on Border. It's a fast-paced map. It's a map where the attack can have a lot of early aggression. We see Fluxo W7M starting here on the offense, so we'll be very excited to see what they can get done. And of course, now playing with Cons, former NIP player, a big game for him up against his former organization.
Yeah, there's always the elements, right? When you have somebody like that come into this game, that everybody plays better. Everybody plays harder because everybody wants to beat your old teammate more than anybody else. There's just that extra element of a bit of pepper in the meal, and we'll see if that can be the sort of difference. It's a taste that they like or dislike at this point. So W7M, they're going to just steady on, eyes on towards security and CCTV. The castles are making things a little bit stickier to get in, creating new shapes. Obviously, the limitation, no Azami, no Keybers, none of that sort of stretch of the play space. So what they've got to try and make it work, and that's the big sort of separator, right? Fantasy, a bit more free to play in that position and gone fishing. And Cons first caught.
Not the greatest of starts when you're playing up against your former team, but Cons catches a nitro from Pino, and that will just have to be how it goes. This push from Fluxo W7M doesn't have a ton of map control so far. They did use the Monty to force some players out of break, but CC, of course, still being played by Wizard. Long angles with this Aruni DMR can be so hard to clear out.
Well, here, they've still got themselves in this sort of heavy position. There's steady and slow entrance and a Monty that's about to try and bully somebody in a corner, but there needs to be something else to offer some support, right? They're baiting the fight, but they're always ready for an expectation. It's actually Hates that gets caught out elsewhere. It's all... Okay. Well, they did get the pickup, but maybe a split second too late to drop the shield. 3 versus 3. I mean, I guess they were really trying to bait the attention, but they needed their teammate just one step quicker. There's still Palu pushing their way on through in towards the site itself in the 3 versus 2. And now they'll just rotate Dodos in, go for the plant, but it's actually the player in between Sandwich. Gets 1, gets 2. Not entirely sure what's going on with the awareness here, Jesse, but they seem a little bit loose and their grasp on each other is a bit tenuous. Pino's holding onto the position and pops the final player.
Beautiful 4K to start us off from one of the oldest veterans in Siege. Pino went -4 in yesterday's open game, and he will go +4 just in the opening round here versus Fluxo W7M. They had no idea he was that deep inside of sight, Emmy. He was playing just in front of the sandwich window, and I'm not sure if it was a bad comm, maybe a misdrone, maybe just an assumption that was incorrect, but I mean, the way that Fluxo W7M flooded into that bomb site, they clearly did not realize just how close to that main breach he was. Played perfectly with that extra information, was able to lock down the site and just win it out for NIP. Bit of shenanigans certainly going on with the shield play inside of security. I'll revisit that briefly. I was a bit surprised just how solo Dots was. You know, he was all by himself for a very long time inside of CC, was clearly calling for his teammates' help for quite a while there. Probably could have kept just dancing with without pulling the gun out, without ADSing, but eventually puts the shield away, and he does pay for it with his life. You gotta wonder if they still have the Monty alive when they go for that push. Does Pino get a 4K? I'm gonna say probably not. Certainly would have been a more competitive round, that's for sure, but good early start from NIP on what is sometimes thought to be the harder side on Border.
I mean, how that sort of came back and forth as well, the C4 being the first bite out, but it's not unusual for attackers to drive themselves in positively and then get an awareness as time goes on, and that was maybe the sort of cause and effect there. Dots with the shield on the back, hiding the approach to the blitz, just making sure that they don't hear the ka-chunk from the distance that it's going to come into. Maybe going to try and just cut their way across from detention, but instead, actually, it seems like they're going to eyes up first of all. Try and get this position on towards Wizard once again. Fantasy obviously in the swing position here. They've got a bit of an electric network there from Denari all the way across, just catching bits of utility. Or the players, if they go for the quick hop in, the slow is lethal. So instead, get that quickly nipped in the bud earlier rather than later. Now with the castle still on the board, and just slowing things down here.
Yeah, I really like the Denari setup. They banned out the Azami, so the East Stairs hold has to get a little creative, and they've done exactly that. The hop in from Dots straight into Rafters will force this player out of break room, but no! Fantasy just gets the kill into Dots instead. Another early shield kill from Fluxo.
Yeah, the shield's really not connecting well for them here. 2 in a row and 2 sort of put below. They were able to find one in the trade out. Wizard did get caught out. That corner position, well, they actually got the player on the trade of the shield last time round, is theirs, but still, what else do they have? What else is the cook and the plan right now? Obviously, they've been able to peel their way back towards the site. They still have the verticality on it. They've been able to get CC fine. That is the first step, and it's still a cautious one. By the looks of it, Cons is just going to hold on to the close angle, be ready to recollect the kit itself, but, you know, the positions that NIP have taken here are still a very firm firing line, crossed angles, ready for the trade.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The positioning is great from NIP. I mean, 3 players top floor, a couple of them just ratting as well, and I don't know if the information's there for Fluxo. They've got some good Utso clear with the Flores, but they have to be able to find these kills.
Well, the first is found. They're able to pop their way around and get rid of the second on the defense, and no trade is coming out as of yet, but another smoke canister will get thrown down. A bit of an early usage. So at this point, all 3 are gone. It's just down to the C4 as the sort of late last-second denial. The flashes come round. The player drops on towards it as well, hit in the middle, but not quite killed or caught out. Gets themselves an angle and just keeps on moving. But that gives them that little bit of confidence that everybody is now down inside the site itself. Basetto stayed on for an extra second, but realized he doesn't want to be that sunk cost factor, as with 20 seconds, they can still get themselves into this 3 versus 3. But where will the approach come through? Bathroom seems to be the sidling up here, can utilize the Capital to get some coverage on towards the bolts. There's the C4, but it's a little bit premature. Instead, they look through and hope that they can try and get the catch. There's one. Oh, did he see the man cross? They've actually pulled off and gone back on towards it. The Capital's able to have no cover by the effect. They pulled themselves off the plant.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't think they're winning that round anyways, Emmy. Saving the KD a little bit there. It was Cons. Did he get downed maybe? No, actually just pulled off. So just his decision to stop planting in the midst of that. Again, there's 5 seconds. They have the exact position. I think NIP win that regardless, but even still a bit strange to see them make that call in the late rounds. I think Fluxo really struggled with that defensive setup from NIP. It was very creative with the castle and the Denari. It allowed for some really strong rotations back from the top floor down to the site. Leo, I don't know if you take requests, but that would be a round that would be excellent to just view as a telestrated segment from a top-down POV. I don't think we quite have the capabilities here on SAL regular season, but maybe one to go back and dissect, because it was a really cool hold from the Ninjas in Pajamas.
There's the element of almost the Capitao was their own undoing. I couldn't see a happier man with a mustache and glasses than that Capitao bolt gets the cover. Okay, I can look through this. They can't do anything to stop me looking through this. Gets the first kill, great one, and then just the pressure over it. And I mean, hey, 2 rounds now in a row here for NIP. On towards border. Can you hear Leo like I can?
I sure can.
Yeah, I don't know if the broadcast could. I think he was rehearsing a telestrator. Leo is talking to us, but we have no idea if the broadcast can hear this. He's saying he's helping Milosh understand Rainbow Six Siege, which...
That's good.
A very important thing.
Probably the best teacher you could have in this
He's
day and age.
He's a pretty good teacher.
He really is. If you can get past the accent.
I think Leo would make a wonderful teacher. Like, just... Okay, he just said, shut up, Jesse. Maybe he would make a teacher that needs a bit of work. Bit of a tough love teacher.
There you go. There you go. Well, Fluxo also in need of some tough love in this round. Down now 0-2. They'll be the favorites in this matchup, no doubt. But the Ninjas in Pajamas have looked really good in this first couple of rounds. I like the snake from Lobin brought to try to push through this top floor, but there's a Mira setup, Goyos, Kaid Claws. There's so much util locking things down just above the bomb site.
Seeing if they can just try and buy themselves more time. You can see the rotates coming around either side. They're trying to build up to the pinch, but it's not an easy one to make. Instead, actually, they send themselves in towards the fountain fight. They're able to put some of the damage in, but as the bees track them, there still needs to be something else on the back of it, and they have that swing position. In fact, they don't. Hates drops out and, well, just sort of escaped before they got 2 of them for the trouble. 4 versus 5. He's actually going to see if he can hold on an extra second and find a fight on the hatch itself. Surely they'll expect that sort of positional play here from NIP. Instead, holding on towards the site. But the minute 10 with all of that utility dumped on the top, I mean, that's a lot of the sort of bees used. It's a lot of the flashes used. Everything else they've got really is 2 flashes and a couple of smokes now, Jesse.
Oh, through the floorboards, almost to pick on a Cons. He's got to be careful where he's stepping. The Tuberau will slow him slightly throughout the floorboards. Knows there's one bottom east. It's Palu who's just grabbed this position. His Twitch drones have done great work on the top floor so far. Finds going to be an angle looking towards Hates in the hallway, but he gets back into the site. 45 seconds.
Ooh, Hates is able to find that final trade after a long period of time, and so W7M has just sort of sat watching and waiting, really. The player's able to drift his way back out. Lobin does get revenge. Let's get the catch onto 1, and Palu finds Fantasy. Okay. Suddenly that net is starting to encircle, but Bassetto's doing his best-etto to try and fight his way out, and the doubling bit of support is coming in as they're going for the plant itself. There's the second attempt on it. They'll hear it, but they don't want to cross the window because it's so dangerous and the worry of the verticality, but they're actually looking the other way, and there's Lobin making sure he picks up 1, leaves the man inside the site, but they've been able to find themselves a decent final network.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that the first round Fluxo win is the first round where they don't bring out the shield, Emmy. Instead, it's the Grim being brought by Dots. And honestly, he got really good value with his util clearing through that top floor hold. As we were saying, the mirror window is there. We had Goyos up there. We had Magnets. We had Kaid Claws. There was so much util on the top floor being brought by NIP. But being able to pop open that window, I believe, with the Twitch and then having those Grim bees for utility pings as well was really, really helpful to give that early advantage to Fluxo W7M. And then the attack is just so clean. I mean, they've got, for the execute, players inside of waiting. They've got players inside of workshop. They've got players in towards the site. They're dropping the hatch. They're up above. Every angle that Fluxo W7M could have wanted in that push, they had. So really good stuff coming out from Fluxo in that round. Nice to see them getting on the board before we hit this 4th round.
At this point, with the bans coming through, the Twitch and the Goyo, both of them sidelined for now, and fair enough. I mean, Twitch is just in a great place, has been in a great place for a long time. You've got a heavy trap meta, and you've got a map that loves traps, really. Especially with the DMR, get rid of her, or in some cases the F12 that people enjoy. Otherwise, the split of it is Goyo. Buy yourself time. Stop them just being quick to the punch, quick to the fight itself. I mean, you look at the lineup, and it's still, what, Ella Mines, Fenrir Gadgets. You're getting the slow. but
Yeah.
it's not the same sort of game.
Yeah, both Twitch and Goyo have been played 3 out of 3 rounds so far, so I think both very good bans. The Twitch ban in particular, certainly a focus onto Paulu, as he's played that every single round. He's going to swap over to the Thatcher. This is going to try to assist an Osa plant coming in, likely in through Archives. Now, I say that. Dots doesn't actually have the kit immediately. There's a world where this is just an Osa fake. I am not a huge fan of this plant when it does come down just behind the Osa shield. There are a couple of nitros. There's going to be some, or there's one nitro, plus there's going to be some of these Elemines as well, which can be used to deny the plants, and there's going to be a Solus down below, so you've got to be really careful if you go for this. But if they're just using it as a bait, Khan's getting an early plant in through Sandwich or somewhere on lockers could be huge for Fluxo.
So if you're unaware, the role of the Thatcher in this is pretty much just to try and catch the C4s as they go. It's a very, very important piece since the puzzle was changed of what gadgetry he can bring in, and it means that they can maybe try and get themselves in on what is an obvious plant, as you can start removing the obvious utility coming your way. But you have to be keen about it. You have to be aware about it, and you also still have to have the vertical locked in, as Zephyr just making the space, giving Osa a little bit of place to play and a little bit of room to breathe. There's shield being deployed. They're trying to bait out the utility, bait out the attention, and see what else they can force. It is just this single C4 over the top and maybe an impact that can stop it, but the Solace can be the one to tell you when things are actually sort of going their way or going against them. You can see a bit of the pressure is trying to come in from underneath, and Fantasy is going to go try and find that fight themselves.
Yeah, this is a real utility game. Again, the Fuse Kit is not even with this Osa. Khans has it over towards Sandwich, and he just repels in now to plant the smoke.
Well, there it is. They're going for that plant you played, and it... Oh, no. Went down to a teammate's bolt at that point. Not entirely sure how that came together. Maybe he tried to escape a different bit of damage and ran in towards the fire and the confusion of the smoke, but either way, that's a cold kit in Sandwich. The big benefit, though, is they're able to pull 2 kills out of it. However, they don't really have any other utility. They've just got to try and send it for gunfights. So, NIP, they're going to try and reposition, pull themselves just a little bit further back, and actually step back in, being tracked, being pressured, and going for the fight and the drive. It's a Deimos against the player who knows exactly where they are, but in the meantime, it's a fight here against the Mirror. Hopped up over the top, but Osa is able to hold on. And now in a 4 versus 1, Wizard left alone, not for long. They still make it land.
Ends up being a successful round despite the shenanigans with Khans at the very start of it. And I'm scraping the VOD trying to figure out what happened. I think what went down is Khans gets downed in the middle of his plant, either from Fantasy down below or Pino with the angle with the Vector. In either case, he gets downed, and then I think either he crawls into, or maybe just because he's like down on the ground, his model spreads out, and then he just finds himself in the tick of the firebolt that he had shot quite a bit earlier, because it's not like he just firebolted himself. Bit of a goofy way to lose your opening death, but in the end, the team collapses around it really, really nicely. They were able to hunt down Fantasy, who was playing below. They hunt down Hates, and it's really Loban who's playing on that Deimos down below that has the most amount of impact, finds those opening picks, now brings his stat line up to 6-1. No doubt one of the best Deimos players that we have here in South America, and deadly with it if you don't know his position.
At this point, I mean, there is this sort of element where you're getting a couple of runaway names. In the early 2 games that we've had today, they've gone pretty much the whole distance. Sure, there's been a couple that have been a bit behind the curve, but it's never felt like it's a top-heavy game, if that makes sense. There's never somebody that's sort of leading the charge here. Loban and Palu, 6-1, 5-3, and then Pino, 5-2. And it really feels like a bit of just a back and forth between those over these 4 rounds. Nobody else has really gotten themselves a foot in. So at this point, you sort of look towards NIP and you go, okay, if they have one more person start to show up, if they start to get a little bit of the energy from them, well, maybe they can level things up. But otherwise, the 2 versus 1 is sort of seemingly putting this one to bed. Obviously, Pino got a 4K in the opening round, and since then has been a bit quiet. Loban with the 3K. It's just not really going in towards their favor. But there's always time to grow and learn, and here, come down to a Solace, just hunting for anyone that might be trying to make their approach here on towards Passport.
Yeah, Fantasy's really loved this Solus the last couple of rounds. Obviously, was trying to play down below the site previously. Can't quite do that here when the site is Vent's Workshop. East stairs held by Hates. He's got to do this on the Ella again. They have lost the Azami to the bans, which is often what you'd try to play in towards this position. Dots is back on the shield as well, so we'll have to see how this one goes for him. It's the first time since round 2. They've won back-to-back rounds wins without this utility, but to clear East. It could be one of the most effective tools in Siege.
Ooh, Wizard. Just scraped a couple of bullets into the knee of Dodez, but not enough to make him dead-ez. Ram will be able to continue.
That plus the Bassetto one earlier. You're really on thin ice.
Sorry, this has been a while since we've casted together, but at this point, it's been a while since Wizard and Fancy will get any further into the round. In fact, it's all sort of coming up. Fluxo W7M. Pino does find one. At this point, they need to try and double down, and it just pulled off the gas a second. Fluxo W7M. Oh, doesn't matter. Bassetto finds one and traded immediately back in. Leaves just Pino alone with a shield about to try and make friends with him. And this time, it's not a blitz to drop the shield and get into a fight of his own. Baits the motion, goes for the trade, and gets executed for it.
A really convincing round from Fluxo W7M. I mean, it feels like they have found their way into this game. They've warmed up a little bit in the midst of it. Comes off the back of some really strong droning as well. You saw Dodez have that drone just kind of on the chandelier, on the lamp inside a break room. That was a sick little bit of information that told them exactly what the 90 player was doing in the midst of things. Kind of opened things up to get them that early pick onto Wizard. Loban at the same time, able to find Fantasy in the midst of that. Just in the bottom floor, in kind of through server. Cons gets a big pick. I mean, everybody finding frags around the map deep into the round for Fluxo W7M. So good to see them getting active. 3 rounds in a row now from the favorites in this matchup, and it forces NIP to go to the worst bomb site on the map. They're going to try a customs defense.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see this one too often for very obvious reasons. It's tough to hold. It's a very vertical, heavy hold. You'll see a lot of teams do. You'll obviously have to try and get things as locked on the detention wall as possible. They don't have anything to stop that breach that will be an easy one to pop open unless they go for some mirror trickery. Reinforcing the hatches as well. I mean, buddy, we'll see.
I mean, security is a nightmare to hold, and it's going to be the first focus for any team attacking onto this bomb site, just because it's right above the site. It can give you so much good value, so I can see that for reinforcing the hatches. I'm sure to see where Wizards place these mirror windows as well. At least one of them has gone upstairs, and those could be hugely powerful. This one actually just looking in towards 90, so if anyone does try to push in through East, that could be huge. Wizard was the Oryx last round and had one of those really early deaths. He was the best player in their opening game. We need to see a lot out of him. He has to be good for this team. 1-5 is not going to be enough to win this match.
Well, here comes some of the attention on towards these stairs. Snake's going to see if he can move his way across the top. He has the catch on somebody that's just being pinged forward, but there's somebody else below, ready for any approach here. They want to try and be one step ahead of the catch, but to be honest, Fluxo W7M have been very good at just rounding up those loose players, right? They might lose the first. They might take a bit of a bump, and then they can try and drive on continually. You can see they look over each other, but you can also see Fantasy living up to his name, gets the drift on towards 1 in the second. Monty caught so deadly. We're losing a couple of pixels here, but as the grenade bounces its way over, it's the 5 versus 3 situation. I'm not sure if you're in the same position, but make it 2, Jesse.
Fantasy absolutely annihilating up there inside of offices. 3 kills, and that should be good enough to win the round out for NIP. Brings himself up to even with that. Playing on the Oryx, just some fantastic shots being hit by the primary entry player on NIP. Now they've got to deal with this with only 2 players, only 1 now left alive. It's Paulu in the 1v4. They knew he was there. They had the snake track onto Fantasy, but it doesn't matter when he's hitting shots like that. Really fast frag onto Loban and then just kept it going.
At this point, the 4 versus 1 with 40 seconds left. And, I mean, they still have the vertical control, right? We talked about how important security is, how important it is to get control of the site itself, and, well, there's just none of that. He's having to push very blatantly via passport. He'll probably get shot as soon as he crosses the divide. Well, actually, no. He expected the fight elsewhere, but he can't quite get it cemented. And it's from above. That is NIP being able to get themselves balanced just a bit before the end. And it might be statistically the weakest site, Jesse, but it's one that they've enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much the site really played into that. It's kind of just fantasy with a 3K in offices. But listen, a win is a win. You take that if you're NIP, saving themselves from a 5-1 half. That would have been a disaster. Then moving through to the next 6 here on Border. Could have been really, really scary. But fantasy, thankfully, is absolutely frying people inside that office position. He was the only player on NIP with a positive EPS last season, going 631 and 594 across all tracked compositions, and now 5-5 here in their second match of the season.
Well, obviously, this is the halftime break. If you're new towards this year of competitive Rainbow Six Siege, there's a 2-minute break that happens where the coach can talk towards the players before they get into the bans for the turn of the half, and it's new. They can obviously talk to the coach, which they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. We don't get to listen in. We wouldn't understand if we could listen in. Unless you can speak Portuguese. I don't know. Is that... How similar is it to Canadian?
Quite different, I would say. Portuguese, very much a sunny, warm language. We don't have much of that up here, unfortunately.
No, that's true. Very cold. And a poutine place.
It's crazy. It's literally April 4th, and we're still getting snow. I mean, it's
really
a crime. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, actually, we had hail the other day, and that's always a fun weather. If I was to describe a fun weather that you don't really see too much, hail. Give it a try. I don't know why I'm advertising for it. Here's the round you wanted to see earlier on from Leo, and maybe Leo will talk to us at some point.
Yeah, I mean, through this first half, NIP obviously a really strong start, getting that 2-0 lead. They do tie things up, of course, coming into the second half at 3-3. Definitely felt like Fluxo W7M were in more control through this half. It felt like they were kind of in more of a dominant position. That last round, really a big individual effort from Fantasy. And then even earlier on, I mean, Fantasy had a couple of important moments. Opening pick back in round number 2, contributing a bit in round number 1 as well. I believe he was the last alive alongside Pino when they made that 2vx clutch. So he's been a really important player for Ninjas in Pajamas, as he always is. I'm interested to see what he can do on the defensive side of things. Sometimes once you swap over to sides, or into the offense, I should say, your mojo can be a little bit disrupted. Hoping that won't be the case today.
It's always the sort of split of how things go with Border, right? And I guess we can talk about it in the context of Cafe earlier. You have expectations of how a map is going to go, and then suddenly a few rounds get twisted away from you, and it entirely throws everything into the sort of mix, right? It entirely pulls problems out. Now, there is the element where, I think towards SI, Fluxo W7M were one of the best defending teams, and they were sort of making their run there and stepping themselves in. So, they're comfortable with it. They're comfortable with the side of the game. There's been changes. But at the same time, it's, they're sort of better batting half at the biggest possible stage. So they'll see if they can try and, I guess, level that here, bring some of that sort of balance. I think there's still a bit of an imbalance between the kill game. 3 players across the lobby, only on a single kill. This is a map that's really punishing for that.
No, certainly. You need everybody frying on a map like Border, and that's going to be a key focus through the second half. Who can get off of that breadstick? Hates will insta-lock the Ash to try to accomplish that goal. Hates is usually a guy who is frying for NIP, part of their entry duo alongside Fantasy. Wizard can be kind of a flex, but we do expect to see him fragging a little bit more, and then Dot's obviously hard support, not really his role to get the kills. Played a lot of shields back through the first half, so I wouldn't read too deep into his stat line. You're right about Fluxo being a great defensive team. They were very good at SI. They were the best defensive team through the first playday as well, winning 83% of their defensive rounds in their opening matchup. Makes it a bit of a tall task for NIP now, but they've got some good tools. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Snake. The information should be flowing in their first chance here on the attack.
They just got to try and make sure they can get their hands on it. That's always the biggest problem, right? It's very quick to change on a map like Border. Yeah, sure, there's positions that you'll sort of dedicate yourself into, but the sort of pace of rotations, the pace of the cover as well, the trade network can very quickly flip between where somebody else is going to shoot you in the side of the head in Fantasy, especially the first to find cons, driving their way in underneath. They get that player from that verticality, they free themselves up a bit of space here, and that means that this approach on the other side is a lot more palatable, but palatable seems to be Loban wanting to go outside of the building. Tempted for some revenge on Wizard, but more than happy to sit and wait.
Just Loban things. He gets a bit of a phone call. They know exactly where he's at. One of the most aggressive players in the world. I often say he was born without a sense of fear. He just swings things that nobody else ever would. Top floor entrance is being happening now kind of through Pino, but it's Basetto actually finds Dots as the second frag in this round in towards offices. The IGL fragging out.
Well, Fantasy does go down in the meantime, and they're just going to have to keep trying to put the pressure on right now because they started the approach. Dodas finishes them off. It's into the 4 versus 3, but positionally, what have they taken? There's still Fluxo W7M players inside CC. They've still got themselves wrapped around that extra bit of control on Armory. They're still putting pressure in towards Fountain as well. 40 seconds. And NIP are having to run the numbers on where they can make this approach. So they go for this close down on a player. Wizard is in a back and forth battle. Either side of it. Hates is now suffering next as well. They just can't seem to find that last step. That trade game I talked about before is a network that is never ending. And now, span round either side. Suddenly, 2 players pop up. And that puts 2 right back down. Basetto levels things up, as he said. That keen voice is trying to drive it, but now in a 1 versus 2. Wizard, all that is left, still outside. Needs to try and get himself towards the kit or find the fights themselves. They can just play this with a bit of pace and play them a bit further away from it. And Fluxo W7M held firm on the site.
Very frag-focused push coming there from Flux or from NIP. Obviously, they had that snake making some space. I really liked what we were seeing actually from Basetto. Again, hard support, but he's rocking Twitch with the F2, and he's taking a couple of names, pushing office side. I liked that from him. But again, a couple of these guys who just haven't really gotten active into the game. Hates was holding the cut on the vents window basically the entire round. Takes a bunch of damage and then eventually dies to Palu. Wizard left alone in that 1v2, not able to find anything either. Also actually taken down by Palu. So these couple of guys on NIP who have yet to really get active are a big worry for me, Emmy. We've seen big moments from Pino, especially at the very start of this game, popping off on the defense. We've seen good moments from Fantasy throughout this game, finding high-impact frags early and late in the round. Even Basetto, I mean, quietly has been creeping his way up here on the stat board. Thought he did really well in the previous round to open things up office side, but you can't win border with only 3 guys fragging. Somebody else has to find an answer.
Yeah, and those pressures sort of show them just there, right? They had the man advantage fine, but they still couldn't make it capitalize because of just how the back line built itself, right? They were more than ready and sort of able to sort of say, yeah, we lost that loose player, but 40 seconds left. They're still fighting for control of CCTV. They're still trying to win these engagements. And as you said, if you don't have the confidence to send Hates to go, you need to try and fight this guy and kill this guy, and Wizard alongside them, well, it just starts to pull away some of the strength that you had either way.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick start.
That is really bad, Emmy. That's Fantasy going down as the opening frag. Fantasy has 4 opening picks throughout this game, 4 of the 5 that NIP have total. It's the one area of the match where they've been really dominant over Fluxo W7M, especially important because of how good Fluxo were on the entry in their opening game. 78% opening gunfight on playday number 1, most of any team in the SAL, and converted every single one of them. Haven't been perfect on conversions today, but even still, letting Fluxo have the opening frag is a really dangerous proposition.
It's also the weird element where he's been involved in 6 of 8, so twice he has been the opening death as well. There's only 2 rounds where he's sort of sat there and kicked the ground and going, no, I wanted to be first.
Yeah.
We'll see if somebody else can fill in, but I guess it raises the worrying point of what happens when one of those gunners goes down. They've got to try and make things happen, and Wizard does. Waited so patiently. Loban probably didn't need to do that. I guess we don't really know where the full pressure was coming through, but the fact that Dodas is still in that power position on the back means that maybe he had a little bit more than we thought.
I think Loban absolutely didn't need to do that, but again, this is the man who was born without a sense of fear, and
Also a sense
can't cage a lion.
Sense. You can try. Just, just doesn't really go that well. Here's... Don't try. Kids at home, don't try and cage lions. Here's a quick drive in. Dodas takes a chunk of damage elsewhere. Holding on. Was the beeper's door ready to swing in, but it's just procedural pressure, right? NIP are making sure, though, most importantly, that they're going a bit quicker. Obviously, we said before they're a little bit slow, but Dodas was almost able to drift one round onside Fountain. You can see that Cons, I think, is below, but it's Dots that swings out, takes the body, doubles back round. It's just think about where the deaths are happening, and oh, the lack of awareness somehow drifted through, appeared in the smoke, but put down as Pino gets the pinch on the other side. They're so ready for this swing on towards short. There's one on the stairs, one on beepers. There's one, can't get the second. They don't go for the trade. Instead, Wizard drives on, and suddenly it's just Palu left above the site. 20 seconds, drops his way down. They play against the smoke plant, but at this point, they've maybe just got to drop the hatch and send it, and you can see them doubling up. They'll expect where the fight is, but how do they approach? There's the coverage of the grenade. There's a bit of the damage done. There's a bit of damage done towards the player. Just got him from the verticality.
Scary round. Palu in a strong position. If they drop that hatch, they lose it for sure, but they get the vert kill. Really nicely done coming through from NIP. They lose the opening pick. We're kind of singing their doom, but it's a really bad kill. It goes the other way. Loban definitely does not need to swing out like that, but he ends up trading his life away after finding that first frag, decides it's the best move to make, ends up getting punished for it, and then it's a crazy trade game back and forth as NIP clear across the top floor. It ends up just coming down to who can get the most trades, and it was that, I think, like third last kill from Pino that doesn't end up getting traded in the midst of that top floor push. Palu is not quite close enough to get one of those kills back to save his team, to keep those numbers even. He's in a great spot to clutch it again. He's watching the correct hatch. He's ready for the drop, but just a bad angle through the floorboards that he's not expecting, he's not ready for. Tilts it the way of NIP. Very close round. Could have gone either way, but small mistakes cost Fluxo.
4-4. And apparently any thoughts of maybe a quick day have been thrown out of every single window. We find ourselves just repeatedly battling back and forth here. But, you know, there's sort of the element that NIP, since the very beginning, haven't really been able to tie multiple rounds together. They keep just getting grasps and getting grabs and then getting grabbed back.
Did that... Yep. I believe that Fenrirman just got shot mid-air as the teammate was making a rotate. That's tough.
Yeah. It was like a pull situation. Your teammates love it. If you've got a friend playing Fenrir, have a bit of fun with it.
Sure,
you don't need that many. Just, you know. I've seen a lot of accidental moments today. It always reminds me, it makes me feel a little bit better because I'm like, even the best in the world make mistakes, you know?
Absolutely.
They probably have a slightly better KD than me, but we'll gloss over that.
I mean, so far in this game, Hates definitely does not. Again, waiting for him to come back on the board. I hate to harp on it, but he's usually such a good player. It's just shocking to me to see him down here 1-6. This could be the round, though. Every round is a good opportunity to bounce back, to make things different, to give some change. One of two drone operators being brought now alongside that Brava from Bassetto. Lots of information, too. Once again, the Snake and the Dokkaebi, so they should have plenty eyes as to where these players are at.
They can drive themselves in here, and they're, you know, sort of weighing up this surmounting pressure, right? They keep trying to apply, but it's Fantasy actually drifts his way in on the bottom of the stairs. Bassetto gets traded out, but they can't quite catch Fantasy. He's slowly being surrounded here, Logan, on this position, because they now know that they've lost the Eastern stair set. There's a couple more that pop up for NIP, and Fluxo W7M have... Oh, the Palu's found one biting back. Hates is close to death outside. There's a lot of damage done across the board. Once again, quite chaotic. Once again, quite bitter in terms of just trying to get their foot in it. It's battles of attrition, seemingly, in a C4 that won't quite go anywhere. But Fluxo W7M have this vertical. They're going to drift their way back closer towards site.
I'm reloading.
Where will NIP approach from?
Just a miserable 2v3 to play. Palu is trying to stay hidden. He's trying to stay a ghost, but they had the snake ping on him earlier. Now they're just kind of going towards the site. NIP might be giving up on Palu to take the 3v1 versus Dots.
At this point, they just need to try and find a way for a safe landing, because obviously the closer this ticks on, the more danger they will be on the execute themselves. The conversations, the sort of coordination. Pino's had a huge lead in, and he can't quite get the catch. The smoke saves the rotate and the position. Palu could still watch on the side, and now there's the motion. The impact over the top won't quite get anybody, but Pino sure does. How big he has been for this team. How big he continues to be.
God, on, Pino. So good and necessary, right? So critical that he can step up and get these kills. It's been crazy, the impact that he's had on the top floor and during the execute as well in that one. It definitely feels like he has been the backbone of this team, one of just 4 players that remain in this league ever since the very first season of LATAM Pro League, alongside Muzi, Cyber, and of course Sexy Cake, that have played consistently up until now. You look at some of these defensive plays coming out from Fluxo, and it really just does feel like they're being collapsed upon by these high information operators. Particularly the one that stands out to me, just because he's had back-to-back impactless somewhat rounds, is Loban playing inside a break room. It's a tough position to hold. He's going to be dying early. That's just the nature of playing break, but consistently it feels like he's being flushed out due to the snake, the Dokkaebi, the flashes, the intel, all of it coming his way. And I think since swapping to the defense has really struggled to find his feet in this match. And it's weird, especially from Loban, because, again, in the first playday, he was the single best defensive player inside of the SAL, a 4.0 defense KDR through 6 rounds. I expected this to kind of be the half where he levels up, but I feel like he's been struggling more than most on this second half.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of this element where when we talk about the importance of gunners, when we talk about the importance of what they can deliver, as you sort of said, like, how big he's been before, fine. But his 3K was a long, long time ago, right? It was deep in the sort of opener. Otherwise, been able to get little bits of kills here and there. Whereas in the meantime, Pino has had 2 3Ks and a 4K throughout this game. If you're going to have a battle of star players, well, one of those stars is shining a bit brighter right now and is really kind of being that extra step. And, you know, Border's quick, violent, aggressive, explosive, and other fun words to describe shooting somebody. And here it's just, as soon as you start to drift away, then unfortunately teams will feel it.
Well, it's time now for the coach to set up. It's Norris, head coach of Fluxo W7M, been coaching this core for years. Turning 32 pretty soon here, the oldest coach that we have here in the South America League. Never really had that experience kind of as a player, but has long been the coach of this core led by Loban and Dots, so he's got plenty of experience with these players. There's nobody in the world who knows what these guys need more than he does. Even with all the info, though, Emmy, I don't know how you stop this pressure from NIP. They ban out the ace, but for me, that doesn't solve the problem. You're still going to be spotted out by the snake. You're still going to be flashed out by Wizard. You've now got to deal with Bassetto on the Blackbeard as well. I mean, there are so many problems to deal with on border.
The weirdest element really is, you know, how do you shut down a player on their day? How do you shut down a player that's sort of finding those elements? And sometimes you have to look at, as you said, you can focus on the operators, but sometimes with the ban system you've got, it's a bit of an up and down ban. Monty in towards Thatcher and then Hard Breach on Ace. It's a strange limitation. It's moved on towards, obviously, a slightly different operator, getting himself on the Hibana. But is that really going to be the ban that'll change things out? As we'll see, the approach is a bit cautious once again from NIP. They make sure that they can sort of get and gather as much intel as possible before they try and go for their collapses here. But the clash is just keeping them have to guess, right? They have to keep altering their approach with the drones.
Odd to see a Thorn playing here inside of CC. Usually you'll take really long-range gunfights inside of CC. Historically, that means you're playing the Doc. Traditionally now, it's more likely the Aruni. We've seen Tuberows play from this position before. Dodez is not going to have a very long-range gun to try to take some of these fights outside the break door, but he has Cons on the Clash instead to give him a bit of support, so a bit of an answer there. Fantasy on the Snake entering front door, hoping to walk up metal, but there has to be some kind of intel on this. There is Barb.
You can see the Snake is just eating all of this as well towards the team. They're putting themselves in, and Wizard knocks out Dodez, but Loban. Great C4 over the top. You sort of point out that we haven't seen him for a while, and he agrees. He's able to get rid of Snake and get rid of the read and intel for the cost of the C4, but as they go for the push and the pressure, Hates is able to find himself a second kill throughout this game as Wizard has sort of stepped himself up time and time again, but the shield does go down. No more Blackbeard, and it's just traded. Big body blows back and forth all over the shop, and this is what I mean. NIP, they'll sort of run the numbers and then go for it all at once and make sure that they can keep going for it until suddenly there's a bit of a quelled silence, but Cons, blinded and holding on, being slowly surrounded, swings out to find one before it's traded. NIP 3 rounds in a row. The timeout did not stop the bleeding.
Absolutely not, and it's a big necessary round for NIP now to force themselves up onto match point. Hates as well, finally coming alive. I've been talking about him a lot today, so I gotta highlight him when he has a big impactful round, and that was exactly it. Managed to get 2 critical kills in the midst of that round. After Wizard found the opening, he was able to take down Dots, who's just playing inside of Office. We were really focused on the security side of things, and rightfully so, but in the backlines, Hates, primarily by himself, works 2 picks, gets that man advantage for NIP, and forces Fluxo into a really awkward position where they can't rely on those trades anymore. They can't step up and kind of take those risky gunfights that they love to take, especially up here on the defense. Again, I come down to that security hold once again, and it's like you're playing it with the Thorn. It's a really tough gun to try to use in that position. Dota's being the opening death, I don't think is a coincidence, just given the position and the operator that he was playing. And then Cons on the Clash, I mean, maybe a nice idea in theory, but not really able to help out his team very much in the midst of that. Con spent 3 years on NIP, of course, spent 7 events on this team. He said it was an honor to be a part of NIP when he left the roster, but certainly not an honor to be on the other side of things. Now 6-4 has to go back-to-back in order to at least force an overtime.
At this point, will they be able to sort of shake this group up a bit? We had expectations of how Group B would go, and they were a little bit more tough to line out with the competition of the team, but Fluxo W7M being able to get themselves off to a strong start and then being pushed aside as Loud will sort of sit at the bottom, and obviously the growth here of NIP losing the opener against Furio. Well, now they've gone for an alternate approach here. Paceto, quick in, off to the races, could get themselves back in, could get everything leveled. Obviously, we still have Loud versus INTZ as well, so Furia up the board won't be playing. Will this be NIP just bringing some balance back, clean points for comparison of the sort of shake in the first group when nobody can really get anything clean? There's Paceto taking, I was going to say, a lot of damage, even more. Dropped out and just kind of overextended a bit there.
Dotas does end up going down. Again, he's playing that security position. I love that he's switched over to the Sentry. Gives him a bit of a longer range gun with that TCSG. Goes at least 1 for 1, hitting Paceto through the floorboards. Cons will actually retake his position. Again, not really an operator you expect to have long-range gunfights, but certainly can get active and will use the secondary to try to fight that break room door. He's facing a lot of pressure right now, but he has Palu inside of lockers, so there might be a world where they can work together to try to get a pinch on these players clearing CC, but it's much easier said than done.
Fantasy cuts his way across and holds a little off the piste angle, hoping they can force somebody down on the rotate from above, but Fluxo W7M, they're confident holding their positions late. They trust themselves with the experience, so instead they need to try and find other ways of forcing the players down on towards the hatch itself, but isn't going to opt to take it. Instead, snakes a route out without being caught by anybody. Just almost chasing ghosts here. And as the swing might come round on towards it, perfectly timed by Lobin, tucks the way up, but Hates in the meantime gets one immediately back. 3 versus 3. Still not done, but the problem becomes this timer, right? The next kill could swing around either side of Fountain, could be a bit of the decider here. They got the drop and the rotate round on towards the stairs itself and almost mistimed. Pre-fired either side, low health either way, but it's time that they're wasting, and he's even able to get back to the site, baited in towards the gun of Cons, and he panic knifes. He did well to still remove the player. 10 seconds as we're about to drift our way in towards the red time. Palu couldn't quite get the player on the drop down, but well, he doubles down and gets himself one, but Hates, he's doing his best, and Palu is just headed for the hills. He's off, he's out of there, and he's not going to be caught this time.
So close. Palu, he's so far away with that. Knows immediately after he gets that kill, he's just got to book it and get out. His pick on the Pino had the defuse kit in the midst of that. So as soon as Pino goes down, Hates has no choice but to go for kills. 7 seconds left. Hates does manage to get Lobin. That was his 3rd in the midst of the round, but just not quite good enough. Despite the loss, that is Hates' 5th kill in 2 rounds. From going 1-6 now to 6-6 in a very short period of time has been insane to watch. but just not quite enough against Fluxo in the midst of that. They stayed so aggressive. They stayed so annoying in that defense, Emmy. I can't believe that whole time Cons was just sitting top floor on the Ella, retaking his player's position inside of security, ratting a little bit inside of Fountain. I think catching NIP off guard a little bit, just drawing their attention, even if not able to get a giant multi-kill or anything. Wasting their time, forcing that clock to go down. Took them so long to enter into the top floor. And I think that kind of has to be the lesson for Fluxo, you know? Don't overextend, get into these early fights and allow NIP to get that man advantage early. Make sure that even if you get a kill, it's getting traded out. It's a slog. It's taking a lot of time and resources. Fluxo W7M have a bit of life in this game, but there's still more work to do.
One of the problems that's kind of rearing its head is the fact that we're talking about sort of star performances and star players, that for all the rounds that have gone in towards their favor, I think it's what, 5 times there has been a 3K at least from the side, or in fact, even then it was a 3K from Hate didn't go into their favor. So I'm not going to say that there's sort of dependence on somebody popping off here for the side of NIP, but only twice of the 6 that they've been able to sort of put around over the end without it being theirs. In the meantime, Fluxo W7M have only really had that gift once, quite early on. Since then, it's, 2 pieces fine, but they're otherwise still building this sort of flatter fight. Here, as we get another shield approach, Besetto, and towards the Blackbeard, it's been kind of hit and miss for the team themselves. They'll see if they can bring some solidity back in rather than the blitz that charged in underneath and almost immediately got pinched apart. Deimos dragging underneath.
This is so nervous. He's going to track Dodez, or he's going to try. Oh, he doesn't even need to track. Dodez was standing on a mute jammer, so it wasn't possible to track him, but then you know where the jammer is, so he just predicts where he's going to be standing. He's in the most default spot, and you take Dodez down right in front of the doorway. Another early death on the Thorn playing inside a CC.
There's almost the element where it's like, this is a foolproof plan, but then they're still in the most predictable place possible. And that's the demonstration of what can happen. So now it's the track and the motion of the Deimos. He's trying to be very aggressive. It's bold, but I don't think it's really paid off. That's 2 kills for the Deimos. Underneath, there goes Lobin, there goes Dodez. And that leaves 3 Fluxo W7M players try and be the holding on of the rest of this and the chance at getting any points from the 5 rounds they have played.
For those keeping track, that's 6 opening kills for Fantasy through 12 rounds. Absolutely unbelievable how active he's been in these early games and how consistent he has been. It's not an easy task, even 5v3. They've got to clear out this clash. You can't kill him from down below as long as he's tucked right up there on the breach. He is standing on a hard floor. They're trying to force him back, but he's been holding his ground so far.
Well, the Clash is going to try and hold on towards the line itself. There's at least one that pops in, but it was a firing squad. Doubled up, and, well, that is all that they wrote here. NIP claim themselves the full 3 points, take down one of the top dogs of Group B, and level things back up. Fluxo W7M, who find themselves licking their wounds a little bit after that.
Yeah, absolutely. A big win for the Ninjas coming in after a rough opening game. They managed to bounce back and take down what is one of the best teams here in South America. Fantasy got to be, fighting for MVP. I think there's a couple players that could be argued MVP for NIP. Certainly was the MVP of that final round, but we also saw some really clutch rounds coming out from Pino, especially early on. And Hates got quite active in those last couple of rounds, had some really key moments for the team as well. So top to bottom, really impressive stuff coming out from NIP.
Well, we might have maybe heard a little bit of Leo earlier, but we'll guarantee some sweet, sultry French tones as we throw it over towards our desk.
Merci beaucoup, as they say in France, as you can probably confirm and or deny, Leo. What a game, I have to say.
I need a translator.
If only there was someone that could help. Maybe we can call in Canel to help us out in a situation like this. A few meows to set us straight. However, in this situation, can you hear it too? Okay, I'm not the only one going crazy. I think they're trying to set up. Yeah. We're setting it up as we speak, but yes, NIP victorious against Fluxo W7M. We talked and hyped it up. Like, yeah, you know what? Cons, he's now on the other side. This is something they can really bring in, and actually, NIP were pretty comfortable a lot of times in this game.
Well, it was a bound runner of a game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, how many rounds end up with like a 2v2 or a 3v3 at the last moment? I mean, we expect border to be that way, but most of the time towards the outer layer of the map, not so much towards the execute. And yet that's what happened. I want to praise NIP for the composure they had, especially when they were attacking, managing to execute exactly at the right time, taking the time to make sure where were the last few remaining players on site, and executing the right way to make sure they won the round. Because look at those, like most of these like are actually very close to V2. Like, this was a 2v4 that they brought back, by the way. This was a 2v2 as well where they killed Palu. Like, some of these rounds, they are so back and forth, but it is back and forth because both teams had an incredible trading game. But the biggest things that made the difference, in my opinion, was first and foremost fantasy. I mean, absolutely insane, although it doesn't show too much in the statistics in the end. If we look at the overall, like, his entry kills were insane. But also Pino, ready to shut down everyone that was moving. Pino had a crazy game. He almost went up to 15 and 5, almost 3 KD. So overall, a great showing for NIP in what must have been a very, very special game for them, because obviously they were playing against their former IGL.
I mean, that last round with Fantasy was just beautifully played. Just being able to snipe the mute out of position and suddenly the entire round had opened up. You're pretty much collapsing to win it all at that point. I will say a few too many players were kind of sitting right next to doorways where you normally wouldn't expect them. That's especially on the bomb site downstairs, right in front of the window, trying to catch somebody off where they weren't expecting it. And it worked once, but it didn't really work after that. So be careful with those positions. Well, sometimes you'll catch somebody off, but not too often. However, as you and I might have heard, our interview is all set and ready. So let's bring up Man of the Hour. Pino is joining us on the interview. Pino, congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us on the interview. You can hear us very well. It's good to see you. It has been a while. How are things going now? Especially, I guess we have to talk about the elephant in the room, not having cons on the roster anymore. How do you feel you're going through all of that?
Yeah, since the beginning with Baseto, we are doing pretty well at scrims. Like, since we just changed one player, it was easy to adapt. And Baseto is doing a really good job on IGL. He wasn't the IGL for Loud, but he was playing hard support, so he gave a lot of shot calls. So it was easy for him to adapt to. And yeah, we are doing pretty well at the scrims. We are feeling pretty great with the new team. So we hope to get to this Salt Lake City.
Do you think that Baseto brings a new vision for you guys, something different that Cons was bringing? Maybe something that enables you a bit more or plays a bit more freely? I don't know, but something that is... What does he bring in terms of vision that's different from Cons?
I think that since he was hard support from Loud, he gave a lot of calls to plant. Like, Cons was a bit more of aggressive support, so he was doing a lot of entries sometimes. So Bas help us to organize those late rounds, those plants. So yeah, I think that's the most difference between the two.
Would you say that it made a difference here in this game, especially because that's one of the things that I was saying on the desk was in the very last minute, in multiple of those attacks, you guys are in a 2v2 or a 3v3. You stop, you use the smokes, you go for the plant, like perfect composure, you know? And I feel like, I don't know, I felt like someone was organizing this. Was it because of him that you guys were so well composed?
Yeah, one round was Rain, the other round was Hates. Hates helps a lot. He's like our second shot caller on the team. So yeah, we're playing, we're trying to play more organized on the attack, like not give so many gaps for the other team. So yeah, it's been great.
Well, today you get a big win. You play also against INTZ tomorrow. Is there anything you would like to say to them or have us kind of prepare for before that match?
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. They have the core of old loss. With that, we played that very hard in each major qualifier. So yeah, it's going to be a great one. They play a a very aggressive play style on the attack, a lot of executions with blitzing. So yeah, it's gonna be a great one. Hope to get the 3 points as well.
There you go. Thank you very much, Pino. Congratulations on the win today. We hope to see you tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pino. There it is. Our matchup is all set and done. And if you ask me, Pino at the top there definitely brings back memories, right? Pino has been one of those breakout players. It feels like he just entered playing in SAL as a rookie. And then I have to slap myself silly and say, that was 7 years ago, Milos. How old are you? Which, to be very honest, kudos to Pino that he's still performing at that top level, because this is a man that, you know, he's been at the top. He's been at the top of competition, and seeing him keep it up, especially with this NIP roster, small changes, now going to events, I just hope to get to see more of that in the future.
I mean, you know, with the way that they're playing right now, and with the consistency and the fact that they swapped role for roles, one IGL for the other, there is a decent chance that they benefit from it. What we saw today felt like a team that hasn't changed much. He said it himself. Scrims are going well. Yes, Bassetto brings a different version of the game. Like they're playing. Loud used to be known for being like the VP of Brazil because they love to plant so much. So Bassetto will 100% bring that vision to the game. He will play those shields, and he will play a more objective-oriented game style. But that combined with the fragging power of NIP can go crazy. Now, I want to go into the two players that, in my opinion, made the biggest difference for NIP. And at the start, I will say this: Fantasy didn't look so promising when I asked for this, because he was still negative in KD. But if we look at his statistics closer, we'll look at his entries, and you'll see something crazy, something that Jesse pointed already before that, and that was he was involved in 8 different entries during the game. That was 6 that he won and 2 that he lost. That is 75%.
Insane.
75% of the opening engagement he was involved in, and he won 75% of them. That's the beauty of having a player that aggressive. And if you look at Pino, why does he look so good in terms of statistics? It's because whenever Fantasy creates the pressure, who's there playing with a DMR, ready to punish people, either with the Lion, either with the Grim, either with the Flex support on Ace or Hibana? It is Pino. So the combination of these two, I think, made the biggest difference here. But to win 6 opening engagements out of 12 rounds, that is just insane from Fantasy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you have those two that can lead the charge on an IP, well, they can both perform. In this case, it's Pino that takes the MVP for this matchup, and almost 3 KDR. Pretty darn impressive, if you ask me. But this is, again, a world champion. I'll remind everybody that he had won it with NIP back at the Invitational in Paris. Well, coming up on 5 years ago now, and the man still is able to keep it up. Very impressive what we're seeing from him. And hopeful that it continues with this small change. We talked to Pino back in stage 1, was it? Where he said, yeah, we had the one change on our team where that was in early 2025, where Psycho was no longer on the team, and they had their big change with Wizard kind of joining in there. And then, well, the swaps happen for NIP in this year, and you get to see Cons off and Bassetto in. And it seems like after the games and the way the scrims are going, like Pino said, that Bassetto has been fitting in very well with the squad, and very much looking forward to seeing more of this team together. And thankfully, we will get more of that tomorrow, because they continue and play against INTZ. Speaking of which, INTZ, if I'm not mistaken, Leo, have not played yet in SAL. That's crazy. I think we should just bring them on, right?
We should. And also, we were very fortunate because we heard from Pino a few things from what he thinks the way they play. And I thought it was actually interesting.
I'm very much...
I'm waiting for you. But I want to talk about INTZ.
We will talk about them, but first we have to legally take a break, and when we get back, we will be legally doing our jobs to talk about Loud and INTZ. We'll see you in a minute. everybody, and welcome back to SAL. We continue on with our action for the final matchup of the evening, which is about to begin in just a bit. The intrepid INTZ take on Loud. And INTZ, this is their first showing here in SAL for Kickoff. They, of course, had their bye on the first day. Before we talk about them, Leo, let's bring up Loud and what they can bring us for this here matchup, because we're expecting a lot of this team. I think fans of Loud as an organization are expecting a lot of them, but I don't feel we've yet to see it.
It's been a weird one for them because they're a massive organization. They've got a massive fan base, and yet, well, that roster on paper has shifted a lot. Live and Flash3 are only two remaining players from the former roster. Flash3 only joined during the last stage of SAL as well, so in the end, Live is the only old roster from it. I think they tried to stay away from what they were building with STK, Perez, and Bassetto, which was a slower-paced, methodical, structured team, a bit like Virtus Pro, that just did not fit the meta. So what did they do? They brought Resets and Stamp from Elevate, two young gunners, not so young anymore, but at least gunners and firepower that were supposed to elevate their playstyle, and then Gabu. Gabu, who's the one and only rookie in SAL this stage. All the other players I had played at tier 1 level before. My problem is that so far, they've not had the chance to really show what they could do. They've struggled, but that's fine. It's an entire revamp. The main thing for me is this game is all about a 6-pointer. In a sense that they're going to play against the weakest team in their group, and Loud is considered one of the weakest in their group. They absolutely need to take the 3 points away from the team in front of them and gain them for themselves. That's why I called it a 6-pointer game, because whoever wins this is basically almost guaranteeing not getting grouped, because we expect the team that loses this to lose against the other teams.
You'll be pretty comfortable at least confirming 4th place. Technically, it wouldn't really confirm it, but it would give you a heads up in 4th place, which, yes, it'll put you in lower bracket later on in playoffs, but you'll be actually in playoffs and not sitting at home twiddling your thumbs watching whilst all the other teams and players have fun. But you mentioned Gabu is definitely a player that we're looking at as someone that can show maybe that fresh diamond that's coming out. There's a reason that they would have picked him, and we're looking to explore that. Was played on the Elevate Academy over the past year, seeing how that goes. But INTZ is their first time that they get to play here in the region, an organization that we get to see them here in Kickoff. And I'm not really sure how to qualify the team, because as you see them in front of you, I know they don't have the player names on there, but players like SDK, Raps, Arthur, like, these are people that have competed in the region for quite a bit. Just that INTZ as a roster and players have just come back into competition in Tier 1.
Oh, they had to grind their way back to Tier 1. The reality is that they had very, very mediocre, not to say very weak performances, all of them at Tier 1 level for a long time. The last few stages, this team was the X-Loss roster. The players that you see on here, Arthur, except Legacy, who was doing pretty well, but the other, Arthur especially, was in the bottom 10 rated players 2 stages in a row. Angels, formerly the fragger of ENX, was the same. He was struggling hard, going negative as a fragger. STK was also in the bottom 15 rated players of SAL on Loud. These guys struggled hard. And so that makes sense that during the big roster mania, these guys didn't get picked up because people were looking closely at the stats from the last stage. It does not mean they don't have the potential. It just means they were getting punished because they did not play well the stage before. Instead of giving up, they mounted a band of misfits together, grinded their way through Challenger Series, and bought their tickets back into Tier 1 with INTZ. That's the beauty of it. Now they're about to go on to... Oh, we have the
What are we getting?
I think INTZ banning the last one here. Labs, we're going to Fortress. That will be an interesting one. Okay, Loud has played it once, only during SI Quells. They have lost it to the XENX roster and have not played it and shown it since then. For INTZ, they did play during Challenger Series, and they lost it getting 7-1 by 2Games Esports. By no means a record that they should be proud of.
Maybe a chance here at revenge and really showing up. It'll be on Fortress where this gets decided. INTZ versus Loud, all for Captain Fluke and Jesse. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Leo, and we'll find ourselves with one more dance. And what a dance it is! Fortress! Actually, the third time I'm casting this map this week.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're a real big fan.
I've had a lot. It was back-to-back on the opening playday of the ML. So I'm ready to see. I was going to say that there's going to be Monty plays and slow approaches. It'll be Blackbeard instead. Have you had a chance to cast it yet?
Yes, actually. Space Station Gaming have been playing it a ton down in North America, so we've definitely been seeing quite a bit of Fortress inside of NA. Haven't casted in South America yet. Of course, this is the first time it's being played in the SAL this season, so really excited to see what these two teams can do with it. Kind of repeating what Leo was saying as well about these two teams. Of course, both of them played it a single time during the SI LCQ. They both played it against the same team, that team now known as Imperial, Loud losing that matchup, and INTZ, at the time known as Los, winning it up against that squad too. So we've definitely seen both of these teams play it briefly, but it's been a long time. There've been some roster changes on both sides. I wouldn't read into it too much. I'm sure they've been scrimming quite a bit on this map.
So, let's see if they can get themselves off to a bit of a flying start here, or if we'll have ourselves a battle back and forth. Almost every single game has gone into the distance, if not. So it's always one of those continual back and forth and problems that we'll get ourselves in. Fortress itself, expect a lot of success on the top floor. The top two sites are going to be most of the battleground, and then occasionally we'll fall down on towards the third one, and it's usually the kitchen site, because the other, Hammam, not a good sight. Just not a good sight, gang. Yeah, don't expect to see it. Don't expect to play it. And if you do, don't expect to win it, I think is the fairest way of putting it.
Absolutely valid. It's not a sight we see too often, but of course here on Office and Bathroom we start. There was a bit of a maybe misplaced Denari trip, as we did see the drone actually able to enter in through the mez door. A little bit of information now being gathered in by INTZ. There's a player down below as well. Angels hopped right in through music. Arthur down here towards the bottom of white as well. So it definitely looks like they're committing a lot of resources to this push, but live comes out the better of it. And now they're going to have a bit of an awkward time clearing him out. They still have the Monty, which is nice, but the Firebolts were really the main key they wanted to use to take that position.
Oh, now they find themselves ready to rock and roll. The Glass China just wants to lean themselves in, and there's a bit of a Kiba that's thrown, and the fight actually isn't going to do anything that slows them down. Instead, I don't know really what they were attempting. Maybe they wanted that smoke to be a little bit more cover so they could cross the route and the divide, but it didn't really net anything. As I said before, when you're on towards a new map and you're against a new team, in any sort of case, you'll usually bring the Monty and try and build behind it. It's your only safe mode of structure. It's part of the reason they removed the Clash on the other side. Don't give them the option to build and rebuild, but here the Monty has decided that they want to try and go solo YOLO hero mode, but there's really nothing that's otherwise coming in until Legacy. Right position, right place, drops the body over the big divide of the meeting room. That'll force them a bit further back. Now this is that sort of cross, right? Eyes on towards the side, force them further and further back, step by step and blow by blow. They're just sort of biting bits of land and territory away, but with 40 seconds and still the need to get the plant down, how can they try and make this stick? Arthur's going for it. And Raps has the perfect cover. SDK has the other. And just took the space they needed and made success with it. 4 versus 2 post plant with the Monty still standing. They've finally been able to get themselves across. There's a player on the backstab. Oh no, wait, there isn't, because everybody's dead.
Beautiful little adaptation coming out from INTZ in that round, Emmy. I mean, they started with that white push, right? And as soon as they lost the Capitao, they were put into a really awkward spot because white stairs were now going to be very difficult to try to clear out. But you got to give credit to the captain of INTZ, Arthur, comes around and says, guys, let's just move the Monty. We don't have to worry about these stairs. We can go take kind of in through bathroom. We can push the other side of the map. We can clear through the south. And Loud weren't really holding it that heavily, especially after they saw that commitment over towards white stairs. So they got a lot of ground for free on the side of INTZ. And then once they had that plant position, I mean, Loud just had to go for some really bad swings to try to take that map control back. I think the Monty play was excellent coming out from Arthur. He's long been one of the best Shield players down here in South America. And, of course, is somewhat the former captain of Loud, back when this team was known as E1, dropped after the Manchester Major, and then immediately joined this team, then known as Los. So some familiarity with some of the players on Loud.
The first falling into the favor of attack. I mean, is this going to be something that sort of heralds the end? You really do have a bit of a preference for a defense on a map that's new towards the pool, especially a map that offers itself a lot of space, right? As I said, the top 2 sites receive quite a lot. There's a decent way of holding them, and usually they're sort of integral in falling back step by step here. The start will probably be pressure on towards Horse, on towards this side. This is the Horse position. It's one of the most integral towards holding on towards both sides. So really, you got to make sure that you can sort of keep the pressure on, and it allows you a bit of a swing, but it's also a very narrow entrance. And if you want to put pressure on the back, you have to take quite a lot. You either got to go up the sort of white stairs and get yourself locked in there, or you've got to drop down the tower and push across the desk position, which is otherwise watched from the reception side as well. So expect that player to have a bit of support in the meantime. Put themselves in open at the bottom. This is that reception desk position, but a bit of an early drop of utility there of going, oh, well, no one's coming this way. May as well lock it down.
Yeah, they're trying to spread across this whole top floor, as you often see here on Fortress, just wanting to control as much map control as possible. Right now, the push from INTZ is pretty focused here on the old tower side. They did have players kind of outside of Horse, as you were mentioning, so they've got different angles to try to enter into the site. But with these Kibas and even the Goyos that were being popped earlier on, it's going to be very awkward to try to take this space. Here comes Arthur now, actually on the north side. So finding some of this space away from the bomb site. Just walks straight through the Denari trip, says, I don't care, I'm going to Monty anyways, and hoping to bait some kills for his teammates, but nothing yet.
It's kind of a split, right? We saw this before. The shield just goes deep, really says, no, look at me, look at me, look at me. But with the Kibas and the support structure coming, he can be a little bit adventurous. And they're able to find one on the split of it, but instead double down on the trade. And oh my word, they're planting. The Blackbeard just snuck their way in towards the site. They've been able to take all the attention on towards it, and now you're in a 40-second retake of your own site. The first is yours, and so is the second too, as Legacy goes down as well. There's a Blackbeard and a Brava doing their bravest, but not brave enough.
Wow, nice little try there. It's a distraction play by the Monty. It's weird, right? You're like, okay, the Monty's in Horse. Where's his teammates? Where's his teammates? Where's his teammates? There's 3 defenders that have come over to try to fight the Monty inside a Horse. And you're like, where's his teammates? Where's his support? Well, they're planting over towards the site. The distraction play, I suppose, does work. It gets the defuse kit down. But in the end, the retake really strong. Gabu and Resets coming in to get those last couple of kills. Specifically good to see Gabu starting to thrive. As Leo said, the only rookie here in the SAL, and unfortunately had a rough debut on Tuesday, being the worst performing player of the day. Can only go up from there, of course, and he is now 3-1 in his second ever professional match.
I mean, what a return, right? What a response that you need to get. It's terrifying having your first day at any new job. And if your new job is shooting people in a competitive video game, even scarier. Because the weird pressure, right? And, you know, you're in what is known as the toughest league in the world. You're against some of the toughest teams, if not always the toughest teams in the world. And then you've got to sort of build up brick by brick. And then you get into the considerations of, okay, well, the games that were played, the games that went through before, obviously they were against, one of the toughest teams in the world. And then they come into a team where if you're going to say this is a must-win, this is probably the must-win, right? This is the game where they could separate themselves and not get caught out in that last spot.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, nothing is mathematically locked in, but it is very likely that the loser of this game will not make playoffs. Just looking at the schedules ahead and being realistic, this is kind of the match who will likely determine who finishes last. So really important to step up in a game like this. One apiece through the first 2, and we actually will not go down to the bottom floor, as we did touch on a little bit, Emmy. They're going to go back to that bathroom and office site, deciding that it is the stronger site, one that they can try to hold on to. It was a really great Monty push from Arthur the previous time they attacked this site, coming in through the south side of the map. And this time there is quite a bit of an extension from Loud over towards the south, but there's no Monty trying to clear it out. So INTZ using slightly different tools to try to take this map control.
How ready are they for this pressure? As you said, they're trying to stretch themselves all the way across the top, but how much do you want to dedicate as they keel and fall their way back past the games room and onto maybe a little bit of safer territory? Stemp actually gets the opener. Angel's gone, and that's a Deimos. 0-3. They're really having a bit of a rough time of the lead-in towards these rounds, and now getting the entry kill, the entry death on 2 of them even. They're going to struggle to progress further and further. Didn't stop them in the first round, though. When they lost that sort of opener, they could still put the pressure on, and there's Raps getting one, but Flastry is able to get STK right back, doubles down. Just kept on the pressure through their own. Razor Bloom the damage and took the pressure, and that leaves just Legacy and Arthur left. Now Gabu has the cover, has himself his 4th kill, and Legacy has 4 to kill ahead of him if he wants any chance of this round being his. They know exactly where he is as he tries to push his way down towards Horse, past the door of the site itself, but at this point they're just sort of playing and baiting. There's the rotate. They've got power positions. He's predicting it. You just have to hit him twice at once. Oh, there's somebody.
Nice little swing from Resets with the Deeg. Shuts that round down, and it's beautifully played top to bottom from Loud, Emmy. I mean, they just really do lock things down, especially on the roam. It was a great kind of combo from Stemp and Gabu, the Piranha roam duo from Loud, who were working together really beautifully. The death mark came out onto Gabu, so the Deimos was tracking the one roamer, and then it was actually Stemp who stepped up and took the gunfight. So it's very likely that the Deimos was somewhat distracted, maybe somewhat focused on the other roamer. Stemp's able to come in and get that kill. Then it's a nasty little play on the Thorn for a 2-piece over towards Mezdor. Beautifully played coming through from Flastry in that previous round. And then Gabu and Resets for 1 apiece to end things out. Perfectly played there in round number 3, and clearly a smart decision to go back to that bomb site.
2-1. And Loud have awoken themselves a bit. They've sort of put the wall up, and they've made sure that they're in more of the driving seat and in more of that pocket of control. Which is, as I said before, you expect it on your defense, right? Especially on a map like this. You expect to be able to get yourself off to a solid start, but now we get to the point where they're on towards this tertiary site, and if you're unaware of how it's going to be taken initially vertically, it's a lot of soft, it's a lot of angles, and where you saw Live there just a second, that's the next bit that the attackers want to get a hold of and just tuck themselves in and towards the plant in the B sites. Otherwise, you know, we'll see how the stretch goes, because so far, Loud, they've kept themselves very wide on the map. They've kept themselves across the top. They've not really played with any of the verticality possible. Now they're going to sort of have to, and I'm wondering if we might get a bit of the first round where they weren't quite in the right positions to be safe.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this is going to be where you really get tested, because you can't just hold the entire top floor. You do have to be worried a little bit on the bottom floor. It means you're going to have to spread yourself a little bit thin, because you're right, holding top is still important. So there's plenty of room that you have to contest if you're on Loud. INTZ brought some cool tools to this as well. They've brought Arthur on the shield, but it's not the Monty this time. It's going to be the Blitz, who's likely just looking to go horizontal based on where he's currently droning. And then you've got STK as well, playing on that snake for some solid information. Gives them a bit of an opportunity to weed these players out of their current spots. I like resets in Infirmary too. This is pretty default. Most teams will do this, but in a zombie, just playing Infirmary is so annoying to clear.
Well, Live doubles down, gets himself 2. There goes your glass. Angels once again falling off the board. Flastry has gone. The C4 doesn't quite get all of Arthur, but otherwise they're just batting down every hatch of the site possible. Resets, saves the life of a teammate, puts it in to a 4 versus 2, but it was almost a 3 versus 3, and now as Arthur drifts on by, well, just leaves nobody alone, locked in.
Wow, a bit of a messy push coming out there, I have to say. I believe it was 3 players trying to push in through Laundry. It was Arthur, Angels, and Raps. And we were watching Arthur's POV. He was on the blitz. Both of his teammates were behind him. Live just swings out, and with 2 shots, the TCSG kills both Angels and Raps behind Arthur. Really stops that push before it can even begin. The Laundry focus push is not really going the way INTZ wanted it to, thanks to some really nice play from Live. Surprising not to see them trying to take up above. I think they're trying to shortcut that a little bit, Emmy. They're trying to hit straight into sight, rush Loud a bit, catch them off guard, but Live was very much ready for that, and he gets rewarded with a couple of kills. Does eventually die in that, but 5 and 2 is a stat line he will be very happy with.
At this point, I think, you know, you sort of look towards 5 and 2, but 5 and 1, Gabu. The sort of growth and the energy of a player who's been able to find themselves. There's almost that element of how much confidence you can build and how much you can sort of get on the back of a good early start. And this is a great early start for him. This is a great sort of bit of energy. He can dig himself in, because when he gets to the other half, when he gets towards the attack where it's harder to piece together, well, that's when nightmares are going to come, because you look towards INTZ and nightmares have already arrived. 2 players have been able to get themselves a decent sway of kills. In the meantime, Angels, Arthur, and STK are, what, 1 to 11 between the 3 of them?
Yeah, I mean, not ideal from what you kind of expect from those players. Arthur, again, like hard support, shield player, it is what it is. You don't read too much into that, but Angels is the main worry for me just looking at that, because he's a very aggressive player. He's playing his 3rd competitive season, of course. Was on ENX, this team, back in 2025. Played for 7 Recs in Hispanic LATAM back in 2024, so not always the highest level, but certainly has that competitive experience. We've known him to put up far better numbers than this. Round 5 will, of course, go back towards that second top floor bomb site, bunks and briefing.
Reloading ammo.
I'm excited to see where Arthur tries to go with this, because last time he was just a distraction on the Monty. I have to imagine this time he is actually going to be part of the push.
I mean, there has to be some element towards it, right? Bringing the blitz with the kit. If he's not, they've messed up. I think it's the easiest way of putting that together. The Flores is just going to try and remove all the utility inside. The Deimos going for the tracker. There's a lot of soft, as we said, and we've seen the Deimos, well, can be used well, but Angels isn't quite looking for the competition. Makes their way in on towards the top of the white stairs, step by step and bit by bit. The drive on towards the horse position. You can see Legacy is trying to make some move. A striker on the other side, but last time Loud, they sort of overextended in a way. They sent everybody to deal with that Monty, and they suffered the other side. So here is the split. They know where his army is. His army's going to peel their way back, and in fact, everybody does. 2 minutes wasted here, Jesse. Oh, and Arthur.
Oh, how does that even go down? Multi-kill from Flash as he gets another one, too, right onto STK. That's huge, and with Raps down as well, this could be absolutely massive. Finally trading out the Aruni Emmy, but I mean, they wasted so much for that. Raps should get picked up. Oh, Live wants it to confirm. He is hungry for this, but he shouldn't go for the swing. He should get fried if he does.
I mean, if they're playing off anything, they need to play off of audio right now. They need to make sure that he's safe, and that's sort of the position that they did. It took about 20 seconds to get that player back up, but it means you're in the 3 versus 3. It means that you can actually try and make something feasible happen. They've got 2 flashes, 2 bits of hard breach, and a lot of moxie as to try and send themselves through, but they've also still got Raps and Legacy standing, the 2 players that have been great at killing. And okay, maybe I spoke too soon. One of them goes down. There goes someone else on the shoulder of support. Oh, almost a collateral, but not quite to be had.
Yeah, beautiful defense once again, and it comes off a big individual moment from Flashery, which starts things off really nicely, just playing on that Aruni. Kind of aggressive towards the vending window, right? But you have to play aggressive on that site. It's so important that you contest that small tower entry. So Flashery did exactly that. Got active. Really nice, too, especially on the defense, because they didn't find even a single kill on the defense in their opening game on Tuesday. So it's good to see him bouncing back there on a side that is not always his strongest. And then Gabu just continued to put things up inside the site. Once they got down to that 3v3, nobody on Loud was over swinging. Nobody was giving up deaths for free. Live had an opportunity to go for a swing. He was standing by that window for a good, it felt like 60 seconds, but never decided to go for it. It was the right call as he was being held on that angle. Just trusting in his teammates to lock down the site instead. And now Loud up 4-1 will force a tack timeout to come through from INTZ.
I think, a worthy time to have a conversation, right? Because you're still looking at a very imbalanced team. Raps and Legacy in the position that they are, the rest of the team's struggling. And yeah, you can have support players, you can have all of this stuff, but there's not a network of players. Maybe it's how wide their approaches are coming together. Maybe it's the sort of lack of the focus in driving direct. They've tried plants, they've tried pulling things back, and just unfortunately isn't quite netting it. It's also been sort of trade of the opening game as well. In fact, I think You know, Loud have gotten it 3 times over the rounds that have come together, twice for INTZ, and they've not been able to cement it.
It's crazy to see Loud doing so well on those entries too, because back on Tuesday, they had the worst entry win rate of any team in the SAL, just 22% of the opening picks going their way. So the fact that that has turned around, I think, is a real difference maker for this Loud team. And of course, a lot of that comes off of the entry duo. Gabu in particular, maybe not getting all of those entries himself, but enabling a lot of them to come out from guys like Stemp has been really, really critical as they work together kind of on that roam position. So it's been excellent to see kind of that team play coming out from Loud as they've gotten some of those entries. They've had a bit more success with it. And now for your last opportunity to try to win an attack to avoid the 5-1 half. Every single game today, Emmy, has been so close. They've been overtime or 12 rounds apiece. This one deserves to go the distance as well.
Oh, well, there's a perfect little lean in there. STK drifts around, drops down, and ducks out of there. Goodbye, Stemp. At this point now, they can try and push this man advantage. It's maybe the conversations I had before a moment ago about, well, how do they operate as a team? Well, now they've been gifted that opener by the drive of STK. They have to try and find a way to capitalize upon it, and they have to do it as a network. STK is still sort of fishing for players. Solid Snake slips his way towards the side of the back door. Hasn't quite got anything. Ooh, now he does. The reveal of the player just tucked, watching for this exact angle. That's 2 on the same door, I think.
Yeah, that is the exact same position, but he's got the information and he plays perfectly with it. STK stepping up big, finally traded out by his replacement in Gabu, but that's still a massive advantage he has just delivered over towards INTZ. They've now got over half the round. They've got really good map control on the south side here, and they can start to play with a man advantage too. Lots of Bs in the pocket of Legacy, Angels with good Deathmark util too. Every advantage they could have, or they could want, they have.
Well, now they're able to get one back from the side of Gabu, but with a minute 20, the pressure's coming in towards the site itself. They're up against the wall of Bathroom. They're confident enough to go and just drone themselves step by step, little piece by piece. They actually execute. That's when the danger comes together. They were in a similar position before, and it didn't quite net itself round. There's one more for the approach. Arthur gets one, but Gabu's doing his best to keep his team in it and fighting. Now he is all that is left in a 1 versus 2. Could this be the ultimate redemption story? Gets himself off for the first 3 kills. As the C4 prepped and ready to go, they're sort of piecing things together. They have the Deimos to go for the trap for the time. The C4 is, not quite able to get the bite. They're tucked in close. There's one! Oh, he can't quite make it! But it could not have been closer!
Oh, Gabu, so damn close with that. Unfortunately, the nade just forces his hand a little bit. He gets so aggressive. 4 frags out of the 5 he needed, all by himself in just his second ever professional match as a Rainbow Six player. Could have been the dream, but unfortunately, the play from Loud is just a little bit too strong in the midst of that. Or sorry, from INTZ is a little bit too strong in that one. Gets them to that 4-2 split, gets them away from danger. Gabu, so talented in those moments, and this is exactly what we were missing from him, isn't it?
Oh, unbelievably. I mean, it was as close as possible, but I wonder if our desk have anything more to say about this.
We absolutely do, my friends. And Leo, if anything, that first round from INTZ, they were very much objective focused. They are in every single round, but after the first round, things were not acting up in the same way. What is Loud doing to prevent them from taking any space in there?
Well, Gabu has happened. As you can see, he was 2-8 in his professional debut, the only rookie starting in SAL. He's now, if I believe, 11-3 in a span of 6 rounds. So the redemption story has started for Gabu. Now, what is he exactly doing to prevent INTZ from coming in? So basically, what's happening right now is that Loud are playing a very easy game. They're using the natural crosshairs of the map with traps. So it's Ella, it's Thorn, it's Azami being played every single round, and it's Zenari being there. What that allows them is basically deny the entry points on either side. Whenever they defend command, they go dorm side, and they extend there. Whenever they go dorms, they extend command side, and they always hold horse. The biggest problem INTZ have right now is that they need to fight for every inch in the map. And that is a big problem right now because they keep on losing bodies to either Gabu, sometimes resets, sometimes live, or really aggressive in the roaming phase. And the problem is now, the only solution they brought so far has been spamming the shields, whether it is Monty, Blitz, Blackbird, with varying results. They can switch to defense now, should it help them. The main thing to me is I struggle to see the adaptation on their side.
We'll have to see if defense can be used to switch things up. This is Fortress, after all, using that information, intel, and of course, trap operators would be very helpful for INTZ. Will it happen in action? We'll have to find that out with Fluke and Jesse.
And we're back. Thank you very much, our wonderful duo dream team, for the little dancey words to fill us on the side. 4-2, but it's kind of the best possible time to show up. It gives them that nice, delicious sandwich of pain where they get the first and they get the last, but at least they go into this half with a little bit of taste.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought STK was so critical for giving them that little boost. Starting off the round with a 2K on Snake. It's a shame we can't continue watching him play Snake because of how well it went. Don't forget, STK spent 2 full seasons with this Loud core back when they were E1, when they were Raza Company Academy, and of course, even under the Loud banner last season. When he was dropped, he claimed that they, quote, lost control of what they built. It wasn't maybe the most amicable split as he left this roster, so there's nobody in the server who wants this win more than he does. He's going to have to continue to step it up on the defensive side. Loud have been very good so far in this matchup, but their attacks on the first day were not very great. 17% offensive win rate, so there might be a weakness now that INTZ can try to exploit.
Well, with the Monty gone, they're instead going to find themselves opting for something a bit brighter and louder, and at the same time, the balance of hard breach. Will it be the biggest sort of takeaway, though? There's not a huge amount of those positions that are really being tested. Don't get me wrong. There are places to get these walls open and get themselves thrown in, but it hasn't really been the sort of step-for-step, tet-to-tet that we're getting. Now, just wanting to eye their way up this main sort of white stairs. They know that there's going to be players angling onto it, and they have to try and pinch out this position. So as that player pushes their way up, this one pushes their way down, they can sort of try and catch them in the middle on the rotate out. But, oh am I, they can also drop down, they can rotate their way around the back. There's the first burn, there's the second, the follow through. They're just going to heal their way out, and here they go. Off towards the top, off towards this position. As I said, the pinch. Oh, unfortunately, they're only seeing Angels. Resets get caught out as well. There's one more. And this has just not quite worked the way that Loud hoped.
Like the Ying play, it would have been better if there wasn't a Warden on the other side of it. Angels does a really good job of standing against that. Now Legacy's found a couple as well. Leaves just Flashtree in a 1v5 staring down a clash. Maybe the most unwinnable round I've ever seen. Emmy, there's no chance there, and it is a flawless start to the defense for INTZ.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect hold, really. But it's almost like that was the most sort of tested drive on it, right? They had the hold, and then they were never really pushed out of the hold because everything hit it the way they expected. They had, as you said, the Warden in the right place for the Ying. They had the catch to the Wamai. It was burning on one side. They had Angels just sort of sat waiting for that sledge to rotate round, who was seemingly unaware. It was almost like, you're going to be in this position and they're going to run this way. Okay. And it all comes up golden. And, you know, I guess it's Loud learning. You're always getting the first test of the experience, the first push in towards someone else's hold. But it did feel a little bit predicted in a way. They almost were a bit surprised by the fact that they met the hold they expected to meet.
Well, Loud probably can just get that one out of their mind as soon as possible, move on. Leo said in our halftime that the only answer INTZ really had on attack was spamming the shield, and they will continue to do just that. Wraps on the Clash round 7. Now STK picks it up round 8. Arthur, a well-known shield player, specifically on attack. I would say his entire career has been defined by his play on shields. So it's not surprising to see INTZ kind of take that that mantle over once again as Arthur continues to lead this team. But cool to see it maybe switching hands a little bit here on the defense.
Now, can they try and keep their advantage? It will boil down towards tertiary sites potentially, and you know, it's not the end of the world, but it really depends on what side you get to start on your defense, right? If you get to be able to run the defense on the 2 sites you've nailed already, well, then you should be sitting pretty. You want to try and find a way to break the mold. 4-2-half, and well, as the Clash is just getting that read on there, and try and probe and prod and poke for roots in. Here's the start of it. And the Nomad is just going to make sure no one swings on the back. There's the quick play of the breaches, force the positions, and as I said, the Clash, you can be active in the problem causing. You can make sure that you're always keeping a keen eye. It's not really slowing them down too much.
Yeah, Stemp is desperate to try to catch this Clash in an air jab. Hasn't happened just yet. They've got a cool mirror window right there facing into office from the bathroom. So kind of a cool setup. I don't know if I've really seen that before at a professional level. That with the Clash gives them really good information as to what is happening on this push. But at the same time, I think Loud are clearing it quite nicely. They're forcing the Clash back, partly thanks to those air jabs. They've just got a Selma off, which I believe has now popped that mirror window. Some shield here in the hallway from Mez as well, but the push has been solid from Loud.
Well, the push is solid, and there is the drop of the Clash. Can they get the end of it? Stemp's able to get a kill over the top. They're sort of feeding bodies into the machine, and the machine is actually starting to bite back. There's a narrow firefight. Surely SDK can't survive this. There's flashes that come over the top. Does get the down on resets. On towards the angle whilst the flash came out, and there's the death live. Swings around, gets both of them. As they were getting the pick up on towards the Clash themselves, the C4 cannot quite put the Blackbeard to bed, but it leaves Arthur and Raps alone. Now, that is all their utility thrown out at this point. 50 seconds. They have to hold back on towards an onslaught, but at the same time, most of the utility is gone from the attackers as well. The Flash will come out. They've got one more in pocket, and then they can try and do a bit with the Blackbeard, but not impossible. It's a bit of a cross. The problem is Arthur's position. He's so isolated. There's support on either side, though, somehow. Double it down. Getting the Blackbeard is huge on this swing and this position. And, oh, Loud looked a little bit assured to be able to push this one over the line, but it's all fallen away. There's one more back. Raps all that's left alive. Drifts on for his third for the round. Puts them in the 1 versus 1 with 10 seconds. Does not have the kit. Gabu had a clutch potential earlier on today, and he's going to swing for his second, but can't quite make it land here either.
Raps with the quad. What a beautiful round to come out from him. I mean, just a masterclass sitting alongside Arthur. Something that looked like it was a foregone conclusion, as Loud had a massive advantage pushing across that top floor. But Raps and Arthur, the two 23-year-olds on INTZ, hold exactly the correct angles. They are covering each other's backs. There's no pressure to come in from behinds. There's no other player who takes a different angle. They're all just trying to push in from bathroom and from that mez hall. And it makes it really, really awkward where you're kind of opening the door saying if INTZ hit their shots, they have a chance to win this out. And hit their shots is exactly what they were able to do. Raps, miraculous round coming out from him. Don't forget, he was a part of that MIBR roster. They got top 4 at SI in 2021 and in 2022. Last season, spent a lot of the time down in kind of tier 2 with Stella Gaming before moving to APAC with Elevate, but what a turnaround his career has had, and if he continues with this pace, he could be a real menace later in the league.
So, leveled up from where we were, and now we're down towards the site, but, I mean, if there was a must-win, we almost had to drift on through with it. At this point, you start to look towards how they can push this one to bed. If this is a site, I mean, again, we talk about the sort of strength and weakness of it. It's not immediately a million miles away. They've just clutched out a 2 versus 4. They can try and pull things together. We'll see if they can be that little extra bit here, if they can just try and find something to defeat that final line, the final conundrum of, well, we've done all the hard work, we've taken most of this site, but that final 10% of getting in and planting seemed to just escape Loud.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. This has been like, it's been good overall, I think, from Loud on these pushes. It's just little things towards the end of it that are going awry. And now even the start's not going their way. Legacy, the entry onto live, takes down that blitz. That's the shield going to be taken off the board for Loud. Not only giving the man advantage over to INTZ, but dropping the defuse kit too. Stemp should be able to pick it up, but it's just going to take even more time off the clock, make you even more weary clearing this top floor. And there's still really good util up here. Goyos, Toxic Babes from Raps, Nitros from down below. There's so much to deal with.
Still hoping to try and just bite back outside of the map itself. Still trying to shake the cart and see if they can knock a few apples loose before it starts trundling in towards the building. Bit of damage done towards Legacy. So it's a bit of a risk-reward when they have the man advantage situation, but I mean, if this one goes away from Loud, if they find themselves suffering the wrong side of 3 sites in a row here from INTZ, how do you sort of build back the courage? How do you build back the confidence against a team that is just getting more and more? We can talk about how Gabu is stepping up, but at the same time, INTZ are putting the rest of Loud right down, and they have not been able to get things cemented. Another trade out, not a clean route in towards the building. And a 4 versus 2. We've seen these go one way before, but INTZ, they just try and lock this out. All happening on the top floor, nowhere near the site. A fight on horse is about to drift itself in. A 2 versus 3 becomes, a 2 versus 2. There's still a fight doing its best, but verticality is the cost. And another clutch potential situation here for the young gun Gabu, the only rookie in the league in SAL. 30 seconds, but he's being shot from the verticality. They're all over it. You know he's got a fight to isolate here, but he has to keep crossing unfortunate paths, baiting the shotgun. And unfortunately, it's 0-3.
There's really only so much Gabu can do, and even with all the teammates still up, they lose the bodies trying to push into that top floor. It feels like they're just getting caught sometimes. Like, they don't necessarily know all the angles before they try to run at it. And I mean, it's an unfortunate early death on the blitz. From there, the trade game is so fantastic from INTZ. They're playing off of each other. They're managed to get kills from down below. It doesn't really matter where that push is coming from Loud. There always seems to be an answer where someone on INTZ is going for the swing, is grabbing that frag, is taking the kill back for the team. I think it's important to note, even though this is a new org to the scene, right? It's been a while since INTZ have been in, and even though this team did come in through Challenger Series, they did come up through Tier 2, this is an established Tier 1 roster. This is the core of the old Los team that we've seen play throughout last season. Arthur and Legacy, I mean, these guys have been playing together since the days of the North America League when they were the full Brazil import team in NA. They've certainly been having their travels since then, but I think that coordination is really shining through today, and you don't get that from a brand new team.
Understandably Loud, taking the timeout. It's 4 rounds now lost in a row. So this game was once a 4-1, and since then, just drifted entirely out of control. They had to do something to try and put an end to it. And, I mean, fair play, as we said, towards Gabu, being able to get himself up towards this distance and this drive, but since then, they've just struggled to convert things, struggle to cement things. And sure, there was that one round where they were in the 4 versus 2 situation, comes down to a 1 versus 1, wraps massive things, getting a 4K and a 1 versus 2 clutch. But that's that sort of end. We shouldn't have Gabu in 3 1 versus X clutch scenarios, right? We cannot keep having this happen for the side of Loud.
No, I mean, it's really just not the result that Loud were expecting. You go back a couple of years when they were Raza Company Academy to get top 6 at the 6 Invitational. That prompts the Loud organization to come in and sign these players. Last season, I would say, top to bottom, kind of a disappointment. After getting invited to Reload, they don't qualify to a single international event. And if you combine their opening game on Tuesday with the end of last season, over their last 15 games versus Tier 1 opponents, they only have 4 wins. They've really been on a downward slide as of recently. And you thought this would be the game up against the rookies, up against the Challenger Series team events where they could turn their luck around. But now 3 attacking losses in a row. You start to wonder, is this Loud team just not it?
And they would have to. If this goes away from them in regulation, they've got, what, Furia and NIP? They would have to try and claw points from. It's just... You know, you don't want to scale how easy games should be, but we said it at the start of, like, this is the 6-point game. Yes. This is the must-win game. And INTZ were like, yo, we know. We have, don't worry. We're here. And unfortunately, Loud weren't quite that same keen awareness. The Clash gone, the Ying gone. Sort of balanced back and forth. They don't quite have that to operate with on their defense. They played it twice. But otherwise, it's sort of been peeled away. In the meantime, there's at least the start. Loud able to get themselves the entry. It's not always been the tell of how things go. It's sort of like a 50-50 right now. But INTZ, they're going to see if they can try and build on the back of it. A close fight here, but you can see Stemp's on the cover. He can't really step out the door itself. It's big bits of damage done. At least 2 other INTZ players as the calls just come through. Stemp does as well. Oh, there's just a swing. And here is the team that we kind of expected to see.
Yeah, much better coordination now, playing around the Blackbeard. Even there, does some dance moves and wins it out. Okay, why not? Have a little fun with it.
A bit slippy. A little bit slippy there at the end.
You could say it, but a confidence-inspiring round coming through from Loud. Just as we're starting to sing their demise, they come alive and they tie this game back 5 apiece. The Blackbeard play from Live, absolutely excellent to enable some of those early kills to come in from Stemp and the rest of the team pushing up as well. Resets on that Snake having a big impact, walking up the main stairs. It's kind of odd that the shield play wasn't having more impact earlier for Live. I guess it kind of was. You go back to some of the dorms attack, right, where he's inside a bathroom, and the Blackbeard did do a lot of good work for him. Hasn't resulted in round wins, I suppose, but these shields have been a problem for INTZ.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of split of it where they're just drawing all the focus, they're drawing all this attention, and they're not really, picking it apart to try and pull it apart. Look at the sort of hold that we had, if it's a way of putting it, of Loud's defense. When they found themselves up against the shield, they tried to make sure that they could catch them split. There was even rounds where they would bring 2 shields, and that wasn't enough to try and insurmount Loud because Loud were responding to it. There was sort of a player 1v1ing a shield for a long time. It allows Loud the time to build up and pressure that single player or pressure on towards INTZ. They're happy to play in that sort of finding, sort of danger points, finding opportunity. And Live will just do the same here, and there needs to be a little bit of that energy of let's be a bit reactive. Not so reactive they slip on the other side of the site and get a plant, as we've seen before, but still.
Yeah.
Some of that angle. Here's... Ooh. Are they alone?
Well, Emmy, I've been blessed not having to listen to Parker at all today, but if Parker were here, he'd say that this is his favorite round in Siege. It's 5-5, and no matter what, someone will be taking match point after this one.
Does he say that all the time?
He does. Every time it's 5-5.
I think that's too long of a quote to put onto a drone skin. The same way that we have some other caster drone skins. He needs to narrow that down to just a couple of choice words.
He's already got a drone skin. He does not need any more, okay? His ego would inflate too large.
That's true. When they give out the operator skin for, I don't even know. Blackbeard, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, Buck. Obvious. Canada. And hairy. And loose and wild. Okay, enough about him. 1 minute 30 in. And Resets hops in and hops right back out. Not going to get caught out by the Razor Bloom. Scarewee says, well, STK as he gets caught out through the smoke. Resets pops a couple of bullets and pulls a player for the trouble. Here's that Blackbeard still trying to find the fight. And as I said before, there's sort of this game of being called out in the 1 versus 1. Now, this divide is a big one to cross. Great player, the grenade, but are they going to try and get this wall reinforced? Are they going to see if they can buy themselves time? Everybody has shown up to the foosball party. That's where they go next with it. That becomes the big ask.
This Mira is the one adaptation they've really made since the last round, but it doesn't seem to make a difference, Emmy. It's going to be Resets with his 2nd kill of the round, playing on this glass, finds a good angle onto Arthur. Now 4 and 8 playing on the smoke. He's not really been able to have that big impact they're hoping from him. And it gets a little bit scary. They chose to play this bomb site back-to-back after losing it last round. Felt like they could make a difference with it, but if you lose it again, you start to be really nervous about the confidence.
Ooh, caught out and blinded and trying to batter against the Blackbeard. Slips their way on through and looks for the 2nd follow-through. As I said, he's sometimes alone, but look at this INTZ. They just bite and fight their way back in towards the round. The 3 versus 2 situation. Flashes round on towards it, but Gabu still eternally doing his best for the team, and they gets himself one more. Finally, he's on the positive side of a 1vx clutch, but he still needs to be the one to push it over, and he is. Gabu gets Loud for Loud.
Gabriel Ogasa, Gabu, 21 years old, his 2nd ever professional game, and he is dragging the veterans of his team over the finish line, getting them to match point now. And again, the worst performing player on Tuesday, the worst player statistically that we had 2 and 8 in his opening game, and he responds like this. Just a ridiculous turnaround coming out from Gabu. So impressive to see out of the young rookie, and it's not easy, frankly. I mean, the players on INTZ are doing so much to disrupt these pushes. As much credit as I gave to the coordination of the Blackbeard and Stemp and some of the other players on Loud in round 10, in round 11, it doesn't really go their way. We see how isolated Live is. He loses his gunfight to the Thorn just inside the Mez door. The Thorn gets a 2-piece, and you're starting to think, okay, it's going to be INTZ match point. But Gabu, other plans, 16 and 6 through the first 11 rounds.
I mean, what a return to form, right? What a growth, regardless of how this goes. Has to try and bring some confidence, or will bring some confidence from this. They might have some big battles ahead of them, but one more round, one more big performance, and they're able to get themselves locked in. Think of all the almost clutches. Think about the fact that since the timeout, they've been able to back-to-back rounds here Loud from what was just big chunks of this game going into one side or the other outside of a loose first round. Just need to be able to try and push this one in towards that final throws. Will we have, once again, the question I ask on the game show, overtime or no overtime? We've been close every single time.
Well, they're going to run the exact same strat, more or less, that they ran the previous time defending dorms and games. The only exception, of course, with the Clash ban, they're going to flex the Azami instead from STK, but can provide much a similar purpose, just locking down over towards Horse, trying to stop players from entering in this side of the map. STK in Office at the moment, they've got those same mirror windows being played currently by Angels, so they've got good information inside of Office once STK gives that up. This is a second look for Loud. They've already seen this setup. They can kind of try to take a different approach to it, but so far it looks quite similar. Trying to clear through the north side of the map, get control of Master, get control of Office, find a way to get yourself that man advantage before you start focusing on the site.
Well, not happy with that first approach. Just peeling themselves back. They know how important this early engagement can be, and as the calls start to echo out, there's still a few power positions that are being held here in on Horse. Cutting their way across. There's an Azami doing her best to slow things down, but it's a dangerous position to play here, STK. They've got a lot of pressure coming in multiple sides. They're doing best to slow things down, utilize the gadgetry, but it's actually Legacy that gets the opener. Flastry caught out. Off to a bit of a back foot here, the first bit of the approach, and they're still trying to swing their way around in, but the Keeper's doing great work. It's actually Resets, though, that finally finds the end of them. How much time was wasted, and will it be worth it?
Legacy gets a nade, but it's a freebie pick onto the floor as he just jumps right in. That's Gabu. That's the star player of Loud, and that could be the difference maker as Legacy hits a third.
No more, though, as he finds himself put to bed for the rest of this round, but a 3 versus 2. Has he done enough? And will we find ourselves in towards OT? The smoke canister will just force them back a bit. The bullets do even more than that, but that is the C4 to be the end. Live left alone. They know exactly where he is. They have 30 seconds to try and just hold him off on a single sort of position. Drifts in with the gun with the hope of expecting them to be high pressure, but we will go in towards OT. If that's what you guessed in the game show, congratulations. What do you win? A little bit more siege.
Hey, nothing I'd rather win, Emmy. A massive reward for us as the viewers getting to see this game, and it's really been a battle of the titans. It's just been Gabu versus Legacy. It feels like round after round, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Legacy kills Gabu in that round, and then INTZ end up winning it to force OT. The two youngest players in the server, the youngest player on each team, have each been dropping around 15 kills just to drag their squads here to round 13, here into overtime. There have been some supporting moments from the rest of the cast too, don't get me wrong, but today it has been those two guys, 16 apiece, who have been the stars of the show. Sometimes it's Legacy having pop-off moments, sometimes it's Gabu. I have to imagine whichever player steps up and is able to perform in overtime, their team will be the victors today. Yeah, I mean, there's almost that element of putting the pressure on your youngest player's shoulders is a bit rough, but in a way, that's what they're there for. Often the youngest player will be the sort of gunner. They'll be the one that you step in. The expectations, you don't have somebody that's turning like 19 or 20 joining a roster and being like, they're going to be such a good IGL.
Like, that's not why you're sort of looking towards the younger players. It's the pace, it's the reflexes, it's the gun skill. And this is kind of doing what they need to do, right? And it's being propped up otherwise. We'll see. But there's one thing here that raises a couple of my questions. And that is the site selection.
Yeah, we've gone kitchen for the first round of OT, and it doesn't go very well. Gabu takes the lead in the kill race. He goes up to 17, just jumping in and finding STK. I mean, that's that confidence we expect, right? So fast to just get in towards the site. Or in towards the building, I should say. The site choice is very odd. They only played this once through the second half. Admittedly, it was a victory, but even still, I think they just feel like they don't want to give another look over towards Loud. They've shown a lot of the same strats. They might not have a second setup on some of those top floor sites, so maybe it'll pay off.
I mean, it is the weird thing. Like, we could talk about this site. It has been successful for the defenders, but it's always the same thing of, like, when you've sort of seen a hold, it's rare for teams to have multiple holds. You can sort of predict the game a bit more. Drives in. You just have to pay a little bit more attention than that stemp. There's one more as well, and suddenly the work done by Gabu has drifted away, but he's more than sort of able to send himself back in. Resets helps. Just a balance back and forth. It's sort of ticking like a metronome. The pace is death, and Flashtree has Arthur's number. That leaves Raps alone, holding on for the chance at the defensive side here. He's not going to hold on very long. Loud themselves another one, get themselves an attack, and set themselves up for success.
Close round, but in the end, the coordination just a little bit better on that top floor clear, and I really think it does come off of Gabu's entry onto STK. That gives them the initial man advantage. Now it's even harder to try to support those top floor roamers because you don't have that Solus playing down below, feeding information to the team. Gabu really does continue to step up. He racks up to 18 kills, I believe, in that one. In Legacy, he's happy for one, but as he's getting pinched by Gabu, does go down to one of the teammates, so it ends up just being a slight edge for Gabu. And with it, a slight lead in this game. Loud will have back-to-back match points to try to secure this one in overtime.
Attackers need to locate and defeat.
Well, will they be able to do it? It just turns into this continual, and as you sort of put it out, the person who wins between Legacy and Gabu wins the round. Gabu steps in, and it's just, it's great to see, but you can imagine there's a bit of stress from the rest of the team. It's not that they're entirely invisible,
Yeah.
Raps 13-9, stepping themselves in. It's a support game. You look at all the intel operators coming through on the other side. You've got your sort of mutes and your Wamais to buy space and buy sort of time for those gunners to move and utilize, and it's just nice to sort of set them up. It's like choose your champions and let them brawl, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to take away from the other 8 players in the server just because we are highlighting Legacy and Gabu so much, but I mean, it's just 2 brilliant performances coming out. The supporting cast are absolutely playing their part as well, but it's clear who the stars are in this game. With one more opportunity to defend, Loud are going to choose to go into bathroom and office. This will be the most common site, so not pulling an ints and going for a bit of a curveball for your first overtime defense. To mount this push, Ints are once again going to throw Arthur on the blitz, and this had some mixed results, as pointed out by Leo at our halftime point. I like Raps on the glass. This could maybe open some opportunities for them, but again, with a lot of this util being played by Loud, the Azami, the Wamai, the Denari, everything here, it's going to be awkward to try to work a pick.
Well, their first point of ingress be, if we sort of cast our minds back towards it, however long ago, Ints, they won their first, they won their last, but it was cautious, it was slow, and it was sort of caught out. There was only really one round where they went a bit quick and things didn't quite work out for them. It's the first pops of pressure. The Keeper will buy themselves some time, and the Glass can't quite catch anybody on the other side of it. There's a big support structure here. Loud, they're very active. They make sure that they move around on towards Force, on towards the bedroom, on towards the swings here. On the white stairs, there's always another body on the side of the defenders if they need to be, and they're always able to move around, keep each other sort of within arm's reach and a bit safe.
Focus is going to be over towards white stairs, Emmy. That's where these players have just dropped down to try to clear through. They have Angels on the Capitao and the Blitz. That gets them their opening frag.
Well, there's the opener. There's the back and forth. There's 3 and 4, and, well, can they try and hold on here? Lau, they're at the man disadvantage. Legacy and Gabu still on the board. They're still able to try and find this drive through the confidence, but it's this, the risky position of resets. The cover of the smoke means it's a bit awkward, but misses the first. He's going to move round onto the second. No, he looks away! Oh, he almost held on to his nerve, but now it leaves us in another 2 versus 4. Another situation where they can try and get themselves locked in. At this point, they're pushing back in, trying to retake their own site, holding on towards the back line, but it's a deep, violent trench in the middle instead. The fight, the step out, the plant is being confirmed, but it's a 3 versus 1. Gabu, once again, in a 1vx scenario. He hasn't been able to put any of these to bed so far. This will be the same. We are going all the way.
How else could it go? Round 15 on the docket, and INTZ, I gotta give them credit once again. Their pushes into this office bomb site have been so incredible. You go all the way back to round 1, Emmy, and what happened? They initially started to go up for a white stairs clear. They gave up. They went for a bathroom execute, and it worked perfectly. This time, they start the first 90 seconds by kind of poking around Mez, kind of poking around tower. They couldn't find much. They pivot to a white stairs push, and with Arthur on the blitz, they're able to get that space, get that opening frag for themselves. Legacy finds Flashtree in the midst of it as well, as I believe he was jumping out or running out of horse doors, somehow getting out of the building.
Attackers need to locate.
Regardless, it ended up going the way of INTZ. They're able to take that space towards white stairs. They pivot successfully and are able to grab that 14th round to bring us all the way to max OT. Gabu and Legacy tied at 18 apiece. They just can't get any closer than this.
Just set the story, write the book, put it on the posters. I mean, it's great to see people sort of step back. You're always seeing bad days into good days. I think it was it last year, the year before, where Bolo went like 0-7 on one day and then went 11-2 the day after. It's just,
yep.
When players can re-find confidence and sort of reset themselves, it's a big difference maker. And here, 7-7, it's been the difference maker. It's kept Loud fighting. Obviously, it's all sort of partial points, right? It's all sort of bits. They're not getting the full bite of it, but with how the results went before, Loud could not find themselves drifting further away, especially with the NIP sort of result earlier on in the day, with how this group has been back and forth. If they were to be in the same sort of story of sitting on the bottom without anything, how far away that divide would feel.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's important to note, once again, the loser of this game likely missing playoffs. We can't say for sure. It is only the opening game of the season for INTZ, but just looking at the schedules ahead, there is so much lying on this result. Top floor clear will commence. Live here on the Blitz. Starts to make his way down through Old Tower. There's not really much for him to find up here. It's only Legacy, 18-12, sitting up on the top floor, and he's currently just over towards Mez. Where does he find his first fight, or does he try to return back towards his teammates?
This first body, this first bite of their opponents could be one that sort of sets all of the dominoes falling. We've often seen that they've gone traded quite aggressive in these big sort of moments. And now as they slip their way across on towards the new position, we are, back in on waiting room and cafe as well. It has been won by them on the defense. Before the attack got it last time, it was all above. It was all on the second story. And this time around, they're not going to try and do the same thing. But, it's the bolder move that might be able to make things change up. But as I said before, the more you attack a site like this, the less sort of adaptations there is for the defense. Are they just going to send it here, Jesse?
It's very tense. Feels like that's coming. Here comes the logic bomb. The Capital Bolt soon force wraps back, and with the smokes, the plant will begin.
Oh, he's in the smoke. He might be able to cement this in time. He's going to hold on to the wire. He just does. Loses his life for it. Will it be a worthy trade? They dedicated all the utility. There's a second one that comes out, but they're trying to retake, and Stemp swings at the right possible time. Now a 3 versus 2. INTZ all left down to Raps. Doing his best. Crosses the first and crosses them, but the vertical for Loud. Finally, at the very end, they're able to cement that, but really both teams tested today.
You can see the stress and the relief on the faces of Loud. They know exactly how important that game was, and how difficult it was does not need to be explained to anyone. Beautiful execute to come through there, Emmy. They had all the space they needed to work with. The Capitao bolts, the smokes, the Lion, every util piece they could have used was used perfectly to make that happen. Gabu was even the opening death, had zero impact in that final round, but the team comes in around him and gets the W.
Oh, I mean, they did everything. As I said, like, even how that went, they need to take some confidence, and they did. And what a way for our very long day to end with the longest day yet. It's been a pleasure and a joy, Jesse. Thank you for letting me join you on the desk today. I hope Parker did Parker stuff. I don't even know what that is. Maybe our desk can help shed some light. Just one more time, we go over to talk to those two.
Thank you very much, Emmy and Jesse. And I'll tell you right now, I don't want to know what Mr. Intero was on about. I don't really care about it in a situation like this, Leo, because we almost had Gabu drop a 20 bomb in here, leaving it at 18 kills. Unfortunately, last 2 rounds with not much of an impact. But the whole time, we were bouncing on this bit of, oh, what's going to happen in this round? Are they going to flounder the 3vx situation that they have? And clearly, whoever controlled defense properly on Fortress was to play it well. And every round on attack is worth its weight in gold, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, we speak a lot about Gabu, but it could also have been Legacy. I think the two of them really stepped up for each one on the teams. Legacy was the only really standout players from the previous Lost roster that was the only guy that was in positive rating most of the time, by the way, about this team. So it's not I guess a surprise to see him overperform in this new roster, dropping 18 kills. But I do want to keep my attention on Gabu. I think the main thing to me is the resilience to bounce back after such a hard way to enter pro play. A 2-8 turned into an 18-8 in the second game only. I think it was the main stakeholder, especially of the few attacks that Loud was able to win, but most importantly of the defense. I think especially his role playing on the various superiors on the other frame of the map, trying to extend there, and getting 1, 2 triple kills on that side consistently almost every round. Very, very impressive. And then looking at the final few rounds, honestly, it just came down once again to the very, very last minute. The last entry kill is like in the last minute. The execution is perfectly set up. Honestly, I will say it, like, for Live to know exactly if he could stick the plant or not is completely crazy. Honestly, the fact that he stuck it within the smoke, and he knew it was gonna be down to, like, if he had one more breath in the smoke, it would have been ended. So it went all the way through. I didn't expect any less from these two rosters. I think they're very close, and like we said before, it was a 6-pointer of a game. Just that one will walk away with 2 and one with 1, but this will definitely hurt the chances of INTZ of making it out of the groups.
Yeah, this is the importance. I know we mentioned it. Jesse also mentioned it during the cast that it's quite possible that whoever wins this game solidifies their fourth position basically in the group and guarantees playoffs. But obviously, that depends on a lot of different things. But these are the two teams that are fighting for that position 4. That last round, when Loud played it well in the attack, it closed things off. It played well for them. Very impressive. Back and forth that really kept you on your toes throughout the whole time, because you had different things to root for, right? You had Gabu and Legacy that were pulling up numbers, both resets and wraps as well. So you got high fraggers on there. You have the story, and pay no attention to INTZ's photo there in graphics. It's not the correct one. We know it. It's flagged, but just so you know, that's just about it. Palu has not moved onto this squad, that's for sure. But Loud at the end of the day, giving it their all, and I'm sure they're going to be very happy with the result that they won, but things to still go back to on the drawing board in preparation for tomorrow. Tomorrow, they're going to be playing on Tuesday, actually. So tomorrow they get the bye, but they are playing against NIP next time, and that will not be an easy match at all. Though, trying to kind of wrap our head around all of this, INTZ, first game, impressions, what do you think?
I think we have a lineup that makes sense. I think that as we see Gabu here, the MVP, obviously, one more time, praise him for his appearance here. I think goes to show that the talent pool in SAL, by the way, is crazy for them to only have one rookie this stage. But when you make that bet, when you make that gamble, it can pay off. And I think a bit similar to how Bugzira was labeled for many Brazilian players as the one rookie that should be absolutely picked up and landed him a spot on Furia. This one can really make waves, and if he can keep up with the level he showed today, exactly like Makina, these two could be surprisingly good. Later down the stage, maybe even join a top tier team or even help the team make it to top international plays. And yeah, if we look at INTZ, I just want to praise them as well. A lot of people were cutting them out, and they still kept grinding. They made their way through Challenger Series, and honestly, they should be proud of that. Despite not taking the victory, they made it very, very close.
Still some things to work on, as again, teething issues, as they call it in the corporate world. If I'm not mistaken, Leo, you're more accustomed to it than I am, but we're hoping to see better performance and improvement over this kickoff stage. And honestly, today, if anything, a great showing, things to learn from. However, we do have an interview ready and set, if I'm not mistaken, because there's one person, almost, we can definitely hear him, that's for sure. Our main man, Resets, who's been someone who's just recently joined this roster. Of course, you might have known him in the past as Resets on Team Liquid and then through into Elevate. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing from him and seeing how that kind of works out, because he was even just watching his camera through the game, quite active throughout this matchup, where he's really chatting, he's really getting excited and getting all that emotion rolling through, and is ready to talk to us about all of that and more in our interview. Let's bring him in. There he is. And bam, Resets. Thank you very much for joining us. It's good to see you again, my friend. A question for you, simple as that. How is it now being on this Loud roster? What's the big difference for you over, well, the past few months and really last year, swapping between different rosters and playing on Loud now?
The biggest difference, because in Brazil, I think we have like better teams. So of course, every game will be like very hard to win. Like INTZ, it's like they come for LECQ, and it was very hard today. So yeah, Brazil, it's on another level, to be honest. So yeah.
And speaking of the strength of Brazil and of the strengths of the talent there, you guys picked up the only rookie that out of any other team. Can you tell me a little bit more about his journey? How did you scout him? And how did you help him perform the way he did today compared to the last play day?
Yeah, sure. Gabut, like, he was very good at the tier 2 in Brazil. He was like the GOAT of the tier 2. So I think the biggest difference is today, like, we tell him like just relax. It's just a normal game. You don't need to be nervous or something like that. So yeah, bro, he's so good. He's amazing, Gabut, to be honest. Very good.
Yeah, did you already see like him playing like this and dropping like 18 kills in scrims, and you were just waiting to see that in pro play?
Yeah, of course, always. Every screen, he always like at least one map he kills like 20, 18.
Okay, all right, we're hyped for the rest of the season then.
Yeah, I'm glad that a performance goes beyond the scrims, because there's a lot of players that play really well in scrims and then dropping donuts here and there in professional matches. But next up, you're playing against NIP. That's on Tuesday. It's a team you've played against under multiple banners many times. How do you feel that game's going to go? Because Pino said he's quite excited for that match, that you guys have quite a bit to offer for it.
Of course, I think against NIP is going to be a tough match, because we already screen against them. So it was like very close games in the screens. Like we won some maps, they also. So yeah, I think NIP, like, they have a little bit of downgrade from the Challenger roster, but they are still good. So yeah.
Very much looking forward to it. Resets, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win today. We'll see you and Loud next Tuesday for your next match. Till then,
thank you.
Have a good night, my friend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Buy the Loud bundle.
Buy the Loud bundle. That's all you need to hear. Thank you very much. And here's our recap for the second play day of SAL Kickoff. And we're kicking it off so well. Black Dragons at the top with 4 points, tied with Team Liquid Alienware. FaZe Clan did not play today, but they'll be back tomorrow for some action. Maybe they'll get to double those points. Imperial gathering 1 point today and loss still at none. Furia, Fluxo, and NIP tied at 3 points a pop. 2 for Loud and 1 for the intrepid INTZ that grab a point today. Leo, looking at all of this and seeing how day 2 went down, do you have any big surprises in store or ready in your mind? Because tomorrow we got all these games happening.
Well, I'll just say that for INTZ especially, picking up that point is huge, but most importantly for Loud, picking up 2 points, making sure they put some kind of space between them and INTZ is very important. When you look at the rest of the group, they could have very easily gotten grouped. And if we look at tomorrow, I am super excited about 2 games. We're super happy here. The top 4, in my mind, for Brazil, will be playing each other. That is Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe Clan and Fluxo W7M versus Furia, which in theory, last stage would have been the top 4. With the way that Furia has been playing so far, or Fluxo W7M rather, NIP could be that top 4 team, I don't know. But either way, the 20 players that will play each other in those games will be crazy. Like with the best teams, it's some of the best players in the world facing each other, really.
And well, once again, we can say that the 2 twin brothers are playing against one another in the Team Liquid Alienware FaZe Clan matchup. It's El Clásico, has been called for years, almost a decade now, as both organizations of Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe Clan have been pillars of the Brazilian community since their entry into competitive Siege, going on 8.5 years now, which is pretty insane to think about. Just tells you how long this game has been active and how long these 2 organizations have been part of it. And now each one of them is hosting one set of twin brothers that are on them. Previously, of course, TL Alienware having picked up the Furia roster plus Maya. Really been a pleasure seeing how Maya's been performing, and I can't wait to see their evolution in that match. That's the biggest challenge they've had yet, and I think any team facing FaZe Clan, online, on LAN, best of 1, best of 3, best of 5, best of 69, whatever you want it to be, any game against FaZe Clan is always going to be a tough match, and it's always going to be a good one to watch because they're just the best team in the world, undisputed world champions of Rainbow Six, and it's always a pleasure to get to see them playing. Alphama, I want to thank you for being by my side today. It was a pleasure being around with you, but our watch is not done yet because you and I are back tomorrow, same starting time as today, huh?
Absolutely, and this time for a schedule that is super interesting. So even more hype, even more Siege, and even more SAL level that we'll see tomorrow. Super excited. Thank you for today as well. It was our duo dance today. I felt like right back on the stage in Munich during that moment where we were dancing together in front of the crowd.
Yeah, it was actually, it's, now that I think about it, that was probably one of my favorite career moments. That because in the moment, you know, like you and I have known one another for so many years that in the moment when you hear the music that we've heard at that point 1,000,001 times for the SI26 promo video, the first thing that we do is, do you want to dance? Why not?
Of course.
Let's dance. It's lovely. Well, tomorrow we'll continue all dance together. Alphama, as things heat up, like you mentioned, our schedule is looking packed. I can't wait to talk about all of that and more with you and with our wonderful commentators that are back for it. Until then, for all of you watching at home, we love you so much. See you for more SAL tomorrow. But before that, remember, there's APL, so you can watch Siege all day, every day. See you then.